my friends. All right. Let's continue the game. Did Inherit Turp Out became part 1? Okay, so just 2 part looks like. What's for dessert today?
Catherine Hall!
And Jeff Masters, Piece of Cake.
Piece of cake. Okay. Macaroons and waffles, light and fluffy chiffon cake. Happiness for one and all. The sweetest temptations. There, where? Over there. Take a peek inside the oven. Ding. Look, it's freshly baked desserts. Let's cook again today. Right. This program sure brings back memories. Gregory. Tomorrow, I'm heading towards that fateful place with your son. To find out the truth of 18 years ago. Oh. Okay. Mr. Shields, isn't it about time you told me what this is all about? Why did you bring me to this museum with you? You're not busy now, are you, Miles? I thought it would be nice if we could share the romance of the constellations together. I beg your pardon, but I would like to leave. Sorry, it was just a joke. You know about the final case your father worked on? The E7 incident? Yes, Manfred von Karma showed it to me immediately after I became a prosecutor. I reviewed the case file again last night after you invited me here. And while I don't remember it very well, I also had been in attendance at the trial back then. When I was young, I loved watching my father do battle in the courtroom. During that trial, it was my father, the defense attorney Gregory Edgeworth against my former mentor, prosecutor Manfred von Karma. And while the trial ended with the defendant being declared guilty. I see, so you were there too, at Gregory's final trial. In that case, I'll cut to the chase and tell you what you want to know. The truth about the E7 incident. IS. It happened 18 years ago, during the winter. All the buildings were covered in snow, coating the entire town like a layer of frosting. It was in this very place that the incident occurred. This was all before Uncle Ray became a defense attorney. 18 years ago. Alright. I'm yawning already. Is that right? This request sure was sudden, don't you think? Indeed, we were contacted immediately after the client was arrested. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I'm a defense attorney. I brought my assistant Raymond with me to meet our client, but murder on Christmas Eve? This is just too much. In the darkest, a miraculous meeting. Welcome on and all to the visitor's room. Amazing. So this is what meeting a client is like. It happened so suddenly I was completely surprised. I'm also surprised. 1,000 pardons for startling you. I am merely expressing my happiness through song. Welcome, one and all. I greatly appreciate your coming. So you're the client for this case? Indeed. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I'm a defense attorney. I will be representing you in court. This is my assistant, Raymond Shields. Nice to meet you. I'll do my best to help you. Relax, Raymond. Please excuse his jitters. He's working part-time at my office as an apprentice. I thought I'd let him assist me in this investigation. So Mr. Gregory and Raymond, correct? I'm pleased to make you acquaintances. My job involves saving my clients from crimes in which they were falsely accused. First, I should determine if he truly is innocent. First, I would like to know more about you. I have forgotten to introduce myself. My name is Jeffrey Master. What? You mean you're Master Chef? Master Chef. The world's greatest pastry chef, Chef Master, the Master Chef. Yes, I am honored that you have heard of me. My friends call me Master Chef. Wowzers, I'm totally starstruck. I can't believe I get to meet Master Chef. Raymond seems to know quite a bit about Master Chef. Mr. Master Chef makes a fantastic research while putting on a song and dance show. What's for dessert today? Macaroons and waffles, a light and fluffy chiffon cake, happiness for one and all, the sweetest temptations. There. Where? Over there. Take a peek inside the oven. Look, it's freshly baked desserts. I got caught up in their song myself. Wahoo! I'm so happy that I got to sing with Master Chef. It's my dream come true. Oh, thank you. I'm happy to hear that as well. Mr. Master, Raymond, shall we return to the Manhattan? Yes, of course. My sincere apologies for making you wait. Now, where should we start? You are the world's greatest pastry chef, but you are also skilled in song and dance. Yes, when I'm having a good time, my body just moves to the rhythm by itself. You seem to enjoy making desserts from the bottom of your heart. Oh, if you don't have a good time making desserts, you won't make anything good. Creating desserts that bring happiness to one and all is my purpose in life. Master Chef's desserts are practically works of art. The sparkle looks so delicious. He's famous for his dreamlike desserts. He's bringing happiness to you all with his dreamlike desserts, huh? Didn't it occur in your estate? Is that correct? Yes. That's where the Great Desserts Contest was being held. It seems that the body was discovered in one of my creations. They found it in one of your desserts. For that reason, I was arrested by the detective in charge of the initial investigation. But never do something as vile as robbing someone of their life. I'm certain that the police will also realize that they have made a mistake. Really? Do you know anything about the victim? He was a man named Isaac Dower. Isaac Dower. He was one of the competitors in the contest. He was a wonderful man who made desserts of the highest beauty. Why did he have to die? Why did he have to die? Well, I see. He truly seems to be grieving over the victim's death. I believe I have a sufficient understanding of Mr. Master's personality. Mr. Master, before I accept your request, there's one final matter I must confirm. You did not kill Mr. Dover. Can I take your word for it? Yes, that is correct. I did not kill him. No matter what happens, I would never take another person's life. Those are in the eyes of a liar. I understand, I believe you. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk with us. The pleasure is all mine. I am grateful to speak with someone as other than a detective. Next, we shall begin our investigation of the crime scene. We will report back with our findings once we have finished. Mr. Gregory, Raymond, I wish you good luck. It sure is cold outside. I didn't expect it to be snowing this hard. Indeed, a blizzard like this will probably not clear up for a while. But even so, this mansion is ginormous, so this is what Master Chef's place is like, huh? You're going to hold a contest in your own home, you would need this much space after all. La 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 la. Welcome, thank you for coming. Oh my, are you okay? I'm very sorry. Would you happen to be Monsieur Edgeworth? Yes, I'm Crocker Edgeworth. And I'm his assistant, Raymond Shields. Greetings and welcome, Monsieur Edgeworth and Monsieur Shields. Please call me Catherine Hall. Catherine Hall? I'm in charge of the household affairs of the stage, and I am also Monsieur Master's assistant. Ah, no way, you are the famous Kate? Kate, aren't you? You know me? You know of me? Of course I do. I see you on TV all the time. I'm a big fan of Piece of Cake. Oh goodness, I'm glad to hear that you're a fan. Tell me, what is this piece of cake? It's a TV show that's hugely popular with the kids. Master Jeff and Kate singing and dance while they make delicious treats. Just like this. What's for dessert today? Cookies and caramel. Rich and feathery cream puffs. Let's make it together. A delectable paradise. Here, there, everywhere. You just open up the oven. Ding. Now it's time for desserts. Dessert? Oh, Monsieur Silch, that was incredible. Now let's practice along with the show. Maybe I should tell my son about this show. Man, doing this dance repeatedly sure works up your appetite. Ah, pardon my inconsideration, I've forgotten to take care of our guests. Please relax and have some tea. Oh, this is a fine Kalen Ceylon tea. I hear the aroma of citrus does wonders for your concentration. I see, so this is what Ceylon tea smells like. Oh, these saucers are chilled. Yes, they help cool the tea more quickly for people who are bad with hot beverage. I see, these teacups also have wonderful design. Oh, thank you very much. They're one of the few pride and joys of our estate, ordered directly from France. They're made by the famed sculptor Pierre Hoguet. They are my absolute favorite, articles of tableware. You seem to greatly appreciate this man's work. Yes, they are like treasures. Treasures to me? She appears to be very honest about what she likes. Thank you, Miss Hall, but it's time for us to move on to the business. Are there any details that you can give us about the incident? Ah, you're right, I sometimes get so distracted welcoming guests that I forget myself. To tell the truth, I was the one who discovered the Monsieur Dover's body, so you were the first one to discover the body. Is it true that the body was discovered in one of the Mr. Master's desserts? Yes, it was during the judging of the Great Dessert Contest. I heard the sound of something breaking from Monsieur Master's room. Monsieur Master? Are you in here? When I looked inside the room, I saw Monsieur Dover's body inside the treasure's chest. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to have made you recall such painful memories. No, I should be the one to apologizing for not being much help. Now then, I believe it's time for us to start investigating the crime scene. Monsieur Edgeworth, Monsieur Shields, please find some way to say Monsieur Master. Monsieur Master is not someone who could commit murder. Yes, of course. Just leave it to us, and I shall entrust it to you. If you excuse me, I have to continue serving tea to the other inspectors. Raymond, let's head to the crime scene. Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, look what it is! Look what it is! Wow, this whole thing is made of chocolate. I can't believe I'm actually seeing Master Jeff's dessert up close. Were this not the scene of a murder, I admit I too would have delighted in this occasion. Now that you have reminded me it's a murder case, I'm getting shivers down my spine. Perhaps it's because this room is cold to begin with. Now that you mention it, this room really is cold. Achoo! Never expected the defense attorney to show up so early. Pleased to meet you. I'm Chef Master's defense attorney, Gregory Edgeworth. This is my assistant, Raymond. How do you do? Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide. Mr. Bad, the detective in charge of this case. A man of few words. What the? Tastes kind of bitter. He ate the paper? He likes to digest his memos in his stomach as well as his mind. It's just a strange habit of his. Please don't be too concerned. It would probably be too much about to ask him to not be concerned at all. Importantly, Detective Bat, will you give us permission to participate in the investigation? Permission denied. Why? Mr. Edgeworth is Master Chef's defense attorney. Defense attorneys plan false evidence to try and get their not guilty verdict. I don't want their kind to disturb the crime scene. Mr. Edgeworth would never use false evidence to defend his client. I can't trust that, coming from a defense attorney. Did the police still suspect Mr. Master even after the investigation? If he didn't, we wouldn't have arrested him. I believe that Mr. Master is innocent. That's why I have come to investigate. Believing in his innocence without investigating the crime scene? How naive. That's why I would like your permission to investigate. By investigating the crime scene, I want to ascertain if my thinking was naive or not. So you don't intend to leave until you've investigated the crime scene? Yes. Fine then. I will give you permission to investigate the crime scene. Thank you. But I'll be accompanying you. I can't trust you defense attorneys after all. If you understand that, you can begin your investigation. Is a lollipop? I'm a little surprised myself. Got a cigar, man. Alright, let's begin the investigation. Raymond, be sure to take notes on the case. Leave it to me, Mr. Edgeworth. Just begin already. Alright, let's see. What do we have here? Master used these gloves while making his desserts. They hit his fingerprints. Certainly, it's possible that they were used for that purpose. But wouldn't you agree that having gloves in the kitchen is perfectly natural? Got everything, that's my job. Elegant tableware and cookware are placed on the counter. It looks like the same teas that Miss Hall was using earlier. As Master Chef drinking his black tea. On this tea set, only Chef Master's fingerprints were found. Were his fingerprints found on any of the other cookware? The cookware was washed. Nobody's fingerprints remained, or he might have been cooking with gloves on. Seems the only thing here with his fingerprints is the tea set. Okay. Excuse me, but you are... My apologies, I was meditating. What did you ask, Sir Detective? Actually, I'm a defense attorney. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I'm his assistant, Raymond. For my late introduction, my name is Dane Gustavia. I'm one of the pastry chefs participating in this contest. What kind of desserts do you make, Mr. Gustavia? Damn. My specialty is making desserts out of candy. Oh, what a cute seahorse. It's meant to be a dragon dancing in the sky. Eh, this is a dragon? I think it would fit better in the ocean than in the sky. I know all too well that the design is my weak point. I plan to study design and undergo training in Shangfang once things settle down here. Probably shouldn't touch the actual subject of design any further. Mr. Gustavia, if you aren't related to the investigation, why are you in this room? Sir Detective wanted to know more about the desserts in this room, so he asked me to come. This is one of the contestants, and he might know something. Dane Gustavia. Mr. Gustavia, those instruments you use are quite unusual. Very unusual. These instruments are called candy pumps, and they pump air into the candy. They kind of look like swords, they're so cool. Indeed, ever since I began using them, no day has gone by where I didn't receive a burn or wound. That's why I wear red clothes, so that not a single stain will ever show on me. Making the search is a serious business, I am always training. Does he insure himself because he hasn't trained enough? Can you tell me about the great dessert contest that was held here? From the looks of this room, it seems the desserts weren't just for eating. The exhibition Stairmaster held was a contest in the art of desserts. The art of desserts. Desserts that are true work of art, made solely out of edible materials. The works of art in this room are all made from desserts. Now that I mention it, the whole room is filled with the smell of chocolate. Stairmaster exhibits great talent in both flavor and design. If you are not able to surpass their masters in flavor and design, you will not be able to win. Beating the world's greatest pastry chef is pretty hard, isn't it? In other words, if I can surpass Mr. Master, I should become the world's greatest pastry chef. That's the prize of this contest. The prize is the lead title of the world's greatest? In addition to that, there's also Sir Master's treasure, Angel's recipe. If you want to learn more about the contest, just look at this piece of paper. These were the rules that were given to the participants of the contest. Okay? What do we have? Contestant rooms will be judged starting from the left. Afterwards, all parties will meet in judge rooms. Start from the left, okay? Any decorations not made from desserts are prohibited. Entering another contestant's room before the judging is done is prohibited. Hey! There's an engraving at the bottom. It says PH. It's the initial of the creator, Pierre Hoget. Miss Hall and Mr. Master seems to be big fans of his sculptor's work. Initials, huh? If it were mine, it'd be RS. Why don't you try carving your initials on your own belongings? This is a rather splendid design. I think so, it seems a little eccentric to me. Not even sure how you put tea out of it. Rather than the practicality of the design, focus on its artistic merits. Mr. Schwartz's art sense is too hard for me to understand. Not the case, sorry, but I do not know much about the incident. I will learn about the incident after the judging had finished. How was the contest judging carried out? Let's see. Sir Master started judging at 3 PM. Starting from my room, the judging proceeded in a clockwise direction. I used the room to the right of Sir Master's room, making the room very Next, the room of the female pastry chef named Delicia was judged. Female pastry chef. What kind of person is she? She's a frightening woman who wouldn't do anything to achieve her goal. Heard she used lots of cream to make a fantasy-themed dessert. Now lastly, Sir Dover's room was judged. His works were frozen statues made from the sherbet. Hall discovered the body in the middle of Gustavia's judging. She panicked because she immediately notified the police. Master continued judging without knowledge that the body had been discovered. As a result, Master judged Dover's room in Dover's absence. Seems we have plenty of rooms to suspect Master. Lacking information, it's probably too early to subject. By the way, Detective Bat, what were you talking to Mr. Gustavia about earlier? I was asking him about the chocolate frame hanging on that wall. I thought something was missing. I thought if I asked someone who knew a lot about dessert, I could get an answer. Although thanks to your arrival, I still haven't gotten my answer yet. Now then, since you've been waiting for so long, we can ask him about it right now. Guess you don't understand sarcasm. Mr. Mr. Gustavia, can you assist me out with this matter? I train in the art of research every day. If you have a question about research, please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you very much. There's a dessert in the shape of candle holder, huh? It's titled Light of Life. Seems that one of these important lights are lit. It's symbolic or... Yes, it's symbolic or... This is a fire alarm. Let me say it advanced, that's another dessert. It's the real deal. You press that, the alarm will sound and security will be contacted. I understand that you want to press it to see what happens, but please restrain yourself. Not in particular feel like pressing it. See, it's because you're a defense attorney. I don't think being a defense attorney has anything to do with it. Hey! These finger marks are... These are unidentified finger marks. We don't know who they belong to. Since no fingerprints were left behind, finger marks without fingerprints? These might be related to the case. It's a mystery. It's probably wearing gloves. Detective Bad lacks dream and romance. I don't think there are dreams of romance at the Mercy. Okay, that's... You can make such a beautiful picture out of the chocolate. Expected of Mr. Jeff. Is this really chocolate? Looks like an actual picture to me. Impressive, Sir Attorney. You notice well? This picture of an angel is not a dessert, but rather the angel's recipe. The angel's recipe! The prize for the contest. This picture is made of chocolate. Indeed, within this chocolate frame lies the recipe book. Sir Master told everyone when he explained the rules of the contest to us in the room. The contestant knew the recipe was here. How about it? This frame? Don't you think it's missing something? This must be what Detective Bad was asking Mr. Gustavia earlier. This chocolate frame, there does seem to be a part that's missing. That's what's been bothering me as well. What's missing? It's missing, come on! Look closely at this part with the decorations. Can you see that one of them is missing? It's true that it's different from the other decorations. It is very different, man. This imperfect balance in this decoration is not like Sir Master. Upon closer examination, it seems that this frame is not the only one with missing parts. We need to investigate further. All the research in this room each have one part missing. Whoa, the candle holder and the sailing tools are all damaged as well. Someone tampered with the crime scene? Perhaps, maybe, Master vandalized the room himself to fool us. Master Jeff wouldn't do that to such sort of thing to his dessert. Tampered desserts, I wonder if they are connected to the incident. Achoo! You alright, Raymond? This room is way too cold. If I was a picture of him, I won't either. This room suddenly is cold. Do you want to wear my coat? Nope, I'm fine. Because that's something that you promised to give me when I became a defense attorney. That's right. Why is the temperature turned down so low? It's been turned down in order to maintain the chocolate's temperature. Why don't you try opening the panel cover on that wall? Panel cover? Whoa, there's a secret panel in there. This control panel is installed in all the rooms Mr. Master repaired. So as not to detract from the research presentation, the cover was closed to conceal it. What does the panel do? It allows you to change the temperature and the lighting in the room. In order to preserve any type of dessert, it can go down to about -22 degrees. The room would be like a freezer. Except to 59 degrees. So, no wonder I thought it was cold. Detective Bat, I'm not allowed to change the temperature, am I? Preserving the crime scene is the foundation of being a detective. But I'm not a detective. The defense attorney can't realistically damage a crime scene either. Indeed, Sir Assistant, enduring hardship is also part of training. In order to preserve chocolate 59 to 69 degrees, the ideal temperature. The local temperature for chocolate as expected of the dessert chef. There is but a trifle. This is a basic knowledge that anyone should know if they're dessert chef. So, what's the ideal temperature for candy and fresh cream? As long as you watch out for humidity and hot temperatures, the candy should melt. For fresh cream, around 50 degrees the ideal temperature. You need to watch out for the humidity and hot temperatures for candy. I see. Detective Bat, he seemed a bit happy when they were talking about candy. Is candy one of his favorite things? I already checked this area earlier, but it never hurts to take another look. This picture of an angel is not a dessert, but rather the angel's recipe. Prize for the contest. Okay. Since this control panel can change the temperature and the color of the lights in this room. Color are red, yellow, green, blue, cyan, and white. That shows a lot. This room's temperature is 59 degrees and that lights are set to white. Because they work in this room are made of chocolate. By using white light, chocolate can stand out. Mr. Master, everything in this room is probably a piece of art. This was the right the body was discovered. Yeah. Body has been removed, but otherwise the crime scene has remained untouched. Seems that the body was discovered inside this chocolate treasure chest. The person who discovered it was Miss Hall. Monsieur Master, are you in here? She heard the sound of something breaking inside this room and came in. I would like a little more information about this. What's this? Something has been dropped inside the treasure chest. This seems to be some kind of seal with a design and the initials carved into it. LHP, right? Again, HQ. Was it the signatures with this? Was it the victims? I don't know if it was the victims, but we should take it for now. Aye! It's the Pierre Hoquet. Yeah, Pierre Hoquet. We have here. What do we have here? Seems that the stand supporting the ship has been broken. The ship tipped over and broke the treasure chest, didn't it? Maybe the victim have been crushed by the ship and killed. If that were the case, this would have been an accidental death. You two aren't serious about that, right? Well, we were only discussing one of the possibilities. I was being pretty serious though. Detective, Bat, I would like you to tell me about the state of the victim. Do you mean a photo of the body? Here, look at it. All you like? Okay. It seems the victim was beaten to death with a blunt object. Beaten to death? Has the murder ever been found? He prosecuted and charged later. Seems he doesn't intend to tell me frankly. Sorry, may I borrow this photograph? Sure. It's not a photo that was taken by the police. Miss Hall took a photo of the body with an instant camera when she discovered it. An instant camera? Is that like a disposable camera? Instant camera is a camera that can develop its film right up after taking a picture. Yeah, such a convenient camera exists. Anyway, let's go over the state of the crime scene a bit. This photo upon closer examination contradicts the state of the crime scene. I'll have to deduce the contradiction to resolve this matter. Deduce, huh? What do we have? What is different? I'm not sure, but it's either way somewhere around here, so... Deduce!
Eureka!
Eureka! This part here is contradicts this piece of evidence. Ship is confectionery. How sweet. Otherwise, we could board the ship and sail down the chocolate river. Okay, that's what's wrong. There's something that was here before it isn't anymore. Somewhere around. Pretty sure. I'm not sure, like...
Eureka!
Are you sure the only thing the police removed from the crime scene was the body? They also took away the piece of cloth that Belle was wrapped in. In that case, a major contradiction has been created at the crime scene. Contradiction? Detective Bat, please look at the crime scene carefully once more. The blood stain that should have remained at the crime scene has disappeared. I definitely didn't get any reports about the blood stain being cleaned up. I'll check with forensics. Stage work? What happened? Comparing the photo and the crime scene, something struck me as being out of place. In the photo, the chocolate underneath the body remained intact inside the treasure chest. However, in the actual crime scene, it's missing. The chocolate within with the blood stain has completely vanished. Yes, did the police remove it, or was this the work of the criminal? According to the forensics, no one has cleaned up any blood stains. I see, well, that would mean someone erased the blood stain. Who knows? Okay, we got some logic now. Let's see what we got. Breaking sound. Probably a broken stand. Due to a broken stand, the ship lost its balance. It would seem Miss Hall entered the room upon hearing the ship collapse. Yeah, when Miss Hall entered the room, the ship had already fallen over. At any rate, I wonder why the stand broke. Maybe there was something wrong with the ship's balance in the first place? Is that really true? Or that and that. Oh. Then chambered deserts and each of Mr. Master's works has a piece that was missing. Add to that the fact that the ship's chocolate stand was broken. I think we can surmise that someone ransacked this room. And the one who did it could be the true culprit. But I don't know. But I think it's safe to say that the ship's stand got broken when the room was ransacked. And when the ship fell over, it broke the treasure chest lid. I expect now that the lid of the treasure chest was originally closed. Oh yeah, we have... What are you investigating? Sir, I'm checking the temperature of the stream. What have you learned? Sir, this stream has warm water. The stream is connected to a fountain in the patio and runs through every room. It's an unusual construction for a room, the minds of the rich. I'll never understand. Oh, nice done. It seems our investigation of this room is just about to over. We should make it clear. Chef Master is the culprit. Well, in the chocolate chest, the cause of death seems to be hard blow to the head by a blunt object. Some circumstances are unclear regarding a part of the treasure chest area, chest and bloodstain. So the third is that in Mr. Master's rooms have one part missing. Before the ship's fall, the treasure chest lid was closed. Why? All the rooms in this mansion were locked from the inside, and the only way to open them from the outside was to use this key to the mansion. You know who had the key? Master was the only one with the key. There were no spare keys. No spare keys, huh? By using the mansion key, Master could enter all the contestants' rooms. Of course, the key could also lock his room from the outside. However, Mr. Master's room is currently unlocked. Yeah, that's why I suspect Master is the culprit. I'd like to hear your reasoning in more detail. Oh! If the body had been found in a locked room, Master would have been the prime suspect. That's why Master made sure to leave the door to his own room unlocked. And to ensure that the body would be seen, Master broke the lid on the treasure chest. After the judging, everyone was scheduled to meet in Master's room. That would have created the impression that the murder had occurred while he was away. Contrary to his expectations, the body was discovered by Miss Hall. That's my reason for suspecting Master. Got that, Ace Attorney? So you also think it was Mr. Master himself who vandalized this room? Yeah. Your defense attorneys believe that justice lies in trusting your clients. But I'm a detective. If I believe every poor sap's story, I let the suspicious ones get away. I understand your reasoning thoroughly. However, I'd like you to hear my thoughts on the subject now. Fine. Detective Bat believes that he is right, but I won't give up so easily. And I can't accept his reasoning. I'll have to show him evidence that contradicts it. Alright, I think I have one I know. Where is it? Ensure?
Objection!
Objection! Originally, the victim's body was hidden inside the chocolate treasure chest. Miss Hall entered the room when she heard a sound. I think it is likely that this was the sound of the chocolate ship falling over. Yeah, that's what you would think, just by looking at the crime scene. You said that Mr. Master broke the treasure chest lid himself? But this photo shows that the ship's fall caused the lid to break. If the lid broke just before the Miss Hall had found the body, then Mr. Master, who was in the middle of judging, could not have broken it. I noticed that the Master broke the lid correctly. The ship was set up to fall during the judging. I believe he tampered with the stand.
Objection!
Objection! Do you have proof he tampered with it? No, but the investigation isn't completely over yet. It seems they still haven't found anything conclusive. Have you found any other fingerprints other than Mr. Master's in this room? Yeah, and there were some left on the door. The victim Dover and Master were also among the fingerprints left behind. Before we made our research, we all gathered here to have the judging explained to us. Perhaps that was when we left those fingerprints. But you didn't find any fingerprints on the works in this room. What? Someone tampered with the chocolate in this room. So perhaps there are other fingerprints on it apart from Mr. Master's? No matter what we find, it won't clear Master of suspicion. Labby, hurry up and dust the chocolate for fingerprints. Roger that, sir. Detective Bat, we found another person's fingerprints on all the chocolates in this room. Whose fingerprints? They belong to a pastry chef by the name of Delicia. Good work. Return to the investigation. Yes, sir. Delicia! It would seem that there are other suspicious people outside, besides Mr. Master after all. I don't need a defense attorney to tell me that. I'm not stopping my investigation. We will just go and listen to what this Delicia has to say. Delicia Gustavia told us about her not long ago. Is she really a frightening woman who would do anything to achieve her goal? That's right, this Delicia lady sounds mighty suspicious to me. It seems that it will be necessary for us to speak with her directly after as well. Detective Bat, would you allow us to accompany you? I'm not obliged to do that. What? But you were the one who discovered the truth of this crime scene. Fine, have it your way. Follow me. Detective Bat, thank you. Detective Bat, sir, are you sure about that? Right now, that prosecutor is in the room. Doesn't matter. Him and I don't see eye to eye. Him? Who's the prosecutor in charge of this case anyway? Manfred von Karma. What? Von Karma is in charge? He hasn't lost a case in 25 years. Manfred von Karma, the living legend of the prosecutor's office. The rumors of his courtroom performances are to believe. He's a man who would do anything for a guilty verdict. No matter what kind of prosecutor he is, I can only hold true to the path I believe in. To be continued. Save the game, save the game. Save the game, save the game. Wow, a candy castle and there are even more fairies over there? This room seems to be structured in the same way as Master's room. It's nowhere near as cold. This room also seems to have been fitted with a temperature control panel. It's over by that orange lamp, right? Indeed, let's not forget to investigate it later. Inside, this room is like something out of fairy tale. Is there a cream-covered castle Delicia's work? Where is Delicia? Oi, can I help you? Oi? Hello boys, I'm Delicious Scones. In my native England, I'm known as Miss Delicious. Being called a boy even though I'm already 34? Certainly a rare experience. Boys, I understand you calling me that, but... Stetchworth? As far as I'm concerned, you are all boys to me, even that detective over there. My name is Bat, not Boy. Just how old is this woman? Mr. Attorney, let's just finish our business here. Right. You, what do you think you're doing, conversing with a mere attorney? Karma. Mr. Edgeworth, a scary man came out of the candy castle. One Karma. This man is Prosecutor One Karma? He Manny. So he's One Karma. Pleased to meet you, Prosecutor One Karma. My name is Gregory Edgeworth, defense attorney. Puh, I have no interest in the names of defense attorneys. After all, they only exist to be crushed by me. What a rude man. That piercing gaze and thorough bro. Ugh, he's even scarier than the rumors say. Although that statement was also very rude. Prosecutor Von Karma, would you allow us to investigate too? You think I would give information to a mere defense attorney? I thought it won't be that simple. However, I'll make a special exception for this room. Why did he change his mind so quickly? You old bloodhound. Don't call me that. My name is Bat. A mere detective speaking back to me. I admire your courage at least. Bat, stand watch and see to it that they don't misbehave. Why me? We'll accept your refusal. Well then, I'll be investigating Gustavia's room next. See, I'm babysitting again. wonder if I and One Karma are investigating together. In the state of being a bad on bad terms, it seems like they hardly know each other. Is that right? Now that we have got One Karma's permission, we can continue investigating. Yes, his manner bothers me, but I'm glad we can at least continue the investigation. Hold it, I also need to investigate his room. I don't want you disturbing their room. So you'll investigate after me. What? Aren't you the detective in charge of this case? Why haven't you investigated this room yet? The detective in charge of this initial investigation was a close colleague of One Karma. I came to take over for him, so I only got to this mansion just recently. But that's why he and One Karma are investigating together. Detective Bat, will you allow us to investigate with you like before? In doing so, you'll be able to supervise us and also ensure we don't tamper with anything. You want me to watch you? You're a strange lawyer. I'll let you stick around a little longer. Yeah, you did, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you, Detective Bat. But if I decide you are holding up in the investigation, you'll have to leave. Yes, I understand. Well then, let's begin the investigation. Okay, let's check this first. There's a cover on the wall, just like in Mr. Master's room. Let's open it up. The room temperature is 68 degrees and the lights are set to green. Gustavia said that 50 degrees is the ideal temperature for fresh cream. This room's temperature is too high. Too high? This is intriguing. Can't believe this amazing castle is made entirely out of confectionery. I know, what a work of fantasy. It's like a fairy tale world. You like all this fairy tale stuff, don't you? Ah, sorry. Got a bit too excited, didn't I? No, it's interesting to me since you're so enthusiastic about it, man, like my son. Your son? He's only in grade school, yet he prefers to read law books instead of fairy tales. I'm worried about that he won't be able to make any friends that he can talk to. What an interesting kid. I'd like to be his friend. You'd be more of an older brother to him. An older brother? Huh? Well, I've got some growing up to do then. Yes, and that's why we have to continue with the investigation. Okay, what do we have? Castle doors are open. If someone opens the door, they really should remember to close it afterwards. Please say that directly to Prosecutor One Karma though. Ah, looks like there's some stuff inside. Let's see. Wait, I'll examine it. Stay out of the way. This fresh cream melts too easily. Fresh cream, huh? Seems like Detective Batsy's shoes got covered in cream. Why were the subjects kept inside the Candy Castle? If there's anything you want to investigate, you better speak up now. There are rolls of blue cloth here. Looks like there's 4 of them in all. The sunlights don't look like desserts. Yeah, I don't know what the cloth is for. It almost seems like it was hidden here inside the castle. Also, the color of this cloth, it looks familiar somehow. There's the 4 fairies and the Curious Candy Castle. It seems that this was the team for Delicious Works. It's not just the candy. That's what I'm curious about. What do we have? Yeah. Two big rocks are placed here. It's like a storage room. Yet the inside of the candy castle isn't so dreamy. Hey, maybe they are raw gemstones. Who knew that there was such a treasure hidden within the castle? It's like a rather careless way to handle the treasure. Looks like there's something underneath it. Underneath the rocks? Pedestal? Of course, it's a pedestal for displaying the gems. Well, in any case, this is an ordinary object. I think that's alright. Pedestal rock. Temperature brings dead. Yeah, that's not. Oh wait, it's not in. What if I can? Oops, not that one. Not that one, not that one. Oops. This pillar has a hexagonal recess. It's like a pedestal, but it has nothing in it. Hexagonal recess, I wonder what would have been put in there. Oh, wait, it's the rocks in there. A giant strawberry would fit with the fresh cream. Too bad, I don't think strawberries are hexagonal. I was just hoping. And I hope it's a banana. I think I prefer blueberries. And I prefer raspberries. Listen. For sure. The rock's pedestal has a similar shape to the recesses on the castle's pillars. Perhaps the rock is meant to be placed on top of the pillars. Oh, that's right, they're both hexagonal. I wonder why they were hidden inside the castle, though. The blue cloth and the rocks inside the castle. Wonder if they belong to Delicia? Delicia? Those things in the castle, what are they used for? Those? I'm afraid I can't tell you. Looks like Von Karma is keeping her silent. I've been found out. He'll get mad at me if I talk. Rascal Von Karma. Doesn't intend to being upfront with this information. Oh, it's just such a shame. We finally figured out where the rocks are supposed to go. Could it be that you are interested in my goods? Yeah, your goods. Those are my popular relaxation goods. You mean the rocks and the cloth? Yes, see, that's right. You see, they are not actually rocks, but special lamps made from rock salt. Wow, so those are lamps. It's going to be more exciting. Because the cloth also has an amazing secret. As soon as we showed interest in her goods, she became quite talkative. Since we got them out, come and experience the therapy, boys. Patty, could you put everything up? It's not Patty, it's bad. So you won't do it? Is Patty being a bad boy? Labby, are you done photographing this room? Yes, sir, I am. Then go and help Delicia. Yes, sir, I'm on it. Thanks. I knew you were a good boy underneath, Patty. Miss Delicious, that was amazing. You even pursued a detective path. That's a lot, Patty, and you too, Forensics. She even gave the Forensics a nickname. I think that's her way of showing how she cares. What's so therapeutic about these things anyway? We don't have time for that now, Patty. Show's about to begin. Forensics? Forensics. Finishing touches, please. Yes, ma'am. Oh. Wow, it's so beautiful. It really is. I wish my son could see this. Oh, I told you so, right? The flower fairies are in the Curious Candy Castle was the theme of my word. It's so sparkling and cute, right? It seems like one of them is missing something. The truth is, I had planned to unveil it during the contest. Well, I'm glad I got to show it to you boys. Huh? But it doesn't look like the rock salt lamps are lighting up. Huh? Wonder why. I think I need to examine the rocks and the fairies again. Oi! It's blood! Looks like both the lamps and the pillars are broken. All of their light bulbs are broken. Maybe they were trapped on the floor. Some sort of red stain on this lamp's surface. Stain? Could be. That smell. There's no mistaking it. It's blood stain. That's a blood stain? Why is there blood stain on this lamp? I wonder if this has something to do with the lamp bulb being broken. Should also take a look at the other lamp here. So this is where Delicia originally needed to put the lamps. Don't get why she put them in the castle. Since they are broken and don't light up, maybe she decided to put them out of the way. She wanted them out of the way. There are many other places to store them. It's like old saying, hide the sword in the sugar bag. Then the saying goes, hide a tree in the forest. Delicia intended to use these lamps as decorations during the contest. Creates a contradiction with that piece of evidence. And it reveals the contradiction of the scene. It is. Wait, it's a rock salt. Ingredients are not made from the desserts are prohibited. Yeah.
Eureka!
Click the bat, please read the contest leaflet. Decorations not made from desserts are prohibited. Huh? These rock salt lamps and the fluorescent cloths go against the rules. So maybe that's why they were hidden in the castle. Wonder about that. The mission is to investigate further into Delicious actions. What else do we got? Oh, maybe that. Yeah. Delicia broke the rules, man. The reason the fresh cream is so fragile is due to the temperature in this room. So my shoes got cream because the room temperature is set at 68. Speaking of which, when you open the castle door, the doorknob didn't break. Yeah, it was stronger than I thought. Strong? A dessert? Click the bat. Could you have a closer look at that doorknob? It would seem this doorknob isn't a dessert. And it's not just the doorknob, this castle not in the fairies. They're just plastic molds coated in fresh cream. Then this isn't a dessert piece of at all. It would seem they're just fake dessert covered in fresh cream. Oi, 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 oi. She's cheating. Then the doll's right. Unlike the other fairies, this one doesn't have fluorescent cloth. Oh, Miss Delicious is not right to leave one out. Don't like it either, but one fluorescent cloth and machine last gone missing. You lost a cloth? A machine? What sort of machine is it? Oh, let me tell you. Each piece of fluorescent cloth is hooked up to one of these machines. The machine is called a Rainbow Light Device. What? Okay. Light is sent through the cable around and into the cloth, which is made of the optic fibers. Just fiddle around with the settings and repeat, and it will turn into all sorts of colors. When it glows red, it's like a raging inferno, and when it glows blue, you can almost feel the glittering cool eyes. It's powered by a long-lasting battery that's resistant to changes in temperature. I'm not very familiar with these kinds of devices. Is that right? She's saying it's a machine that transmits light to a special cloth. I see, it's amazing what they can come up with these days. So one rainbow light device and one fluorescent cloth are missing. Yes, see, that's right. Where could they be? This fluorescent cloth could be related to a case. Okay. For sure this. And that for sure. There is even evidence that the victim was beaten to death with a blunt object. What's more, there's a bloodstain on one of the broken rock salt lamps. Could this lamp have been this murder weapon? You're right, it could have been used as a weapon. Labby, is the blood analysis on this rock salt lamp finished? Yes, sir. It finished just a few moments ago. The bloodstain on that lamp belonged to the victim. You heard what he said? Uh-huh. The murder weapon was hidden in Delicia's room. We need to consider her as one of the suspects as well. Using decorations that were against the rules and making fake desserts. A lot of Delicious' actions seem suspicious. Yeah, it doesn't seem like she's aiming to be the world's greatest pastry chef. Also, the temperature of this room is way too high. Is there a reason for that? Wonder. I think we should ask Delicia directly. Miss Delicious? You don't seem as energetic as you were earlier. Delicia, can I just ask, did something happen with one Karma? Yes, see, nothing of the sort. But you just said yes, see. That yes, see just now was only a greeting. You're a cute boy, I like you. What's your first name? It's Raymond, but... Well, Ray, I think you'll make a good man of yourself someday. Ray? How about that? I think you have a way with pretty ladies. She's a little different from my image of a lady. Why don't we listen to what she has to say? Could you please tell me about your actions during the contest? Yes, you began making research for the contest around 10 o'clock. Basically, I was in here making my desserts the whole time. At 1:30, I joined the afternoon tea for about an hour or so. Afternoon tea? It's a social occasion where conversation is had over black tea and cakes. So it's pretty much a tea party. Well, I suppose. Oh, Greggy, you're a smart boy, aren't you? When did I become Greggy? Where was the afternoon tea held? It took place in the gardens outside of the Phantom Patio. It's our customary break time during the contest. It's always held at the same time. Today there were just 3 of us who took part: Jeffy, Katie, and me. Since Jeffy had already finished his creations, he was there from beginning to end. Icy and Gus didn't join in because they hadn't finished their desserts yet. So everyone other than Mr. Dover and Mr. Gustavier participated. Yes, actually I hadn't finished my dessert yet either. Just wanted to try some of Jeffy's handmade pastries and Katie's fresh brewed tea. So after I had eaten my fill, I returned before everyone else. During the contest, did you enter any of the other contestant rooms? What are you saying? Found your fingerprints on the dessert at the crime scene. You found them? Are you admitting that you went to the scene of the murder? I admit it. But I'm not the murderer. It's the honest truth. Please hear me out. The honest truth. What were you doing in the Mr. Master's room? The truth is, I was studying his desserts. Studying? Because Jeff is so talented at making sweets. Well, nobody was in his room at the time, so I just decided to study his works for a bit. Dessert study, huh? But if you were just looking, you wouldn't have left your fingerprints behind. Yes, see, it's natural that I left fingerprints on the desserts. For the sake of the research, I ate some of his desserts. Isn't that like stealing food? Couldn't be. The one who wrecked Mr. Master's room was... I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention to vandalize the room, but I did eat a few parts of the dessert in his room. Jesus. I secretly ate little bits and pieces so Jeffy wouldn't find out. So did you eat the chip stand as well? Yes, see, I did. The chocolate chip broke because of you? Ew, I'm sorry. So the reason she left the afternoon tea early was to preserve her appetite. But you've got to believe me on this. I'm not the murderer. Her actions are sufficiently suspicious, but I won't press on it yet. The room temperature. Delicia, why is the room temperature set to 68? The cold doesn't agree with me, plus it's bad for the body. This figure doesn't just maintain itself, you know. Naturally, as a lady, I want to look young forever. Wonder how old Miss Delicious really is. Raymond, a true gentleman never asks a woman her age. This room is mainly filled with the cream. And 50 is the recommended temperature for preserving fresh cream. What? Really? Now it's all gone to waste. Looks like Miss Delicious didn't know. I thought she was supposed to be a first-class pastry chef. The fake desserts and the rule violations, and now her lack of basic knowledge. Looks like she keeps many secrets. Ding, ding, ding. Delicious knowledge in the art of dessert making is lacking in fundamental areas, and she claims she went into the master's room in order to study his desserts. These actions and ideas are not fitting of someone aiming to be the world's greatest pastry chef. Yeah, they don't sound like the words of a bro. It sounds like she doesn't even realize it, or maybe she isn't a real pastry chef. Perhaps she had some other intention. It's possible that she didn't go into a room to study desserts. So then, you're saying Miss Delicious is the criminal? We can't say that for sure yet, but I know she's hiding something from us. That's enough investigating. Found much more than I expected. Yet something from before still bothers me. Prosecutor Von Karma must have found the murder weapon in this room, so then why did he let Delicia be? Firstly, he must ascertain Von Karma's true motive. Firstly, I must ascertain Von Karma's true motive. Detective Bat, I would like to ask Prosecutor Von Karma something. I've also got business with him, and Delicia there too. What's the idea, Batty? Don't glare at me like that. Seems Detective Bat also has doubts about Delicia and Von Karma. Delicia, would you come with us for a moment? Yes, see, that's fine. What for? We have to find Von Karma. There are some things we need to talk about. Prosecutor Von Karma, we need to talk about the case. Tick, tick, tick. From the look on your face, it's assumed you have found the murder weapon. Yes, we discovered the murder weapon in Delicious' room. It would seem Mr. Master isn't the only suspect in this case. That's not true. Where the murder weapon was found does not change the fact that Master is the culprit. As long as I am here, why is Von Karma so sure of himself? Well then, aren't you going to explain why the murder weapon was in Delicious' room? Naturally. If you wish to know, I'll tell you. In order to paint the crime on Delicia, Master used the truck cell lamp to kill the victim. He then deposited the murder weapon in Delicia's room. If he had left the murder weapon at the crime scene, Master would have been the one suspected. He couldn't move the body, but it was easy to move the murder weapon. Ergo, there would be no evidence pointing to a specific culprit at the crime scene. There he... Okay. Mr. Master took the rock salt lamp. Precisely. I carried out the investigation myself. There can be no room for doubt. Do you have evidence that he moved it? That will not be necessary. What? Tick, tick, tick. You have an objection, say it. Do you think a mere defense attorney can break my logic? Yes, I can. And I will. This one. Where is it?
Objection!
It's true that the murder weapon and bloodstain disappeared from the vicinity. However, there was still one piece of incriminating evidence left behind. Have a look at this photograph, which was taken when the body was first discovered. This cloth was used to wrap the body. Doesn't it remind you of the fluorescent cloud from the delicious room? My fluorescent cloud was at the crime scene? Fluorescent cloud? You, just what part of this cloud is fluorescent? This one Karma doesn't know about this cloud secret. Looks like a normal cloud at first glance, but if you use this rainbow light device, you can make it glow. Let's get one Karma. Seems like a surprise. I don't think it was the cloud's ability to glow that surprised him. One sheet of this fluorescent cloud is currently unaccounted for. Now I'd like you to look at the color of the cloud in this photo. Don't you think it looks like the color of the fluorescent cloud before it's been lit up? Both the rock salt lamp and the fluorescent cloud originally belonged to Delicia. Would it be natural to assume that this cloud was used to wrap the body? Investigator 1 Karma. I believe the present condition give us much reason to suspect Delicia. Hold it, Cracky, do you really suspect me? I don't yet know if you are the culprit, but it is true that you are hiding something, and am I right? That's... So, you're saying that the murder weapon and the cloth were originally from Delicia's room? Yes? See. What's so funny? Just as I expected from you. The murder weapon and the cloth are not from her room. How unfortunate for you. What does he mean? Before the contest began, Master noticed her violation of the rules. He confiscated the cloth and the rock salt lamp and kept them in his room for safekeeping. What? The victim was not seen as he stayed locked up in his room after the contest had begun. The only one who could have unlocked the locked rooms was Jeff Master. The murder weapon, the rock salt lamp, was being kept in Master's room. This should be decisive evidence in proving Master's guilt. Defense attorney, you've lost to me before you even had a chance to stand in court. What's this? What? Was all our investigation for nothing? It's delicious. Why don't you tell us about your confiscated items? Well... Manny said I'd look suspicious if I did. Ask you one Karma? And it's true, you all suspect me, don't you? Tick. How clumsy of you, defense attorney. One Karma. That's why he let us investigate Delicious room. In your clumsiness, there's one more thing I need to inform you of. 2 sets of fingerprints were found on the murder weapon. 2? Yes, they belong to Chef Master and Delicious Scones. No other fingerprints were found. After our master killed Bulber with the confiscated rock salt lamp, he foolishly concealed the murder weapon, burying his own fingerprints in his own rooms. Sick. I don't even need to prove my case in court. I've made more than enough perfect evidence to prove Master's guilt.
Objection!
Hold it! I still have some doubts about the fluorescent cloth found in Mr. Master's room. Irrelevant. After disposing of the body, he intended to return it to Delicious room. And have enough information to refute Von Karma's reasoning? Nothing left to say? If your job is done, leave this place. That's... Can't give up yet. We have wasted enough time as it is. Bat, take them away. There are still some doubts left in our investigation. Detective Bat. What's the meaning of this? It's not my nature to leave any doubt behind. There's still one piece of evidence that has yet to be identified. That's right. There are still the traces of someone left behind. Talk about your doubts as much as you want later. But this my dear attorney, is none of your business.
Objection!
No, I also have some doubts about one piece of evidence. It's likely that I have the same doubt Detective Bat has. What? This is the piece of evidence left with Mr. Master that is yet to be identified. Oi! No fingerprints were found. Somebody left glove fingerprints on one of the Mr. Master's desserts. If these were the killer's finger marks, then it's possible that the killer also didn't leave any fingerprints on the murder weapon. How did you know the state of the crime scene? I gave them permission to investigate. Bat, what possessed you to let the defense turn into a crime scene? I don't recall you telling me not to let them in. Such impudence. You best remember, Bat. Your salary review depends on me. This isn't good for Bat. I'm so glad I have a kind boss like Mr. Edgeworth. Your salary review depends on how you perform here. I'm surprised that one mere attorney like you managed to uncover in such a short time. However, it's possible those finger marks were the Master's own doing, because he always wore gloves while cooking. Do you have evidence that those finger marks were left by Master? Moreover, there are still a few points of suspicion that are surrounding Delicia. Oh? You still haven't given up on that? Grecky, you still suspect me? I've already apologized for stealing a few bites. I don't want to suspect you. However, I can't easily trust those who tell lies. You must still be hiding something. Greggy's a bully. Don't you know the temperature of fresh cream must be kept at? You call yourself a dessert chef, but you lack even the most basic knowledge. I'm sorry for my lack of knowledge. In your case, it's not even about the lack of knowledge. In truth, you don't even know how to make a dessert. Do you? Defense attorney, stop trying to force your own reasoning. In a court of law, the evidence tells all. If you say the witness is lying, show it with evidence. We're not in court yet, but very well. This evidence shows that the Delicia can make desserts. Make desserts, man. The only thing Delicia made were those that broke the rules. The lamp and the clock that broke the rules were being held in Master's room. There's no way the witness could have returned them to her room. Objection. Those were not the only fake desserts that she made. What? Her desserts may look like something out of the fairy tale at first glance, but in reality, they are nothing but a mannequins decorated with cream. Apart from the cream, they're all fake. This is not something I want aiming to become the world's greatest basic chef would do. Is this true, Bandit? Yes, my shoes can attest to that. Will that be enough to convince Prosecutor Von Karma? Once he sees that what Delicia has done, he'll have no choice but to be convinced. Delicia, the fact that your actions could lead to you being a suspect is no laughing matter. I didn't murder. Is it time you told us the whole truth? Who are you, and why were you indulging yourself in another contestant's work? Yes, see, I understand. The truth is, I'm not really a dessert chef, like I led you to believe. I'm actually a pharmacist. What? A pharmacist? That's a completely different occupation. It's no wonder he couldn't hide his surprise. Why is a pharmacist like you participating in this contest? I just love eating desserts. I joined because I thought I'd be able to eat some of Jeffy's desserts. I never thought I'd end up making it to the finals. Even Prosecutor Von Karma is at a loss for words. So that's the real reason why you entered the contest? Yes, see, as expected, Jeffy's desserts were oh so good. So, the glove finger marks on the picture frame were you doing? No way, I never wore gloves. Delicia's fingerprints were found on Mr. Master's chocolate. So it's true that she wasn't wearing gloves? Yes, see, exactly. You do believe me, Gretchen. Is your face stuffed with nothing but desserts? Sorry, Manny. I think it's her belly that's stuffed. Her Master's desserts all that you ate? Actually, no. After the afternoon tea, I also ate Ice's desserts. You mean you entered the victim's room? Yes, see, exactly. Their room was empty after all. Perhaps the victim was already dead by then. Well, my first bite tasted way too salty and I couldn't eat it. So I ate the delicious star-shaped dessert that was nearby. It's delicious. You really are a glutton. It's rare you see a woman with this kind of appetite. That's all I did. Reki, Manny, everyone. Sorry I caused you trouble. Now that you told us the truth, everything's fine. There's no need to apologize. This does not mean that your testimony is trustworthy. I'll be investigating the victim's room after this. Only then will I decide if your testimony is true. Once again, one Karma, I'd like to go as well. I also need to ascertain whether my reasoning up until now has been correct. I'll let you follow, but I have no intention of letting you investigate. That's enough for me. Yes, what is the meaning of this? Oh. There's nothing. The dessert adorning the victim's room had disappeared without trace. Was this the true killer's doing? A body that was hidden inside the dessert, and a murder weapon that was moved. Further investigation would be required to arrive at the truth of this case. To be continued. You're back. Oops, I guess I went on for a little too long there. Something like that happened. I had no idea. None of the case files I read went into such details. But I doubt there would be anything in there that would be inconvenient to the prosecution, especially with that one Karma at the head. How did the investigation go from there? The desserts had disappeared from the victim's room, so the investigation hit a rough patch. As that, it took about a whole year before a verdict was handed down. 1 whole year? This was before the whole 3-day pre-trial system was established. Trials didn't need to finish in the short amount of time that they do now. I see. Did they ever find out why the victim's dessert disappeared? Well, kinda. His dessert was like a candy-iced sculpture made from the sherbet. Since it was made from ice, the general consensus was that it had melted. However, that might not quite be the case. What do you mean? This museum used to be Mr. Master's mansion, stage of the IS-7 incident. And in this very place, they are exhibiting the sherbet saloon from 18 years ago. The victim's dessert? Yep, though it could be just a replica of the original. That's why Uncle Ray had to come today to check it out. And for you old man too. Now then, let's get a move on and check out the room. Pretty sure it's over in the Winter Palace. The Winter Palace should be... Huh? It's locked up. That's odd. They already opened the museum. Mr. Shields, according to the pamphlet we received at the entrance, the Winter Palace is over here. Really? I could have sworn it was this one. Alright, let's just scoot. We gotta confirm the truth of what happened 18 years ago. Man, it's still as cold as ever. Uncle Ray's gonna freeze solid. Seems the Winter Palace lives up to its name. It's like a freezer in here. With the light dimming like this, it's almost as if the room itself is made of ice. I think the control panel for the room temperature is on the back wall. Mouse, why don't you check what temperature it's set at for me? Uncle Ray's gonna give the curator a piece of his mind later. It's way too cold in here. Very well. But if you want to look around the room a bit, feel free to stay or freeze to your heart's content. I'll get the camera ready. I want to take some pictures of this place and show it to your old man. Let's do it. What do we have? A giant block of ice being displayed here. It appears to be quite heavy. No, the inside must be hollow. On the surface there's an image of the stars and written description. The Pleiades, also known as the Seven Sisters, a star cluster that comprises a part of the torus. Before all the city starts to be grouped together as a cluster, the race of the ancient people must have been very imprecise. Okay, let's check. Mr. Shields, I can't find the temperature control panel. Ah, right. They keep it where it's hard to find. Just one moment. Ah, it's locked. Makes sense. They wouldn't want the guests changing the temperature themselves. According to the pamphlet, the Winter Palace has a temperature of 27. That's cold. Uncle Ray's gonna freeze to death. Yes, I'll need to find someone to share body heat with, preferably a beautiful lady. Oh, are you trying to freeze me to death as well with those cold eyes? Of course not. There are two sculptures displayed here. These sculptures are replicas of the desert. Desert that vanished 18 years ago. Impressive, huh? These sculptures are made of ice. Yes, my father never got to see these ice sculptures, and now, 18 years later, I'm standing before them. Miles, sorry to bother you while you are deep in thought. Should turn this way a little. Like this. Yes, like that. Mr. Shields, you're not... Say cheese! Mr. Shields, please don't take pictures of me. Sorry, my bad. I just wanted to make sure the camera works okay. That camera looks quite old. Yeah, well, that's because it's an old-fashioned camera. You know, an instant camera. Automatically develops the photos after shooting. Pretty cool, huh? Yes, I know. Though I never used one. You're quite the know-it-all. You really are the old man's son. Could you move a bit? I want to take some more photos of the room. His face has taken on an unusually serious expression. He's probably thinking about the IS-7 incident. Man, I snap a punch. And they're already developed, see? He shoved them in my face before I could reply. Well, I have one more question for you, Mr. Know-it-all. Do you know what these two sculptures represent? The sculptures of Taurus and Gemini from the Winter constellations. Ooh, bingo, not bad, Miles. It's probably why they call this room the Winter Palace. Uncle Ray is feeling generous today, so I'll give you a copy of this photo too. Thanks. It's gonna be interesting, okay. Are these replicas of the constellations deserts that were made 18 years ago? Yeah, it looks like these two sculptures are also made of sherbait. Oh, so this is the IS-7 incident. Winter Palace, Summer Palace, Spring Palace, Fountain Photo, Autumn Palace. Okay, associated temperature, season, and constellations. Okay, 27 minus. Okay, so minus 3 Celsius. 12 Celsius. Spring, summer is 28 Celsius. 18 for autumn. Gray's only seen the real sculptures in photos, but these sculptures look like the real deal. This is what you wanted to show me. Yeah, I think you old man would have wanted to see it as well. I'm sorry, Uncle Ray didn't have the courage to come here alone. I apologize, this was a good opportunity to learn about my father's case. That means a lot to me. So, you want me to take another commemorative photo? No, thanks. Alrighty, now that I've got some pictures of this room, let's check out the other palaces. Might as well see them all, since we're already here. I suppose you're right. Oh! That yell just now came from the fountain patio. Let's go, Miles. Oh! Oh! Oh, that's the chef! The one who's down there. And that's Larry, isn't it? That's Larry. There's someone passed out on the floor, and that man there is... Oh my. Larry, what are you doing here? No, I'm getting ahead of myself. What exactly happened here? Itchy! I saw something that no one should ever have to see again. Larry, calm down. Why is there someone passed out here? I didn't do anything. I just fell down all of a sudden. This man, he can't be. Excuse me, but what is the matter here? You can't raise such a ruckus in the museum, boys. This end is... Seems like he's still breathing, but this is a bad situation. Miles, it's not safe here. Get everyone out of here. Everyone, get away from that room right now. There's poison gas coming out from it. Poison gas? Jesus. Mr. Shields, how is the victim? It looks like he breathed in a little too much of the poison gas. He's still unconscious. According to the doctor in the ambulance, there are no external injuries or any other wounds. Thanks to our unfortunate timing, we were able to save him before he was too far gone. But he's not out of the woods yet. He's currently being treated by a specialist in the infirmary. I see, Mr. Shields, is he an acquaintance of yours? Yeah, you could say that. This is Dane Kuzdavia. He was involved in the I-7 incident. The pastry chef, so he was involved in the case 18 years ago. At least the other guy is doing alright. Is he a friend of yours, Miles? Yes, you could say that. It is fortunate you were not hurt, Larry. What's you could say that's supposed to mean, Edgy? How could you treat a childhood friend like that? That's just cruel. And also, when I'm dressed like this, I'm called Laurice, the oxonym. You know? So don't call me Larry, it's Laurice. Laurice? This man is Larry Baz. He's nothing but trouble, but he's been one of my friends since grade school. Some time ago, he awakened to the calling of art and assumed the alias Laurice the oxonym. But a boss by any other name would smell just as much. Really? You two are childhood friends? I better report that to your old man too. I'm sure it will bring him joy, but he was always worried about you not being able to make friends. Good for you, Echi. Aren't you glad to have a bosom body like me? My father was worried about something like that. But anyway, what are you doing in a place like this, Larry? How many times do I have to tell you, Echi, I'm Laurice? What are you doing in a place like this? Yikes, don't glare at me like when you talk. So are you going to tell me? Isn't it obvious? I've come here to study art. I'm going to take Mandy on a date here, so I was just doing some scouting beforehand. Are you just using art as an excuse to go on a date? Not bad, Laurice. Maybe you can introduce some pretty girls to me next time. Oh, now you're talking my language, dude. I think I'm getting a headache. By the way, Laurice, did you notice anything strange when you found the victim? Nah, not really. Nothing that would make you say I saw something that no one should ever have to see? Oh yeah, that. I was just surprised when I saw the old dude fall down. Out of nowhere like that. I didn't do anything else this time for once. Is that anything to brag about? Visitors, we wish to deeply apologize for the disturbance. I'm the curator of this museum. My name is Catherine Hall. She's also one of the people involved in the I-7 incident. Hello there, Miss Kate. Monsieur Shields, thank you for your continued assistance. She was the woman we saw at the reception, so she's the curator here. We apologize for the inconvenience, especially since it's the opening day. No, you don't have to apologize for a thing, Miss Kate. I almost forgot, let me introduce you to someone. This is Miles Edgeworth. He is Gregory Edgeworth's son. Oh, Monsieur Edgeworth. It says. Oh, how wonderful. I met the son after 18 years. It's an honor to meet you, defense attorney Miles Edgeworth. Wow, that was amazing. You still got that golden voice, Miss Kate. Actually, I'm a prosecutor. Oh, so you are a prosecutor. My most sincerest apologies, Monsieur Edgeworth. This woman is very polite, but slightly odd. Katie, could I get your autograph right here, pretty please? Yes, if you do so desire. Why do you want her autograph? Hey, don't tell me you don't know who she is. My, you really don't keep up with the entertainment news, do you, Miles? What? What is this unbearable atmosphere? She's a superstar actress who's been in tons of musicals and the movies. She's a great singer too. Currently, I am the curator of this museum. I've already retired from the stage. I finished filming my role for my last movie a few days ago. My co-stars also said that they would come here once I opened the doors. And here you are, Monsieur Artist. I returned this to you. Artiste, thanks a bunch, Katie. I'll treasure it for the rest of my life. Well, looks like me and Loris share the same interests. So I gathered. Larry, you said you are here to study art. Why don't you practice drawing as well? Since you are here at the Miss Hall's Art Museum. Oh, it would be an honor to have Monsieur Artiste sketch our exhibit. Oh, I guess even you have some good ideas every now and then, Etchy. I'll do a bit of sketching for Katie here. What an amusing person. Forgive the disturbance. Incidentally, who was the woman that was with you earlier? That's Madame Delicious Scones. She's currently assisting in the treatment of Monsieur Gustave in the infirmary. Even though I said infirmary, since this is the art museum now, it is only a professional. As I am the only staff member working here, I cannot take a leave of my duties for too long. Delicious Scones. I believe we have heard that name before, Miss Shields. Yeah, looks like the whole gang from the I-7 incident is here. Well, I doubt that that's a coincidence. Monsieur Shields, Monsieur Edgeworth, would you care for some hot tea? Oh, Miss Kate's tea. That takes me back. Yes, if you please. Now I must take my leave. I must explain the situation to the others visitors. Alright, thanks for everything. Smells like Sealand tea. I should check it before it cools. Oh, this Sealand tea is of a very high quality. This aroma of citrus does wonders for your concentration, right? You all been said this exact same thing 18 years ago. The saucers back then were chilled, today they're warm. Anyway, don't you think this current situation is rather unusual? You mean how everyone involved in this case 18 years ago has gathered at this museum? Yes, I would like to be in charge of this case if at all possible. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay? Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Shields. I came here as fast as I could when I heard that you were down in by the poison gas. Oh, my sweet home Kay. How about a hug after being apart for so long? No. Gee, so you're perfectly fine. I can't believe you made us worried so much. Detective Gumshoe? What is the meaning of the bringing Kay here? I'm sorry, sir. I knew the gas was dangerous, so I tried to stop her. But no matter how much I ran, I couldn't gain any ground. When it comes to running away, no one is faster than the Yatsukarasu. But you were running away from here. Edgeworth, I'm all set, sir. I'm also investigating the crime scene. Since there might still be traces of gas in the room, I'll have to ask everyone to wait here. Very well, I'm counting on you. Good luck in there, Blackfoot. Wow, Gum is so cool. He's just like a detective. But that's what he is. Yes, Edgeworth here. Mr. Edgeworth, it looks like the poison gas has dissipated, sir. Detective calmly explained the state of the Autumnblade Palace. Yes, sir. I'll start with the exhibit. On the left, there's a statue with two people. Hey! And then the right, there's a statue of the animal with two horns. A statue of two people and a statue of an animal with horns. Isn't that the exact same thing I saw in the Winter Palace just a while ago? As the room is fed with water thanks to a sprinkler system that also prevented the gas from harming anyone else. Sprinkler system? Was there a fire in the room? There are no signs of fire, and the fire alarm hasn't gone up either, sir. Sprinklers in this museum are the kind that detects both smoke and fire. If it detects smoke, it will send an alarm to the security room. I think the poison gas might have set off the alarm in the security room, sir. Was there anyone in the security room at the time? The only one working here is the curator, Miss Catherine Hall, sir. She has been in the reception booth opposite the security room ever since the museum opened. Miss Hall turned on the sprinklers? The sprinkler system can only be operated manually from the security room, sir. If it had been automatic, it would have sprayed water all over the exhibit. Since the system is manual, the situations can be examined and exhibits moved if need be. Guess there would be more priority over the exhibit than the building. Only at a museum. But it's way too cold in this room, sir. Since this is supposed to be the Autumn Palace, it feels more like a dead of winter in here. The Autumn Palace is cold? Wait, what does the Autumn Palace look like? It's the same! Except the horsey, maybe? Or the Taurus there? I checked the thermostat earlier and it was set to 27. Couldn't believe it. 27, it's supposed to be 18. Or 64, I mean. Why would the Autumn Palace be set to the same temperature as the Winter Palace? That's about all I know for now, sir. If I figure out anything else, I'll give you another call. I see I'm counting on you, detective. What did Kami say? He said it feels more like a winter in the Autumn Palace. I don't get it. I haven't been able to enter the room personally, but it should be possible to look inside after the police have finished investigating. I'd like to know what it's like in there myself. Isn't there anyone else who knows about the incident? There's someone, Mal's friend, right? Friend? Oh, he's such a nuisance. We have no choice but to listen to what he has to say for now. Wait, you mean... Oh, you're here too, Kay. You're looking as cute as ever. Looking on time to see. It's Larry, isn't it? Okay, right now my name is Laurice. I'm an artist, that's why... so that's your pen name? Laurice, the artist formerly known as Larry. Wow, you really are a good girl, Kay. Nothing like etchy here. Larry, I have many things I need to ask you. What's this? Don't tell me you suspect me again. You're gonna say because I was first on the scene, I must be the culprit, aren't you? You never said anything like that. I don't want you to tell me what you saw. You said you saw something that no one should ever have to see, did you not? But now I'm saying that I didn't see nothing. I didn't do nothing. Probably. Oh my, he didn't seem so confident at the end there. There are somewhat troublesome circumstances surrounding this man. They say that when something smells, it's usually the boss. Still holds the truth at 26 years later on. One could say his tendency to attract trouble is legendary. Seems he's done something troublesome without even realizing it himself. I just have to try to extract the truth from him. My goal is to expose what little Larry's hiding. However, I didn't see nothing, I didn't do nothing. Alright, Larry's an extremely restless and troublesome man. Until he cools down, I'll just wait and see. Okay. First I ask him about his goal. This is something I can handle. I'll finish this quickly. Why did you come here? What was your purpose for coming to the art gallery? What? Are you saying that I don't belong in the art gallery? Wait and see. Hey, if you are not gonna talk, hold that pose so I can paint your portrait. Then I'll scribble all over the portrait I drew of you. I was just joking. I would never scribble over my paintings, of course. They are works of art, after all. I don't think any of you works would qualify as art. Don't look down on me. These are people who recognize my skills as an artist. Mandy is my girlfriend, but it's really my painting she fell in love with. That's why I'll sketch anything my girlfriend likes. Then why are you here on your own today? So what? Can a guy with a girlfriend spend some time alone? Go spend some time with Raiden CE? Mandy said she's a Gemini. I thought she'd be happy if I showed her a sketch of it on our next date. Do you have that much confidence in the sketch? Well, I'm not so confident about this one. But I thought she would be happy if I did a sketch of her astrological sign. Okay. I see, that's just like you. To impress Mandy, you came here to see the Gemini sculpture, didn't you? What? How did you find out? Well, it was because you just unknowingly told me everything. Well then, I'm not saying another word from now on. He's finally decided to remain silent. In that case, I'll be more relentless in my questioning. I'll try to find out what he was doing here at the gallery. I'll expose his true motives. This shouldn't take long. What did you do? What did you do in this art gallery? What's with that glare? I don't really remember anything. I didn't have a pamphlet, so I just loitered around the fountain patio. Forgot to get a pamphlet? Don't they give you a pamphlet at the reception booth after you pay the admission fee? Huh? Oh, is that right? So the admission wasn't free, huh? You didn't pay? Don't tell me you'd sneak in here without paying. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do anything bad. It's just there was no one at the reception booth. That's why I thought you could come in here for free. Miss Hall wasn't there? Miss Hall wasn't at the reception booth? Yeah, it didn't look like there was anyone on the other side of the desk. Can't think of it. I'm sure they did say something about that. Miss Hall was busy activating the sprinklers from the security room. Because of the incident, she had to leave the reception booth. Poor Katie, she went to all that trouble to open up the place. Now the art gallery star attraction, the Winter Palace, is completely ruined. Winter Palace? It's not winter. You know about the Winter Palace? You're still very informed about the Winter Palace for someone who without pamphlet. The Winter Palace is where your girl, the Gemini sculpture, is located. You had your sights set on the Winter Palace from the beginning, didn't you? What? How did you find me out again? That's right, my goal was to see the Gemini sculpture. From the very beginning, the Winter Palace was the very reason why I came here. You confess it quite easily, you can never tell anything with this man. Next, I'll ask for further information regarding the Winter Palace. He may still have some fight left in him. I'll watch his reactions and extract the information I need. Did you enter the Winter Palace? Larry, did you also enter the Winter Palace? What's with that look of distrust? Sure, I tried going in, but you couldn't get in? You tried to go in, but you weren't actually able to, right? Yeah, that's about right. I want to go in, but then that old geezer collapsed. I was a little freaked out. So you couldn't get in because the victim of the poison gas collapsed? Yeah, he fell right out of the Winter Palace. I'm sure the victim emerged from the Autumn Palace. If it weren't for that poison gas incident, I'd be there sketching the Gemini sculpture right now. Well, he must have mistaken the Autumn Palace for the Winter Palace. On the side, it seems his goal was to sketch the sculpture. This should be a useful clue. What did you see in the Winter Palace? Did you see anything in the Winter Palace? You're still hung up on that? Didn't I say that I didn't see anything? I started to think that it wasn't such a good idea to come to an art gallery. I need to leave soon to meet with my girlfriend. Perhaps I should try using that clue. What about your sketch? You came here to sketch the sculpture for your girlfriend, did you not? I don't think you would give up that easily. Even after the victim collapsed, you could still see it inside the room from the outside, right? Well, I may have gotten a tiny glimpse, but there's no evidence that I saw something scary in there, right? Saw something scary? My, I'm disappointed it turned out to be this simple. Larry, you saw something scary at the crime scene, didn't you? Ecchi, can you read my mind? In that case, there's no point in keeping any more secrets from you. You just told me everything of your own accord. That was a complete waste of time, but finally, it's checkmate. Had my eyes fixed on the Gemini sculpture. You mentioned the Gemini sculpture many times now, but I don't believe the sculpture you saw was the Gemini one. What? Was it a mirage then? Larry mistakenly thought he saw the Winter Palace. This piece of evidence shows me, it's gonna be this. Take a look at this pamphlet. In the Autumn Palace, the Pisces, Capricorn, Aries, and Aquarius sculptures are displayed. Incidentally, I can confirm that Gemini sculpture is located in the Winter Palace. Therefore, the sculpture you saw could not have been the Gemini one. I knew it. Expect him to be a bit more shocked at the news. I thought it was the kind of strange. I know I saw a single goddess. Single goddess? And that transformation was no mirage. Transformation, you say? Oh, you were curious too, Ecchi? Well, nothing for it. Guess I'll have to show you. Show me? What exactly? I drew a picture of the very scene I saw back then, but I really can't believe what I drew. Picture? What picture? This one right here? That's blood. What is this disturbing picture? Is that sculpture weeping tears of blood? Loris? This picture is scary. Okay, it scared me too. This Gemini sculpture suddenly transformed into a goddess right before my eyes. I couldn't help but scream. So the victim collapsing wasn't what surprised him. What do you mean when you say transformed? I don't really understand it myself. The lower half of its body just turned into a fish. Fish goddess, that would be the Pisces sculpture, wouldn't it? Mythologically, Pisces represent the fish that a goddess and her son transform into. Really? So Pisces isn't just a couple of ordinary fish? Ecchi, you don't think that sculpture is cursed, do you? Those tears of blood turned the Gemini sculpture into a fish. Preposterous. Simply mistook the Pisces sculpture for the Gemini one. Oh, you put the sketch in your organizer. Even a sketch like this can be used as a scrap paper after all. How could you? Quite strange. Why did only the lower half of the sculpture transform? Uncle Ray is a bit curious about what he went on in the Autumn Palace. Indeed, I wonder if someone tampered with the Pisces sculpture. Yes, Edgeworth here. Mr. Edgeworth, we have finished in searching the room. The poison gas isn't a threat anymore, so you can enter the crime scene. Right, good work, detective. Seems we can enter the Autumn Palace now. Nice timing, Mr. Detective. Let's go right now. I want to see the Pisces sculpture. If Kay's going, I'm going too. I was planning to, I'm bringing him along anyway. Right then, let's proceed to the Autumn Palace. So this is the Autumn Palace. It certainly does resemble the Winter Palace. Been locating, sir, huh? Aren't you that hairy boss guy? Wrong, I'm Loris the Oxenim. Never mind that, detective. Your report, if you please. Roger that, sir. We discovered that a used gas burned during our investigation. The nozzle was still warm when we found it, so it may be related to the incident. Was it used to heat something? Gas burner? Was that ladder always there on the ground? It was probably used by the person who sent off the poison gas. Poison gas was released when someone lifted the lid of the glass case, sir. Hmm? The Pisca sculpture? Huh? Seems like you know about it, sir. Well then, you know what the sculpture next to it is? Since we are in the Autumn Palace, it would probably be the Capricorn sculpture. Aspect of Mr. Edgeworth, I thought it was the Taurus myself. Was thrown off it as it was covered by this weird cloth. A fluorescent cloth. I wonder what it's doing here. Evidence from the I-7 incident. Okay. No matter how what it is, how it got here. Hey. According to Mr. Shield, this allows you to change the color of the cloth. Let me try it out. Okay. The cloth has started the glove. Don't see anything. With a light blue aura, according to the detective's report, it was wrapped around the statue like this. It would seem. How is this related to our case? Sculptures in this room are all covered with this fluorescent cloth. Because they are hidden, it makes me want to see them even more. Take a look, I'll just get this cloth off. Wow, they're beautiful. You don't think the transformation Larry saw was in fact the moment the cloth wrapped around the lower half of Piscus fell? See, it wasn't a mirage or a mistake after all. Hey, Mouse, there sure is something strange about this room. It looks exactly the same as the Winter Palace we were in just a moment ago. Yes, I agree. Perhaps the sculptures were hidden to make it look like the Winter Palace. You wrap the cloth around the lower half of the Piscus sculpture, it looks like Gemini. Capricorn is half fish too, hide the lower half and it resembles Taurus. The remaining two, which couldn't be altered with trickery, were covered up. The Autumn Palace was made to look like the Winter Palace. So it seems, Mr. Shields. Looks like we'll need to conduct an investigation of the Autumn Palace too. Who? Mr. Repast? Oh my god, and Judge Courtney. Hey, you guys again? It's a problem. You see, this is my crime scene. Mr. Edgeworth, it seems my power is insufficient. If you were here, then it would appear that you still haven't understood my warnings. Farmer, you know full well your reckless actions will cause trouble for that detective. In the name of the goddess of law, I must pass their judgment. God, it's all wrong, pal. I was the one who asked Mr. Edgeworth to investigate. Really? Well then, Flatfoot, I'll have to do that. That? Yeah, that. Right. Cut your salary. Looking forward to your next payday. I always wanted to pay that. You're the last person I want cutting my salary, pal. All the best? I'm only cooperating with the police as a witness to this incident. Detective Gumshoe is not to blame. So that's how it is? Well then. Should I be raising his salary? No, that's not what I meant. But it would be really nice to get my salary raised. Your mercy is deeply moving, Sebastian. But past transgression must lead to a future judgment. Prosecutor Edgeworth and all his company depart at once from this holy site. But we only just got here. The only given the goddess of law's blessing for this incident was Sebastian. In other words, Mr. The Best is the prosecutor in charge of this case. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening performance is over. Besides, I already got my eyes set on the culprit. What? Who, pal? Well, naturally, that artist. Me? Hey, what's going on, Edgy? Don't ask me. I can't understand his reasoning. Sick. If you can't understand how the best prosecutor thinks, it simply shows how incapable you are. Seems he doesn't know what incapable even means. That's right, Sebastian. Prosecutor Edgeworth is quite incapable. Yes, he's incapable. You just nonchalantly corrected him. Don't underestimate my intelligence gathering skills. I just came from the infirmary and asked the doctor there about that cause of the poison gas. And what was the cause? Some normal substance. What was its name again? Hold on a second. I'll call the doctor to make sure. Since Sebastian is on the phone, I'll answer for him. In that case, why didn't you tell us before he called? The poison gas was caused by the mixing of two different types of chemicals. Their names are normalium and phthalate. So what are those chemicals exactly? Normalium is a red liquid that's commonly used in everyday products. It can be found in paint and detergent, among other things, but it's not toxic by itself. So you're saying that it's a substance readily available to anyone? Yes, but phthalate, on the other hand, is not so easy to obtain. Its name sure sounds dangerous. What's it used for? It's the active ingredient of a white pesticide known as a Megatoxin X. Phthalate itself also has a deep white color, but it's not readily sold in stores. It's nearly impossible to obtain domestically. Right now, we are looking into how this chemical was obtained. Is that how it... Okay, I finally found out the names of those chemicals. White and red. Is that what that substance is down there? It's pink. There's a red there too, though. Judge Courtney has already told us we don't need to hear it again. Fine then. I cut to the chase. You know that normalium from the poison gas is also used in paint, right? Today, out of everyone who visited the art gallery, the only one carrying paint was that artist. You're treating me as the culprit just because of that? I've checked to the red paint on the palette you're carrying. Hey, actually, don't you think this prosecutor is kind of an idiot? Indeed, although I've only known him for a short time. His logic is always absurd. Hey, don't ignore me. It's alright, Sebastian. They're only doing it because they're afraid of you. Like the first star to appear at night, show us the reasoning that shines the best. First star shines best? Not bad. Hey, you guys better listen up too. Oh my god. That artist was the first to discover the victim, so naturally he's the best suspect. The poison gas was caused by normalium, a chemical found in paint, right? No. Oi. You idiot. As he was carrying paint near the victim, he would have the best chance. Paint along with being the bear's witness, that pretty much proves he's the culprit. So, what do you think, Justin? We cannot ignore the possibility. Well then, Mr. Artist, please tell us the truth. Did you leave red paint at the crime scene? Or else, did you cause the poison gas to go off? The only thing I leave behind is my bond of love with you. Please, watch what you say. My gavel is already prepared to declare you guilty.
Objection!
Please pay no heed to this man's statement. Hey, you guys. Ignoring my reasoning just because it's flawless won't do you any good. Edgeworth, if you already admitted defeat, you should take your leave. Even though I don't really have time to deal with your ridiculous reasoning. This guy's an idiot, man.
Objection!
Mr. The Best, your logic is more akin to a shooting star than a shining star. It shines the best like a shooting star, right? Yo, what's up, Fungus? Left in today, I could still catch ya. Hey, it's all good, man. Just sleep more. Hopefully, you had enough of sleep. It's the weekends. It may shine brightly for a brief moment, but then it burns itself out. The poison gas originated from inside the glass case of the Pisces sculpture. Exactly, so that's where the artist set up the gas, right? He used the normalium in his red paint. As your senior, let me give you one piece of advice. Listen to the explanation of others. The poison gas was caused by mixing both normalium and fatalium together. The normalium contained in the red paint is not enough by itself. Really? But how are you doing though, Fungus? But I thought I heard that normalium caused the fatality. Don't tell me you just misheard the forensics report. Darn it! By the time Larry discovered the victim, the room was already filled with poison gas. It's time for you to realize how incapable you really are. Hey, what do you mean by incapable? You tried to use that word earlier and you still don't know what it means? It means to say you are lacking ability. Incidentally, incapable has a completely different meaning. I get it, you're making fun of me again, aren't you? I'm merely saying you were incapable of investigation. Overruled? Before you insult Sebastian, I still have some doubts about your own statement. What kind of doubts? For all we know, Mr. Artist could have simply entered the Autumn Palace at an earlier time. That's... Moreover, do you have evidence that the red paint is unrelated to the case? The most important thing now is not the red paint, the red normalium and the white fatalium. Exactly how were these two substances mixed? I believe that is our main concern. Naturally, it was the Bastion's job to investigate that. Were it not for your interference, we would have found that out by now. I never intended to interfere, on the contrary, I like to cooperate. Don't tell me you're going to say you know the cause of the poison gas. How the poison gas started, I have something that may shed some light on this matter. Sebastian, do not fall for his bluff. Come now, let's find really. Let's see what he is coming up with. You say so, Sebastian. Come on, show us. How did the poison gas start?
Take that!
Surely you're not saying that this was the cause of poison gas. It seems even you have noticed it. The fish sculpture suffocates someone like one of those most common threats to fish keeping. Ammonia suffocating from the tank not being cleaned, managed where the fish faces up, build up, and they choke in it. Oh, really? It's most common threats? It really stands out. Those red stairs that Larry saw were undoubtedly normalium. Huh? Wait a second. Those were chemicals. Does that mean a ghost set up the poison gas? I don't have time to play along with him. Red tears of normalium could not have triggered the poison gas by itself. Yeah, if you don't regularly clean tanks. I see. I see. What? Just where you see evidence that the chemicals were mixed? That can also be seen in the sketch. Right there. Take that! A pink liquid can be seen flowing out of under the case of the Pisces sculpture. This is proof that the two chemicals were mixed. Hold on a second, I still don't get it. How does this show that the normalium and fatalium were mixed? Since we have a self-proclaimed artist here, I'll let him explain. Larry, you fancy yourself an artist, so you should know about mixing paint, right? What do you add to the red to make pink? Don't take me for a fool, Etchi. I'll have you know I graduated from middle school. You add white to red to make pink, so it's common knowledge. But technically there's rose pink, baby pink, and several others. That's enough. Now do you understand? Mr. the best? Plus not having any plants that can take out some ammonia can make it possible to go for a bit longer, and it's nice they carve for fish to hide in. Yeah, true. Sometimes with a lot of plants and a clear water, looks a lot nice. Ah, that's how it is. Leave it long enough, right? It turns into green. Green water or something. Very dirty. By mixing red normalium with white Vatalium, you get a pink liquid. Yes, exactly. Took him long enough. I see. Looks like Mr. The Best finally gets it. Overruled! Prosecutor Edgeworth, you have merely presented one possibility. Do you really know if the color was the result of the two chemicals mixed together? Furthermore, this sketch was drawn by the suspect. I cannot put much faith into it. I just paint whatever I saw. How could that be a lie? Mr. Artist, I do not permit you to speak. So-called. But that's a part of her charm. Of course, I intend to bring the truth to light immediately. It would not be wise to jeopardize your position even further. Aren't you going to answer my question from before? How do you know that Mr. Artist did not enter the Autumn Palace? If you cannot prove this, there is no room for you to argue any further. Hey, couldn't we find that out if we talk to the victim, pal? The victim, Dane Gustavia, remains unconscious and in a critical condition. Ah, that's right. Well then, Sebastian will be investigating the crime scene now. All of you, please vacate the premises. Hold it? Who said hold it? If you were to take a stand in court, you'd cause a lot of trouble for the presiding judge. Is there something you would like to say, Mr. Artist? Hold your horses, Miss Cool Beauty. My name is Justin Courtney. Please don't address me by such a strange title. Oh, you finally told me your name. Pleased to meet you, Justy. I'm Laurice Dioxney, but you can call me Laurice. Mr. Artist, please get to the point. I just remembered something I haven't had a chance to say yet. When I first got to this room, it was locked, so I couldn't go in. I should not always move to mix chemicals make what would normally make say pink. You will also rely on there not being a reaction that divides the expected color. True with chemicals, true. But then that old dude just suddenly fell through the door. It appears that the palace rooms can be locked from the inside. But just because you say it was so, doesn't mean the door was locked. Without proof, your statement holds no value.
Objection.
Hell, why not let Uncle Ray prove it to you for you? What? After all, we can confirm the room was locked too. Right, Miles? Yes, I remember as well. Pigment size is neat. I'm not a huge science guy myself. Until the gas outbreak, no one could have entered this room. Perhaps the suspects entered the room with the victim during the gas outbreak. As you can see, this man did not inhale any of the gas. If you examine his belongings, you'll find he wasn't carrying a gas mask either. Is that so? Well then, I have no choice but to agree. That was easier than I expected. Anyway, I presume this clears up any suspicion surrounding Larry. It seems Mr. The Best Lodge was off once again. Not exactly, I just didn't have enough information, that's all. I just have my knowledge from randomly defined special interest like dolls. Therefore, my reasoning was just before its time. He sure has a grand way of saying that things didn't work out for him. In that case, there is one more suspect who has yet to take the stand. Mr. Artist, you are free to go. Huh? But I wanted to talk to you a little more, Justy. Overruled. Your goddamn nerve leaves me mesmerized all the more. This other suspect is a pharmacist by the name of Delicia Scones. Delicia! It would have been difficult for this artist to obtain mesfatalium from Mechatoxin X. But a pharmacist may have knowledge of how to do that. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Sebastian, it would be best if you brought her in quickly. Best if you brought her quickly? Sounds good. Leave it to me. Hey, Flatfoot, keep up the investigation. Got it. Got it. Don't tell me Judge Courtney suspected her from the very beginning. So Mr. The Best's logic wasn't any help at all. Judge Courtney, just what is she thinking? To be continued. There are many cases of dolls changing colors, particularly from aging, if not included the many color change gimmick dolls. From age? Wait, really? For even dolls change colors? Huh. That's pretty interesting. She said it would only be a 10-minute recess. They sure are taking an awfully long time. Sorry to keep you waiting. Prosecutor The Best presents Miss Delicious Scones. Yes, see, Yukio, so here I am. It is I, Delicious Scones, the pharmacist who makes delicious drugs. You can call me Miss Delicious. You can call me Mr. The Bestest. Oh, nice to meet you, bestie. They've gone straight to nicknames. That boy reminds me of someone. This is Miles Edgeworth. He's Gregory's son. Yes, see, nice to meet you, Miley. Could you please not call me Miley? I'm meeting Gregory's boy. I guess it's a sign that I'm getting old. How old is this woman? Very old. Sebastian, isn't there something you'd like to ask Miss Pharmacist? Oh, right, yeah. Miss Delicious, could you tell us the reason why you came to the gallery? Yes, see, I came to see the curator, Katie. I've been friends with her for 18 years, so I visit her quite often. Is it true that Miss Pharmacist that you also assisted in the treatment of Mr. Gustavia? I guess you could say that, although I only made the antidote for the doctor. Wow, you made the antidote on the spot? Yes, see, as long as I have the right ingredients, I can make any drug easily. The infirmary here is well equipped, you see. Instead of sending him to the hospital in critical condition, we treated him right away. I did all I could do. The rest depends upon his body's ability to recover. Do you know the victim, Miss Delicious? Plastic age differently, especially since most dolls have different plastics that make up the head versus the body. Squishy versus hard, they age different and discolor differently as it ages. How long usually does it, when the, how long for the aging? 10 years? Yes, see, although it's been, I think, 18 years since I last saw him, I only knew that he had become a world-famous pastry chef. Is the victim that famous? I heard on the news that he had won a competition for designing desserts. That reminds me, I do remember him mentioning something about studying design in Zhengfa. Now, let's get down to business. Miss Pharmacist, are you familiar with the drug Megatoxin X? Yes, see, it's the drug that's used to kill those things. It's mega effective. Mega effective. Because the effects are so potent, it's not available to the general public. What are those things you're referring to? It's a drug for vanquishing the creatures that strike fear into the heart of a lady. The ones that often infest kitchens and the like. I think I know what she's talking about. So, Miss Pharmacist, may I ask you one more thing? Do you know what happened? What happens when you mix Normalium with Fatalium? Yes, see, I know. It's even written on the warning label for Megatoxin X, hazardous when mixed. When the two drugs are mixed together, a chemical reaction occurs and a gas is released. Inhaling a large amount of this gas can cause breathing difficulties, and even death. From the amount of poison gas Gusty breathed in, I think, there was probably at least 500 millimeters of each chemical in the gas. As expected of the pharmacist, she's very well informed. Normalium is in a adhesive liquid that becomes hot as soon as heat is applied. Time depends on the storage conditions. Sun exposure makes it faster though. Plus the sun's UV rays can further discolor. It also has a red color and a minty fragrance. Due to its low cost, it's used everywhere. Italium is a white watery liquid. That's enough for now. As expected of a pharmacist, you're very knowledgeable. Yes, see, of course I am. Megatoxin X is one of the chemicals that the company I work for produces. But not just anyone has access to it. So potent that as a poison that it could be sold to the public after all. Restoration and storage of items is neat. Restoration, some retro stuff. Thank you, I think that's all I needed to hear. Does Judge currently suspect her? What is she hiding behind that smile? Oh, Flatfoot, have you made progress in the investigation or something? Yeah, let me tell you. The glass cases that contain the sculptures can be opened by a mechanism in the lid. What a strange cases. Temperature in the cases can be lowered down to 0 degree. The inside of the Pisces case was set to 27 degrees, so my hand nearly got stuck into the ice. Good thing it didn't. So then, from the lid of the Pisces case, we detected slight traces of normalium. Not bad. Huh? If the normalium was in the glass case at the temperature of 27 degrees, then it would have been frozen to the lid? Really? So, what happened? Mr. The Best, why don't we try borrowing the power of K's little thief? I think the circumstances will be easier to understand if we use our Mr. Thief. So you really want to help me out that much? Fine, I'm not really sure how this all works, but you, get on with it. I hate being bossed around by this guy, but to arrive at the truth, I'll do it. Overruled? Stop acting as you please. The goddess of law has no need of your power. Don't be such a stink in the mud, Courtney Pie. We have approval of the prosecutor in charge, so what's the problem? Could be there's something the pig doesn't want us to find out? That's none of your concern. If you insist on participating in the investigation, then let me check if you're qualified by asking you a question. What is she planning? Who set off the poison gas? If you can answer me that, I'll allow you to work with us. Well then, Miles. The person who opened the Pisces case and set off the gas. Anything about the circumstances, there's only one person it could have been. Yes, considering the circumstances, it's clear who it was. So, please give me your answer. Who set off the poison gas? It's gotta be Dane Gustavia. There was no one in the Autumn Palace other than the victim, Dane Gustavia. It's hard to believe it could have been anyone but him. It seems that way. Very well, I'll allow you to participate this time. However, if I feel you are a hindrance, I will have to ask you to leave. Understood? But what I don't understand is why the victim opened that case. So, Mr. Edgeworth, what shall I recreate? Based on the information we have gathered so far, let's recreate the scene before the gas. Got it. Okay. Wow, don't scare me like that. There's blood on that glass there. Or not blood, but that megatoxin. So this is the true power of the third thief. Let's investigate the Pisces sculpture post haste. It's frozen normally on the lid of the Pisces sculpture glass case. It's frozen so thick you can't even open the lid. In the actual glass case, the lid was heavily cracked. It's like someone had it out for the Pisces sculpture, sir. Do you have any idea how it came to be cracked like this? Well, the damage didn't seem to have come from outside of the glass case, sir. I see, so the inside of the case was below the freezing point and the case had developed. There are no signs of external damage. May I ask what time zone are you in, or you just started for me almost 8 AM? Oh, it's 8 AM for you? It's about 4 PM here. It's about 4 PM. Below freezing, like Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth's cold stare. And cracked, like Mr. Edgeworth's feral bro. Thermal fracture in the cold glass case was heated from the outside, causing it to crack. So I guess it's morning for you, huh? 10:22 now, just considering the math of beginning. Still morning for you, huh? Inside the thermally fractured glass case, there was a frozen normalium. Oh, that face means you have probably thought of something, Miles. Indeed, I have. I know how Mr. Gustavia was able to open the glass case. What? How can you possibly know something I don't? I'd say the things he does know are in the mean minority. Hey, aren't you going to let me know? How do you think Gustavia opened the glass case? Gas burner for sure. This gas burner that was found in the Autumn Palace though shines of recent use. I believe this was the cause of the thermal fracture in the Pisca sculpture's glass case. Gas burner? Why would he use something like that? Ah, I got it. The lid was frozen shut, so he had to use the burner to melt the ice. Indeed, that is correct. I just had a late start. I'm still at the best, you know. Late start? You didn't even understand a single thing, did you? Well, that's just because Mr. Edgeworth's explanation was too hard to follow. Okay, why don't you just update the little thief so that he can understand it? You say so. Right, let's restart the recreation. Victim Dane Gustavia was the only one to enter the Autumn Palace. To use the gas burner then, the normalium in the glass case would have melted. And then the melted normalium would have come into contact with the fatalium inside the case and produced the poison gas. The moment Mr. Gustavia opened the lid, he would have begun to inhale the gas. He managed to drag himself out of the fountain patio just before his strength ran out. So he inhaled the gas when he opened the lid. It seems that he finally understands. But why did Mr. Gustavia open the glass case of the Pisca sculpture? The victim's skull? That I do not yet know. Perhaps he had the same reason as Uncle Ray. Maybe he actually came to see the Winter Palace, not the Autumn one. Uncle Ray also thought that this was the Winter Palace at first. Oi, you too, Ray. Actually, I thought you so too. It looks just like the IC's room from 18 years ago. It's even got the exact same plans in the front of the door. Seems everyone involved with the IS-7 incident made the same mistake. It is imperative that we investigate the real Winter Palace immediately. I should suggest that to Mr. The Best. Okay, now. Yeah, that's how it was. Huh? Did you think of something? The victim had committed suicide. He thought he would look refined if he died in an art gallery. Have you even been listening? Well, if you are as smart as me, just hearing half of the story will be enough. Sebastian, I'll explain it from the top later. Top? That means best, right? Alright, I'll leave it to you. Yes, it would indeed be best to let Judge Courtney handle him. That aside, don't you have some information to inform everyone of? Ah, I totally forgot. What are you talking about? We did a little checking on that pharmacist. We, meaning me, the best prosecutors, supporting it. That's not something to brag about. Shut up, you. Quiet down and listen. Suicide is, off the table for now, yeah. That's because, in short, that pharmacist is the culprit. She set up the gas as a trap. No! It's a terrible shame, Miss Pharmacist. I could run in the profession of saving lives stood up to extinguishing them. Huh? What are you saying? I would never do such a thing. Mr. The Best, do you have a basis for these accusations? Your pharmacist's license, it would permit her to handle Mechatoxin X, right? And its active ingredient, metfatalium, was one of the components of the poison gas. Exactly. That chemical is almost impossible for ordinary people to obtain, but that pharmacist is on another story altogether. It wasn't me. You got it all wrong. And that's not all. A bottle of Mechatoxin X was found in the victim's pocket. And on the bottle, we found clear fingerprints in yours. Yep. You and the curator took the victim to the infirmary, right? That would have given you the perfect opportunity to plant the bottle on him. You are the one pharmacist on the premises who could have handled Mr. Megatoxin X. Furthermore, as for the curator of this art gallery, you are an acquaintance of hers. You will have access to the gallery at any time in order to prepare the poison gas trap. Please wait, that Megatoxin X, it was stolen. Trying to lie your way out of this won't go well with me. It's true? Look, I've got the proof right here in my bag. What is she searching for? Not this. Not this either. I remember seeing a lot like that recently. Ah, here. Please take a look at this. It's some sort of paper. What's it say? April 1st, theft report accepted. Stolen item, Megatoxin X. This is a theft report acceptance certificate. What? Yes, see, truth is, 1 week ago, my Megatoxin X was stolen. 1 week ago? That means you didn't have it with you today. Yes, see, that bottle you just found is probably the one that was stolen from me. I normally carry that bottle of Megatoxin X in my bag at all times, even though I often forget to keep it locked up. I would never even think about mixing it with Normalium. But, why in the world would you carry such a dangerous substance on your person? Well, you never know when those things will appear. Those creatures that infest the kitchen, striking fear into the heart of a lady, right? Although if you had a rolled up newspaper, you could just squash them with one blow. Justin, what do we do now? Well then, cockroaches? Mice? I don't know. Can we really accept this theft report? Let's ask for confirmation. That should clearly tell us whether or not she's lying. Alright, well then, I'll just call him to confirm it. It looks like Miss Delicious isn't the culprit. Indeed, if she really did set up the poison gas as a trap, I don't believe she would do it in the way that incriminates her the most. So Miles, who do you think is the culprit? Predicting the actions of the victim would require a fair amount of advanced planning. There's only one person here capable of that. Huh? Uncle Ray would like to know too. Who do you suspect? The one who stole the Megatoxin X and prepared the room in advance was... I think it's Catherine Hall. It had to be the curator of the Zodiac Art Gallery, Miss Catherine Hall. However, I still don't have any evidence that she is the criminal yet. I see, is... The way he said that just now sounded like he had been expecting it. Oh, is she... good job, Miles. As expected from Uncle Ray's future apprentice. I have no intention of becoming your apprentice. And I will now announce the result of my verification. I can confirm that her theft report was indeed accepted. Therefore, it's a little too early to come to a decision. That means your logic was completely faulty. You're wrong. More your performance is still to come. Really? And how do you plan to proceed with your investigation? First we need to speak with the curator. And after that, well, cross that bridge when we come to it. Sebastian! Mr. Gustavia may have had business in the Winter Palace. No, honestly, Ecchi already has more prestige in canon other than Ray. Yeah. I believe you should stand an investigator there as well. Oh, that's good too. Detective Gumshoe, investigate the Winter Palace at once. Got it, sir. Justine, let's go talk to the curator. Yes, let us proceed. We should go grab and listen to what Miss Hall has to say as well. To be continued? Or not? Alright, I want you guys to listen to what the curator has to say. Mr. The Best, weren't you going to go and talk to her yourself? Nah, that's a job for my subordinates. All I have to do is wait for their report. I'm the best prosecutor after all. Such arrogance? Well, this is anticlimactic. I'm gonna chill for a bit. Huh? What's that in the fountain? Ah! What? There's a dead body in the fountain! What is the meaning of this? Well, silence everyone! Forensics, identify the spot at once. It's terrible, pal. Please be quiet, detective. The ice sculptures in the Winter Palace. It's gone. Now people notice the body. They have all melted, pal. Rip. What? 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 Nani? 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 What's going on here? There are 2 victims now. This is all just like 18 years ago. Once again, the ice sculptures have melted. Again. And everyone related to the incident 18 years ago is gathered here now. This is no mere coincidence. Don't you think so, Miles? Yes. The key to finding the truth of this case lies in the I-7 incident. This is what I believe. That's right. Uncle Ray thinks so too. Looks like it's time once again for Uncle Ray to tell you about the I-7 incident. Oh, we're going back to the past. We are going back to the past. Past to play as a Gregory. This I-7 incident 18 years ago, Gregory Edgewood's last case. Isaac Dowie was murdered at the venue of a dessert contest, and his body was discovered in the chocolate treasure chest made by Chef Master. Chef Master! The victim died from blood loss after being struck in the head with a rock-salt lamp. The murder weapon was found hidden inside Delicious Candy's castle. Then, in the victim's room, where no one had searched yet, all of Dower's sherbet sculptures had melted. 18 years ago. The Nor music about candy murders. The sculptures in Mr. Dower's room had melted. Due to that, Miss Prosecutor Von Karma immediately threw us away from the scene. How are we gonna investigate now? And what's with that? The defense attorney's out. Von Karma's methods are deplorable. The investigation at the crime scene is supposed to be the police's job after all. You gotta admit, Von Karma's methods are way out of line. Defense attorneys and the police should work together to discover the truth. Raymond, you must realize that not everyone shares the same views as us. Should one expose the truth for the sake of justice or simply accept things as they appear? Everyone has their own view on what is right and what is wrong. Even if that means convicting an innocent man, both ourselves and the police are only human, and as humans, we all make mistakes. It's for this reason that we defense attorneys exist, so that those who are alone and helpless can have an ally on their side. An ally on their side. We cannot investigate. Shouldn't we just find some other way to help? I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I still have much to learn. You're still young, so you have many opportunities to learn. Defense attorneys literally have an incentive already to tamper evidence. Not all of them. Right, I'll do my best. Monsieur Edgeworth and Monsieur Shields. Would you like to take a brief respite? Gather in hall. Gather in. I know it's not much, but please eat this. Wow, thank you. Chocolates. Very sweet and quite misshapen. Let's eat. I appreciate getting some sugar into my system, but these are a little too sweet. True, not all of them plus individual morality. It's a little misshapen too. I'm terribly sorry. Does that suit your tastes? Not at all, it's deliciously sweet. Thank you very much. But making sweets isn't really my forte. Huh? You made this chocolate cake? Yes, chocolate is Monsieur Master's favorite food. Preparing his favorite food is also part of my job, but I'm still not that good at it, so I need him to instruct me. I envy Master Chef. He gets to eat Kate's handmade sweets whenever he wants. Did you say something? Ah, no, it's nothing. This is so sweet, in more ways than one. Sol, you seem very dedicated to your work. Without my work, I wouldn't even have the right to be here. What do you mean? When I was a child, I was abandoned. Monsieur Master took me in. One snowy Christmas Eve, I was left on the doorstep of his mansion. I owe Monsieur Master my life. He became like a father to me. And so, to repay his kindness, I want to continue working for him. Okay, so this I can see a really pre-2000 vibes from the big hair and bright clothing. Okay, you're incredible. I live a long life. Actually, like the designs. The older designs for sure. Yet that brought tears even to my eyes. Today, Christmas Eve has finally arrived once more. But it looks like I won't be able to give him the present I prepared. Or do anything if it meant to save Monsieur Master. If there's of any way I could be of service to you, please ask. Yes, I appreciate that. Well then, do you happen to know anything about the victim Isaac Dower? I don't really know much about Monsieur Dower, but I have a proof photo of the desserts that he made for the contest finals. Okay, the photos again. This is certainly a splendid piece of work. Yes, with this exquisite beauty, it's truly a work of art. It's crafted so intricately that you almost forget it's made out of sherbet. Seems Monsieur Master was also fond of Monsieur Dower's work as well. Wow, these are the Taurus and Gemini constellations. Do you know a lot about the constellations, Raymond? Of course, there is so much romance in the constellations. For example, take the clock, Lar and Lyra were held by Gemini here. These come from. Ooh. Huh? There are no strings on the lyre. Did Mr. Dower make a mistake in his sculpting? It's hard to think he would make a mistake like that. Huh? I thought you said you didn't know that much about him. I just sort of felt that way somehow. Kate! It appears she's hiding something from us. Kate! Miss Hall, did you take this photograph yourself? Yes, I took it with this instant camera. It develops pictures instantly. It's one of my greatest treasures. Wow, I would love to see it in action. Well then, why don't we take a picture right now? Yeah, let's have our picture together. Take it, Mr. Edgeworth. Sure, I don't mind. I'm confident in my hairstyle today. Alright, I'm taking the picture. Say cheese. Here, it's developed. A present from me to you, Monsieur Shields. Wow, thank you so much. That's such a great camera. It's the only camera in this mansion. Fortunately, its convenience comes at a cost. There are no negatives. No negatives? Ah. Is this the same camera Mr. Master used during the contest? Yes, you are well informed. While he made his desserts, Monsieur Master photographed his work. After that, he took photos of all the other competitors' works. Was he taking photos at the time the body was found? The body was discovered during the judging, was it not? Monsieur Master intended to take photos of everyone's rooms, but after he photographed Gustavia's room, he ran out of film. Monsieur Master asked me to change the film in the camera. It seemed the film he prepared in advance wasn't enough. There wasn't enough film. It seems the number of photos he took didn't match up with the amount of film remaining. Well, he told me himself it might have been just a mistake though. Was it really just a mistake? I retrieved more film from the main building and went back to the Fountain Patio. And it was then that I heard the sound of something breaking in Monsieur Master's room. Monsieur Master, are you in here? Ah! And that's when I found Monsieur Dower's body in Monsieur Master's room. It was so terrible, I was really shaking up. Before I spoke to anyone else, I called the police. This camera, I kept it with me ever since. I see. If it's alright with you, would you mind lending me a new camera and that photo? Sure, I don't mind at all. Here you go. Thank you very much. Has a capacity of 20 photos, but there's only one film for 3 more. But there's only film for 3 more? Dirty Bad, Miss Delicious, is the investigation over already? Since they had no more use for me and kicked me out? Manny, that meanie. What a rude thing to say. It was probably to ensure that you wouldn't eat any more of the crime scene. So Detective Bat, did you get kicked out too? It seems one Karma thought I was getting in the way. He won't let me investigate. Why would he prohibit his own detective from investigating? But we know just about all there is to know about the crime scene. Right now, he's talking to Gustavian Dower's room. Why does he need to speak to Mr. Gustavia? He heard from Hall that Gustavia was seen entering the victim's room. Mr. Gustavia? Yes, I saw him entering Dower's room and it seemed like he was trying to avoid being seen, although I have no idea what he did in there. He is currently under suspicion for melting Dower's sherbet. Just why did Mr. Gustavia enter that room? I also have a photo of Dower's room here. You need it? I'll let you take a look at it. Eh? What? Why would you do that for us? You still don't get it, kid. I'm saying I want to help you guys in order to discover the truth of this case. Detective Bat. Is that alright, Detective Bat? Most of the Ace Attorney designs are pretty good and have a fantastic gimmick. Yep, I agree. I 100% agree. Is that alright, Detective Bat? Going to Von Karma chill you out again? I have no intention of becoming Von Karma's lapdog. If he won't let me investigate, I'll just do as I like. Getting tied up in the stupid rules will only blind you to the truth. Isn't that right, Attorney Edgeworth? Of course, Detective Bat. I thank you. This is amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Now we got Detective Bat on our side. I don't really get what's going on, but I'm glad you both are all friends now. I'm grateful that he'll lend us his strength. Well then, can we see the photo now? Right. This is the current state of Dower's room. Wow, the sherbet has completely melted. The room is drenched in a light blue liquid. Okay. You should compare this with the photo Miss Hall took. The sherbet melted because the power cord was pulled out. Yeah, because it was pulled. All of the refrigerated glass case lost power completely. Looks like all the power cords were connected to one socket. Do you have any idea when this cord was pulled out? No, it's still under investigation at the moment. What a waste of beautiful sherbet. Honestly, I know it would end up like this. I would have even more of this stuff. Mr. Dower's sherbet taste that good? Oh yes, his sherbet was most delicious. Really? I wish I could have eaten some too. Salty, huh? That's the little lyre from the Gemini constellation. You snuck a bite from the lyre? That's why the strings are missing. Fuck, I could never have eaten that much. It was way too salty. Very salty. One part of the sherbet tastes different. That's rather curious. Did someone other than her also take a bite out of it? Did you notice anything else? Now that you mention it, Icy's sherbet sculptures had these strange markings on them. They had 2 letters carved into them. Wait a minute. There. PH! It looks something like this. An alphabet signature. Can't be. PH. I knew it. I just knew that Monsieur Delver made tell this liar. He didn't want to make mistakes in his sculptures after all. Miss Hall, it's been troubling me for a while, but... Do you know something about Mr. Dower? Huh? Why would I know something about Monsieur Dower? You seem quite attached to Mr. Dower's handiwork. That's just because his sculptures are such great works of art. No, I believe that his works are very special to you in particular. How do you know that? There's a piece of evidence that we believe belongs to Miss Dover, and it happens to share a common feature with another piece of evidence. Please show me. I have no idea what you're talking about. There's two pieces of evidence that share something in common. Two pieces of evidence that point to Mr. Dover. Let's start by presenting the first one. Take that! And now the second piece of evidence. Delicious saw two letters of the alphabet. They were probably used as Miss Dover's signature, just as an artist would sign their name on their works. Right. Oi, I remember now. I see sherbet sculptures had PH carved into them. I'm sure of it. PH. Those aren't the Isaac Dover's initials though. No, but we found this seal at the scene of the crime. It had probably fallen out of the late Mr. Dover's pocket. You had pressed the seal into something, it would mark the letters PH. Also, the very same PH symbol is engraved into this teapot. The same symbol? This teapot was made by the sculptor Pierre Hoguet. In other words, this PH is the signature of Pierre Hoguet. It's all you know about this signature all too well, don't you? Yes, Monsieur Hoguet's work always bears that signature. Since he never shows himself in public, his signature is used to identify his works. No way. Are you saying Pierre Hoguet is? Seems Detective Bat has always realized Isaac Dover's true identity. To Miss Hall, Miss Dover was an ordinary pastry chef. That's because his true identity was a sculptor. That's right. Miss Dover's true identity was the sculptor Pierre Hoguet. What? Miss Dover was a sculptor? Things like signatures can be faked if you have the original designs. Can you really use that as proof that he was a sculptor? No, but what's important here is that Miss Hall thought he was. As for proving his real identity, I'll leave that to the police. I get it. I'll have the boys check up on it. As expected from you, Scarecrow Edgeworth. You knew Mr. Dover's real identity all along, didn't you? Yes. When I discovered the body, I noticed the seal. I knew from that moment he was Pierre Hoguet, the man I greatly admired, thinking that this would be his final posthumous work. I just couldn't sit still. So, that's why you entered the Dover's room? Huh? What did you say? When exactly did you take this photo of Dover's room? Perhaps this was taken during the judging?
Objection!
That's strange. I thought you said the camera ran out of film during the judging. Before Mr. Master entered the Dover's room, you were the one who in possession of the camera. Isn't that why you were able to take the photo when you discovered the body? Yes, that's right. The only photos you took with the new film were of Dover's room and the body. If that's the case, a new contradiction comes to light. Another one? The piece of evidence that contradicts the two photos Miss Hall took is... That is my instant camera. You have already handed the photos of Dover's room and the body to myself and the police. It reminds me, didn't you also take a photo of me and Mr. Edgeworth just now? The film used in this camera can take up to 20 photos. However, this camera only has 3 photos left, which leaves 14 photos unaccounted for. Exactly what were they used to photograph? Please show us all the photos you took. We will be able to discern your actions from these photos. I'm so sorry. I have told a terrible lie. Big lie. Big lie. Don't tell me. All the remaining shots are of Isaac Dover's room. My deepest apologies. It seems there are all such of the AI sculptures from the various angles. So when these were taken, the sculptures had not melted yet. But that means the one who caused them to melt was you. Yes, I am positive that I melted them. You are positive? I am an aficionado of the sculptor Pierre Hoget, who's actually Monsieur Dover. Before the authorities could defile his final masterpieces during their investigation, I thought I should preserve them through photographs, hence I entered his room. In that case, why did all the ice melt? It's probably because as I was taking the pictures, I became entranced with his works. And it seems that my foot accidentally got caught up in the power cord, unblocking it. Accidentally, you say. I did not notice the power cord at the time. I would never have imagined that I would be the cause of those sculptures melting. But the truth really be that simple. She's lying. However, I cannot say with certainty that she's lying. I'm so sorry to have caused you all so much trouble. As long as you are telling the truth, there's no need to apologize. That's right. Don't sweat it, Kate. Thank you very much. Edgeworth. Here, take this picture. Do what you want with it. 2 of them. 1 karma. You meddling fool still haven't given up yet, have you? Bum, ba bum 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 bum. There's something missing there. There's something there. You made it the rules. Okay. No matter how long you wait, I have no intention of allowing the defense attorney to investigate. The one thing that's stuck in the glass panel on the left side, that right there, see? It's not there anymore. No matter how long you wait, I have no intention of allowing the defense attorney to investigate. No matter if he can investigate, we'll find the truth through some other method. Always ready with a comeback. Well, don't try your best. Excuse me, Monsieur Bon Karma. The truth is, it was I who melted the ice sculpture in Monsieur Dover's room. What? What's the meaning of this, you clot? I'm truly sorry both to you and Monsieur Gustavia. Do not be concerned about me. Sir Bon Karma has already recognized that I had no hand in this act. That reminds me, I did you enter Mr. Dover's room, Mr. Gustavia? That was because... Silence, ignoramus. You are not to give that attorney the tiniest hint of information. Catherine Hall, you are coming with me. You are under suspicion of being complicit in the murder. No! I should be interrogating you personally. You best prepare yourself. Very well. Please wait, I still have some questions I want to ask her. I do not care for your sorry and polite delays. But, Gustavia, and while I'm at it, you as well, Scones. I have plenty of questions for you all. Understood? Bah. While I'm at it, he says, the nerve. He just took everyone away with him? Yes, even if we stay here, I don't think we'll be able to investigate any further today. Let's take a leave for now. It has already grown rather late. I hope the snow has stopped by now. Sounds good? I'm starving anyway. Let's stop somewhere for hamburgers then, before my stomach joins the chorus. You can't fight on an empty stomach after all. Hamburgers! We'll need to report back to Mr. Master with our findings first thing tomorrow. To be continued. Saving. Huh? What are you doing here, Kate? Monsieur Seals? Monsieur Edgeworth? Allow me to apologize once again for all the trouble I caused you yesterday. You sort of looks a bit tired. Has One Karma finished interrogating you? Yes, aside from what happened to the eye sculptures, I was not at fault for anything else. Are you also here to meet with Master Chef Kate? Yes, I am. Worried about how he's holding up. Detective Bat? Detective Bat? Why are you here? I just happened to be here. I'll be heading to the crime scene soon. I don't think this is a place that people happen to be, though. Hello? Master Chef? What happened to you? Oh no, Monsieur Master, why do you look so poor? I didn't get much sleep last night. The tribulation known as questioning was rather harsh. His hair! Rip hair, man. He grew old. I'm just a little exhausted. They didn't let you sleep? Even for an interrogation, that's going too far, Detective Bat. The detective in charge of the initial investigation was also in charge of the interrogation. I don't like Von Karma's methods, but this was all I could do. He was the one who brought me here. Seems I was supposed to be interrogated for a little bit longer, though. Seems that Detective Bat is looking out for Mr. Master in his own way. So shall we inform Mr. Master about what happened yesterday, Raymond? Yes, sir, I got all of my memos right here. Mr. Master, we would like to inform you about yesterday's investigation. Yes, thank you very much. Please, go ahead. Master Chef, it's almost like your spirit's gone. My chakra levels are low, so I might not seem like my usual energetic self. Monsieur Master, do we have anything that can give his spirit and his glucose a boost? Well, let's see. Some salt? Hey, we got some chocolate though. Here you go. Oh, those chocolates. Are you giving them to me? Those chocolates are... If possible, I would like to give them to you immediately. But it's against the rules to give anything to the suspects in the detention center. I see. Regrettably, those are the rules then. There's nothing we can do about it. Did you notice how much this guy reminds you of Veteran Report from JoJo Bizarre Adventure? Does he? Are you sure there's no way we can give them to him? Detective Bat, it looks like he noticed what we were trying to ask of him. I'll inspect the chocolates, and if there are no problems, I'll think about it. Detective Bat, thank you very much. Alright, I knew we could count on you, Detective Bat. I am truly in your debt. Wait, right here. It's some chocolate. Take it. Thank you very much. Not a word to anyone else. It would cause problems for me later. Yes, of course. I apologize for making you go through so much trouble. Now I shall partake in eating these delicious delights at once. I'm sorry for asking you to do something so dangerous, Detective Bat. I only did what I wanted to do. The cheekbones too. Why can't you just be honest here, Detective? Oh, how sweet. So I've come back to life. Oh, did Kate make the chocolates? Yes, sir, I did. How does it taste? His hair? Melt in your mouth, melt in your hand. Melt in your hand, sweet chocolates melting in my mouth. So sweet, so divine. Thank you for the tasty treat. Oh, they're a bit misshapen, but so sweet and delicious. Thank you. I am so glad that you enjoyed it. And above all, it helped you regain your spirit. Thank you for your concern. The food they serve here has been absolute tasteless. And combined with the lack of sleep, I was thoroughly exhausted. Is the food here that bad? The M&M's Logan Opera, I guess. Salt beef and stew, your average prison fare. That is odd. I really could not taste anything. Whatever, I'm about to head out to a crime scene. Please wait, Detective. Pat, can you give us any new information? Yeah, I think I can. We identified the victim. Just as you said, Isaac Dover was a sculptor who worked in France. It seems he went by the name Pierre Hogue. Hogue? Isaac Dover was Pierre Hogue. How could that be? Monsieur Pierre Hogue. So Pierre Hogue wasn't actually French, huh? Which is likely why he never showed himself in the public while he worked under that name. The Zodiac sculptures, they were his masterpieces, it seems. Although they will remain forever unfinished. For Xantex, MMM's had a now unused slogan of melt in your mouth, not in your hand. Wait, they did? I didn't know about that. Unfinished, even though they were his masterpieces? It seems he worked on them by season. Once he finished the remaining winter constellations, his work would be done. Huh? The winter constellations? Are Taurus in Gemini, right? So those ice sculptures were his final pieces. It is heartbreaking that they melted. I can't apologize enough. No, I wasn't blaming you or anything. Also, Dover was infamous for being greedy. He would charge hundreds of thousands just to make a single sculpture. It seemed like he always had money troubles. The murder might be related to that, but it's still under investigation. So he had money problems even though he was a famous artist? Do you know about why he entered the lizard contest? Not yet, he kept it a secret, even from his family. Also, that look is completely right because you have sweat hands. Some of the coloring. Oh, if you have a sweaty hand, some of the coloring can be on your hand after eating them. Ah, that's messy eating. It's time. I'm bringing in the replacement card. I can't hang around here any longer than I have. Weird. Yes, I understand. Let's meet again later. That detective is a kind soul. Indeed, he never strays from his own beliefs. He truly has a strong will. Or why they got rid of it? Yeah, that would be so messy. But he's pretty scary when you first meet him. I see. Could you tell me everything that happened yesterday? Very weird. Of course, allow me to give you a report of our investigation. So this is what happened. I'm sorry for the trouble Kate has caused you. I am truly very sorry. You have no need to worry so long as you have told the truth, Miss Hall. Mr. Master, would you mind if I ask you a few questions as well? Yes, I shall divulge all that I know. Please tell us about the other 3 contestants in the final round of your contest. Let's see. Mr. Delicious Desserts had a fantastic design. However, she broke the rules, so I could not recognize her as the winner. Up until the semi-finals, Mr. Gustavia's flavors and designs were to my liking. Unfortunately, both the taste and the appearance of his final entry left much to be desired. And there was something strange about his dessert in the semi-finals. Something strange? Both Mr. Gustavia's and Miss Dover's dessert had the exact same taste. They had different taste signs, but in terms of taste, it was like eating the same thing. What did they look like? There should be a picture of them at my mansion. Please allow me to show you later. Certainly, thank you very much. And then there was Mr. Dover's sherbet sculpture. Oh, they were absolutely heavenly. Do you have a chance to taste his creations? If I recall correctly, his body was discovered in the middle of judging. Yes, but I was not informed of this until after the judging had finished. Since he was not present in the room, I helped myself to a piece of his edible lyre. It was fantastically delicious. Wait, what? It was salty though. I was so moved I broke it into song. Wait a moment, please. Did you say the lyre was delicious? Could you please give us a little more detail about that? You ate the lyre from the sculpture in Miss Dover's room, correct? Yes. The one that was in the same classic case as the Gemini sculpture. Please have a look at this picture, Mr. Master. Did you eat from this lyre that's missing the strings? Yes, that lyre originally had strings. However, I ate them all, resulting in what you see here in this picture. Eating leftover homemade chicken pot pie for breakfast now. Ooh, sounds delicious. That is... So the strings on the lyre were missing because he ate them. I had for lunch for myself, I had a rice curry. Chicken... No, not the chicken. More like beef curry. Actually, Delicia ate part of the same lyre that you did. However, she said it was so salty that she could not eat it. You don't say. That means there might be a problem with my sense of taste after all. Problem with your sense of taste? Nice. How so? There's a taste disorder called hypogeusia in which you lose the ability to taste salt. Perhaps I have contracted this illness. I just never realized it since I ate nothing but sweets. However, I now know with certainty. That's why he couldn't tell what the food they serve here tastes like. No, for a pastry chef to lose their sense of taste is fatal. Even if there is a treatment for taste impairment, there isn't a cure for it yet. But it's probably best that you let the police know so you can receive a medical examination. No, that won't be necessary. Misty! What up, Misty? This ain't Elden Ring. This is Elden Ring, what do you mean? There's a recipe in my mansion specifically for making the cure. See, there's Elden Ring! Elden Ring, man. A recipe for a drug that will cure your taste impairment. Yes, please look out for it later when you return to the mansion. Monsieur Master, but that means revealing the... I think you're gaslighting me? No, I'm not. Hi, Roxas. I'm doing great. How are you, though? Kate, we should no longer consider it from Mr. Gregory. Yes, sir, I understand. That is what you wish. This is Elden Ring, man. I don't know what Elden Ring you played, but this is Elden Ring. A recipe for a special drug, just what are they hiding? You play as the Edgeworth daddy? No, I'm playing as the Edgeworth grandfather. Well then, I must be returning to the mansion now, so I will take my leave. Yes, we will be heading there later as well. Kate? What is it, Monsieur Master? You should not live for my sake. You should reconsider your lifestyle, so that you can live by yourself, even if I were no longer around. Please do not say things like that. I simply cannot live without you, Monsieur Master. I promise to wait for you until you return. Excuse me. Oh, Kate. Catherine. Master Chef. Guy, Kate was crying. Why did you say something so cruel? I'm worried about her. Catherine always puts me before herself. What do you mean? She collects pure whole cakes, forks, and makes sweets. All to make me happy, nothing more. That is the only reason she does anything. She always puts aside her own preference and thinks that she wants to do herself. I want Catherine to choose to live her own life. I do not want her to waste her valuable life because of me. Is that so? He thinks of Miss Hall as his own daughter, and he would want his children to choose their own path in life. And a parent would do anything to protect their own children. That feeling, I also know it well. Well, that should do it for the questions. We must return to the scene of the crime. It is already time to leave. I see. So when my tribulations of questioning resume, we should take measures against their interrogations from our side as well. You ask the police about that? I can, but I have other ways in mind as well. When the time comes, you are a dependable man. I shall be counting on you. Master Chef, we'll come here every day with reports of our progress. We'll bring Kate too. Yes, thank you very much. I shall be looking forward to it. Mr. Master, know that the police will be attempting to get you to confess. I'm sure to ask innocent soul like you yourself to bear with these painful experiences. But please hold on for now. If you confess, I am positive that one karma will use that to his advantage. That will make helping you all that much more difficult. I understand. I shall do my best. If you believe in me until the bitter end, I will definitely get you out of here. Detective Bat, thank you for helping us earlier. Yes, thank you. Thanks for what? There's no need to be so shy about it. See, enough about that. I suppose you intend to investigate today too? Of course, we still need more information to prove Mr. Master is innocent. I'm sorry, but apart from this page, you are not allowed to investigate anywhere else. What? So you're saying we can investigate? I'm guessing this is Yon Karma's doing. Yeah. Well, Karma is a bit on edge at the moment. He still hasn't received. As you report? I don't know if you see it, but in the first game the code is full of bullet holes. Yeah, I did. I did realize it. That means the Yatakaru suit has not been formed yet. Moreover, the only ones in this mansion are Miss Hall and the police. So don't get your hopes up. I'm speaking with the people connected to this case. One Karma's been completely unreasonable. He's gone too far. He has not met with the team yet. The team yet! Detective Bat, what do you intend to do? I promised I'll do anything I can to assist you. You have my thanks. We won't let any of One Karma's dirty tricks get the best of us. Detective Bat, is it alright if we investigate the Fountain Pay show? Yes, but we have already finished checking everything except for the fountain. That's fine. As long as there is still something, I shall continue investigating. What do we have? Oh, she's here. Miss Hall, I've come to investigate today. She's still crying? Ah, Monsieur Edgeworth. I apologize for my disgraceful behavior earlier. Yeah, she still looks a bit down. What Master said earlier must have been a real shock to her. I prepared the photo I took of the dessert during the semifinals. Please, take a look. Okay. But the delicious cake is still cute. That's a phoenix, right? Phoenix? Maybe? That is a unicorn. Monsieur Master also praised the design of the delicious work very highly. Messieurs Gustavia and Dolores were getting higher praise for both taste and design, but Monsieur Master said it felt like he was eating the exact same thing twice. It seems that their desserts had completely different tastes. For the finals, they both have the pink substance. Oh, okay. Was there anything else that was different between the finals and the semi-finals? It's nothing major, but there was something. During the contest, Monsieur Gustavia's sons always came to see him, but there was no sign of him at the finals. His son came to visit. I wonder if there is any significance behind that. Would you mind leaving this photo with me? Certainly. Anything to aid in the investigation? Gustavia and Dolores taste the same, man, huh? And here's the recipe book that contains the special drug for curing taste disorders. And let me have a bathroom break. Be right back. Alright. Miss All, please tell me all you know about the Angel's recipe. So the Angel's recipe contains the formula for the drug. It's a recipe book for new drugs that haven't been released to the public yet. If sold to a pharmaceutical company, I'm sure it would fetch a substantial price. By something like that, a prize in the contest. Monsieur Master is the only heir to the chairman of the Master Group. Master Group? That name sounds familiar. They're a pharmaceutical company with who deal in wide range of products. They've become big news recently with the release of Cold Killer X. I haven't used the Cold Killer product, but I've never once seen you with the Cold. I would like to hear more about the Master Group. Mr. Master that want to follow in his parents' footsteps. Monsieur Master wanted to bring joy to people with his desserts. His parents also wanted him to become a great pastry chef and support him. When his parents died, the recipe book was left to him as his inheritance. Why would he give away a memento of his parents as a prize in the contest? There were always people who were after it, something which troubled Monsieur Master. But just giving away the memento would have been disrespectful to his parents. So he decided to pass it over to someone he acknowledged. The members of the Master Group. Approve of that. Information about new drugs being passed on to the outsiders. Of course they objected. That's why Delicia participated in the contest. On the order of the Master Group, she was requested to win the championship. You knew Delicia's true identity from the start? Yes, in order for her to win. I told her Monsieur Master's tastes and preference. Why did you help her? I helped her in order to protect Monsieur Master and the Master Group. If the drug recipe were given to another company, he would have reprimanded by the board. I wanted to return the recipe to the company in a way Monsieur Master would accept. It was due to Miss Hall's help that Delicia was able to reach the finals. Speaking of which, Mr. Dober wasn't a pastry chef either. He sure did well to make it to the finals, considering he's just a sculptor. Yes, for him to be able to make such a fine desserts despite being a sculptor, from the stair-bed sculptures that he made for the finals, it's clear to see he has a great talent, but could he really have made that by himself? That is all I know. Is there anything else I can do to help? Say, Mr. Master, she's trying to help as much as she can. Maybe perhaps have some more of that team for me today, please, Miss Hall. I'm sure that would help us get on with the investigation. Yeah, I like some of the cage tea too. Right, understood. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, looks a bit better now. These angel statues look like they're eating chocolate fondue. Seem these angel statues are also pure Hogwarts. Inspected, they're very well made. Looks just like the real thing. So you've seen a real angel before, Detective Bat? Defense attorneys, always the first to find fault with everything. Perhaps that was wrong with me. What are you investigating exactly? Sir, I'm testing the water in the fountain for foreign matters, sir. Have you found anything? Seems there's both chocolate and sherbet mixing with the fountain water. Match the chocolate from Chef Master's room and the sherbet that melted in Isaac Dower's room. They all share the same composition. The fountain water circulates through the streams that flow from each of the 4 rooms. Perhaps The melted sherbet flowed into the fountain. Also, someone's blood was detected as well. What are you saying? How could there have been blood in the fountain? Detective Bat, please think back to our investigation of the crime scene. Detective Bat, please look at the crime scene carefully once more. The bloodstain that should have remained at the crime scene has disappeared. I definitely didn't get any reports about the bloodstain being cleaned up. Blood disappeared from the crime scene. Also, part of the treasure chest was missing too. Perhaps the blood in the fountain belongs to this person. Isaac Dower, for sure. The victim. Let's run a comparison with the blood on the murder weapon. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Dover's. I wonder why the criminal spilled the victim's blood into the fountain. First blood was found in the fountain water, however it was absent from the crime scene. Nice. Done. We gathered information about all the contestants, and yet we still haven't heard of Gustavia's side of the story. Objection. Objection. What exactly was he doing in Mr. Dover's room? And moreover, something is odd about his semi-final entry. Basic chef bad at design and a sculptor skilled only at designing. It would have been extremely difficult for either of them to win the contest alone. Could be that Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's connection is... Detective Bat, you have a reason to suspect the actions of Dane Gustavia? Yeah, it's imperative that we find a way to contact him at once. Oh, this conversation is most interesting. Karma. Want karma. However, I cannot allow you to speak with Mr. Gustavia. Want karma. I have already conducted my interrogation of him. It is not necessary for him to speak any further, especially to a mere defense attorney. Tick, tick, tick. But I will answer your questions in the fool's place. This is what karma intends to prevent me from meeting Gustav in person. Understand? In that case, I have but one thing to ask you. Yes? I would like to know the relationship between the Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. Manfred want karma. More like Pussy Red want karma. Gustavia and Dover's relationship? It's obvious the only relationship they had was that they happened to participate in the same contest. No, it's wrong. That's only. That's it. There's nothing more to say. What? How are we supposed to understand anything that's from so little? If we want to divulge the truth, we have no choice but to present evidence. It's all too obvious that he's hiding something. Evidence, huh? No. Where is it?
Objection!
Objection. Prosecutor want karma. I'd like you to look at these desserts. The desserts were made for the contest semi-finals. Don't you think these two have particularly impressive designs? So what are you getting at? These two desserts were made by Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. I wouldn't exactly call Mr. Gustavia's design skills praiseworthy. And yet, for the semi-finals, he was able to produce something comparable to Mr. Dover's. Furthermore, these two desserts have the exact same flavor. What are you trying to say? I'm saying it's possible they collaborated with each other on their entries. Prosecutor want karma, please take a closer look at their desserts. The pink flower, man, at first glance, they may same colors too. They have to look completely different. Even though the designs are different, it's clear they were made from the same materials. Is that so? The same flavor and the composition. It's impossible to dismiss their similarity as coincidence. The very existence of these two desserts points to a link between Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. Since you already know this much, I'll tell you the truth. Did Von Karma know about their collaboration? However, what I am about to say is not going to help your case at all. If you want to know about Gustavia and Dover's connection so badly, I'll tell you. Last night, when I interrogated Gustavia, he told me about his connection with Dover. Until the day before the finals, they worked under the search together. You knew about their cooperation all this time, didn't you? Why would you conceal the truth? I would appreciate it if you didn't sully my reputation. Until I explain my points in court, I avoid giving away unnecessary details. I was merely saving you time. How can he act like this and keep the truth from us? This concealment of the truth is something I simply cannot ignore. Let's try pressing the... Why do you think Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover collaborated? Why? Because Gustavia had a poor design sense and Dover was a novice at baking. Without the help of each other, they would never have made it through a single round. So what was their mutual goal? Why cooperate until the finals? The finals will be fought on our own merits, Gustavia said, and he ended their collaboration. Gustavia's goal was to obtain the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. It seems his pride was as a pastry chef won out in the end. Victory in the finals would have certainly have been hollow had he cheated. So he believes that their cooperation only went as far as the semi-finals. But what if it really continued through the finals? Prosecutor Von Karma, could you explain their cooperation in a little more detail? Very well. Why? Because Gustavia had poor design sense and the brother was novice at baking. Their cooperation lasted only through the semi-finals for the titles. Do we have... Hypogeusia. But the liar part was very, very salty. Oh wait, the both salty?
Objection!
Objection! You say that Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover did not collaborate during the finals. That's strange. Delicious testified that Dover's sherbet was most delicious. Being a novice chef, I doubt he could have done all that by himself. Perhaps the two of them cooperated during the finals as well. Defense attorneys, how many times do I have to tell you? Delicious scones, a subjective opinion cannot be admitted as evidence. There's still a chance that a novice chef could make something tasty. My wife is amateur. Yet her cooking rivals that of a world-class chefs. How is that another subjective opinion? Moreover, if you take this pharmacist's testimony to be true, it changes nothing. She also mentioned that a part of his sherbet was very salty, which means you can hardly call his entry for the finals perfect. Tick. What? No more objections? Is there no way I can prove their collaborations? Mr. Edgeworth? There's something that's been bugging me. What is it? The research Mr. Dover made for the finals would have taken a long time to make right. Indeed, they were frozen sculptures after all. How would he have had the time to sculpt it after it was frozen? Let alone help Mr. Gustavia with his design as well. The way I see it, just waiting for the sherbet to freeze would have used up all of his time. Just how was he able to make those sherbet sculptures? Raymond, you may have a promising future after all. Thanks to you, I have noticed one more possibility. That's right. Mr. Dover's sherbet needed time to freeze properly, and the contest's time limit would not have been enough. The method Mr. Dover used to make his sherbet within the time limit was... prepared in advance. Has to be. The sherbet was prepared in advance, all he needed to do was sculpt it. You, just what are you mumbling about? Please excuse me. I finally realized. Your earlier view was correct. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? What are you doing? Oh, so you're finally admitting a defeat? No. All I'm admitting to is the truth of one of your statements. Dover and Gustavia's collaboration lasted only until the day before the finals. It's exactly as you said. They only cooperate until the day before the finals. The sculptures in the Mr. Dover's room were all made out of sherbet. Sherbet? Such an amount would most likely need to be left overnight to freeze, which means Mr. Gustavia prepared Mr. Dover's sherbet in advance the day before. That's right. So you realize Gustavia's cooperation ended the day before the finals. Then why did Mr. Dover not help Mr. Gustavia in return? The views of the dead are no concern to me. If you aren't going to answer that, I'll need to get in touch with Mr. Gustavia himself. Or was your interrogation not quite as thorough as you claim? You ingrate, you dare mock me? That was not my intention. I do have a problem with your attitude. I want you to give us a clear reason why we cannot speak to Mr. Gustavia in person. A clear reason? Gustavia and Dover's collaboration has no bearing on this case. You claim their collaboration is irrelevant. Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's relationship had turned sour. It could serve as a small motive for murder. You are saying that Gustavia and Dover's collaboration was linked to the motive for the murder? If that were the case, why did you not conceal it? After all, we found out about this collaboration from Gustavia himself. You really are a lawyer. Show us evidence that gives us reason to suspect Gustavia. Only one of Mr. Gustavia's actions has been suspicious so far. Doubtless Von Karma already knows of this fact. This could be a trap by Von Karma. What's wrong, defense attorney? Not going to answer? But mustn't back down now. Mr. Gustavia sneaking into Mr. Dover's room. His reasons for this are currently unclear. But the very fact he secretly entered the victim's room is reason enough to suspect him. If that's the extent of it, I can dispel those doubts. I knew it. Was it a trap after all? I was intending to save this for the courtroom, but I'll make a special exception. We wouldn't want to prolong the trial with unnecessary information, would we? Take a look at this. This is a photo of Gustavia and Dover. And their sons? Gustavia entered Dover's room in order to steal this photo. Parent care day. To steal the photo. That kid has a pink rose on his chest. Seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Apparently they thought he'd be suspected. People found out he and Dover were acquaintances. Acquainted? Yes, just like you are doing now. There is nothing suspicious about Gustavia's actions. No further room for argument. He's still adamant about not letting us meet with Mr. Gustavia. I have an investigation to return to. I have no more time to waste on the likes of you. Curse that modern karma calling us a waste of time. What should we do? Stage right. At this rate, Master Chef will be... When Karma is busy? Of course. Why would he be so busy? Both the body and murder weapon have been found, and he already has his suspect. Police should have more than enough evidence to prove Mr. Master's guilt. If that's the case, then why is Von Karma still investigating the crime scene? Mr. Edgeworth? Is there something wrong? It seems I have been overlooking a matter of vital importance. Considering that he already has the evidence he needs to convict Mr. Master, I feel that Von Karma is not so composed as he should be. He didn't even tell Detective Bat the full results of the investigation. Still hasn't received. Furthermore, something vanished from the crime scene and we still don't know why. Detective Bat, please look at... Blood stain. But the strangest thing we found wasn't in Mr. Master's room at all. His dollars. Mr. Dollar's blood vanished from Mr. Master's room and somehow found its way into a fountain. What does this mean? Okay, let's see. This and this for sure. Yes. Although the victim's blood wasn't found in Mr. Master's room, it was detected in the water fountain. There would be no need for the killer to conceal the bloodstains after the body was found. It's unnatural for that only the bloodstains that were found in with the body disappeared. Unless the body was moved, the blood would have still remained under the chocolate. Don't tell me. Someone removed the body and then erased the bloodstains? It's possible that the body was removed from the crime scene, and then autopsy report still hasn't not arrived. Although we have a murder weapon and the suspect, we don't know much about the body. I've been investigating under the assumption that the body had been discovered. Perhaps the assumption was wrong from the very beginning. Why did Von Karma give Detective back the autopsy report? To understand that, yes, I must turn my logic around. My thinking should be, why is Von Karma hiding information about the body? Or rather, what if Von Karma doesn't even have the information to begin with? What happens if I think of it like that? It's possible that the body wasn't removed by the police for autopsy, it was moved by and hidden by the real killer. Is that right? I've heard many dark rumors surrounding Von Karma. He's a prosecutor who forges evidence, fabricates testimonies, and makes backroom deals. Yeah, I heard that too. But what does that have to do with this? I try to avoid judging others based on rumors, and I didn't let those rumors influence my opinion on Karma until today. Seems he is a man who will distort the truth. Distort the truth? Don't mean forgery? I do. And I can't allow him to get away with this. I must return to the prosecutor's office for now. Now a word to that attorney. Roger. What do you want, defensive attorney? I want to know the truth that you have been hiding. Fool, already trying to mislead the police investigation again? You interfere with the investigation anymore, I'll be forced to reprimand you myself.
Objection!
Police? No, my objection is with you. What? Isn't it the prosecutor's job to ensure justice for criminals? What are you saying? I have no time to debate the job of a prosecutor with you. However, I will tell you one thing. My job is to ensure all those I prosecute are found guilty. Before the perfect proof, there can be no room for doubt.
Objection!
And to find that perfect proof, you would even stoop to forgery? I was wondering what you were going on about. You intend to accuse me of forgery, don't you? Yes, and it's for that reason you did not allow Detective Bat to investigate. What do you mean? The real reason Detective Bat wasn't investigating was not so he could keep an eye on us. It was to hide the fact that you never found the body. What? They never found the body?
Objection!
You cretins, you will cease with these ludicrous accusations. We will not tolerate any further insults. In that case, let us verify the body. If you do, we will have evidence that shows whether I am right or not. The burden of proof falls on you, defense attorney. I have no reason to comply with your baseless conjecture.
Objection!
You must have noticed too the lack of bloodstains at the crime scene. So why did the blood vanish? And more importantly, where did it go? Foolishness. Why would anyone erase the blood in the chest that contained the body? Yes, that's exactly right. If the body had been found there, the disappearing bloodstain would have no meaning at all. However, what if the body was already gone? To erase the traces of the body being there, one would have to get rid of the bloodstains as well. Why make such a fuss over those bloodstains? It seems like a trivial detail to me. Or are you saying that you can show me where those bloodstains went? In court, everything must be said with evidence. Isn't that right, One Karma? In that case, I'll show you the evidence supporting my claim. Which piece of evidence shows whether the plots... I think I know. Where is it? Where the red went? Where is it?
Take that.
There are traces of the victim's blood found in the fountain. Traces of Mr. Master's chocolate were also found in this very fountain. In other words, the blood was flashed down the stream which then flowed into a fountain. All of this points to only one possibility. After the body was removed, someone erased the blood stains. What Karma? Where was the body really found? You really found the body! You should be able to answer! You... How do you know this information? How do you know the results of the water composition test on the fountain? Because I allowed them to investigate. Bad! Always a thorn in my side. From here on out, I will not allow you to associate any further with this case. It's not like you were letting me do much anyway. One Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Or, are you admitting to the fact that you didn't find the body after all? You say I never found the body? There is your evidence. He's never going to confess. I have nothing to further to say to you. Gregory Edgeworth, this matter will be decided in court. Man, fuck this guy. Let's see just how well your logic holds up there. Von Karma, I know your methods are wrong. I promise, without fail, I will expose the truth you have hidden. No, he won't. Will be Felix right? Detective Bat, I'm sorry. It's because you let me investigate that. No, this was bound to happen. Sooner or later. This is also the first time I have been restricted in my investigation. Your theory that they never found the bodies sounds pretty close to the mark. That I will make clear in court. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. Even though I'm no longer in charge of this case. Then, though I'm very sorry about this, I have one more favor to ask of you. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? I wanna know too. This will be my trump card in court. Information I've gathered up until now should be enough to prove Mr. Masters innocent. But if all else fails, I'll have this ready. Your trump card. You'll see at the trial. Wow, I get to be at the trial too? Of course, you are my assistant after all. I'll be an ace attorney too next year. Well, Karma will never be the two of us. Right. Although I hope to clear Mr. Master's name before you become a lawyer. When Karma is to be my opponent, he'll want the trial ended in a day. That's right, we have to save Master Jeff as fast as we can. After all, this is you we're talking about. I'm sure you'll beat Von Karma. Jeff Master alone in a dark cell. Arrested on false charges. I must expose Von Karma's lies if I am to save him. To be continued. Alright, back at the present time. And that's all Uncle Ray knows about the I-7 incident. That's what happened in my father's last case, the truth of the I-7 incident. What happened at the trial? And the Von Karma defeated us. Eh? So you couldn't prove Mr. Master's innocence? We had gathered plenty of evidence to prove it, but Von Karma was even more despicable than we thought. He was a prosecutor who would do anything for his guilty verdict. That's right, and he really did not use any means unnecessary. Because of this, the trial dragged on for about a year until it finally reached a conclusion. I'll never forget that fateful day when the judgment was passed down, the 28th of December. It's April now, so it's been a little over 17 years. How time flies. The 28th of December, 20 years ago, I was watching from the gallery that day. Before the trial, your old man noticed that Mr. Master was acting strangely. He was at the breaking point, both mentally and physically. He wanted to be found guilty. No, Mr. Master didn't fake a confession, did he? Yeah, that was what Von Karma was aiming for from the start. When your old man tried to expose the fact that the body had not been found, Von Karma used the power of his police cronies to squash that argument. They even went as far as to prepare a fake autopsy report. Then they made Mr. Master give a false testimony and confess to being an accomplice. In Mr. Master's confession, the situation quickly became dire, but your old man had a trump card up his sleeve. Was that the trump card that he was talking to Detective Bat about? Yeah, that trump card was to be our insurance in case Mr. Master confessed. He had asked Detective Bat to have Mr. Master's interrogations recorded. Detective Bat wanted to know the truth too, huh? After he was dropped from the investigation, he never stopped caring about the case. Even when he was involved with other large cases, he really was the definition of a true detective. The defense presented the recording which proved that the confession was forced. Well, it seems the detective in charge of the initial investigation and interrogation, Replacer took all of the blame and was charged and dismissed. Still, Replacer. At the trial, your old man exposed Von Karma's corruption, and Von Karma's received his first penalty from the then chief prosecutor. The only penalty in his 40 years of prosecution. However, Mr. Master didn't want the trial to continue any longer, and the curtains closed on the trial that day with the verdict of guilty. My memory of that time is fuzzy, but I was also there watching my father's final trial. I think his final regret became my own. The old man wanted a retrial to prove Master's innocent, but he passed on before he could fulfill his wish, after getting entangled in another case. It breaks my heart, even now, that I didn't return home with him that day. But what's more, to blind myself from my own worthlessness. Uncle Ray put all of his hatred on you, as a traitor for being Von Karma's people. I'm sorry. Don't be. It's natural you would hate me. After I became a prosecutor, I was able to get Von Karma to show me the case file. Mr. Master was found guilty for the murder of Isaac Dower. That's not right. Wasn't Mr. Master found guilty of being an accomplice? But this case file says guilty of murder. There shouldn't be anything unresolved in this case handled by Manfred Von Karma. Wait, can I take a look at that file? It looks like the charges have been rewritten. What? Look at this. The assert made by the suspect this led us to his arrest in jail. He was diagnosed with hypoglycemia and he was treated by medicine. His own confession, he was convicted as accomplice to the murder. The charge is accomplice to murder. It's a copy of the original case of trial I received from the courts. Why would the charge be altered? This file was given to you by Von Karma, right? Maybe he just didn't want you to know the truth, since you are Gregory's son. He would have wanted to avoid another retrial before the statute of limitations ran out after all. So what I had come to believe back then had all been a lie? If you didn't know about it, just make sure you know it from now on. The statute of limitations has been long expired, but the truth still lives right here. After your old man passed, anyway, Uncle Ray took over as Mr. Master's defense attorney. Although Von Karma also had another prosecutor take over the case, Perhaps he thought that since his opponent was a rookie, he needed to turn up. In the end, the real killer was never found. Mr. Master was found guilty. No, is there nothing we can do about it now? Since the killer was never found, he can't withdraw his confession. Found out after the trial that Mr. Master made a deal with Von Karma because Von Karma had threatened him. If you don't confess, Catherine Hall will be held under the same charges. That's terrible. I don't think Mr. Master really thought that Kate was the killer, but to protect her, he faked a confession. Miles, on the day that Knightley Boy was killed, why do you think Uncle Ray was at the prison? Ah, I see. You went to see Mr. Master, didn't you? I said I visit him every day. I couldn't keep that promise, but I asked Katie Pye to look in on him for me when I couldn't. Through rain or snow, she went every single day without fail. But nothing has changed, and Mr. Master still serves his punishment. That's so sad. Isn't there anything we can do? That's why I came here. Because I knew those ice sculptures would be on display here today. So, what are you going to do, Miles? I'm a prosecutor. My position is different from you and my father, Miles. But moving past my position, what I want as Miles Edgeworth is to know the truth of these two cases. It is for that reason that I am here. You really are your father's son. Well then, if that's what you have decided, I'll support you all the way. I better leave the IS-7 documents and evidence with you then. Alright, here are the documents. By the way, the parts in orange are Uncle Ray's old notes. Thank you. And now, here's the IS-7 evidence. It's a lot, so make sure to look it over while you investigate. Holy, right. I'll check through it later. Anyway, there are so many strange things about this case. We got... okay. Family photo. The finger, okay. Indeed. Those involved in the case 18 years ago have reunited and another incident occurs. Replicas of the statues from 18 years ago were displayed in the Winter Palace and poison gas was released in the Autumn Palace, which had been disguised as the Winter Palace. Two chemicals in the Pisces case, normalium and fatalium, were mixed, causing an outbreak of poison gas. The victim of the poison gas was named Gustavia, a person involved in the IS-7 incident. Because he was unconscious, he received a treatment in the Zodiac Art Gallery's infirmary. Finally, the dead body found floating in the fountain. And once again, the ice sculptures have melted. There are deep connections between the two cases. It's possible there are still some clues left from 18 years ago. Right, let's get started. Just 1 second, don't tell me you have forgotten about me. Did I tell you that I'm the one in charge of this case? Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you intend to continue disrupting Sebastian's investigation, the word guilty will be added to your PIC report. What does she mean, guilty? Please allow me to assist in your investigation as before. I appreciate your proposal, but I'm afraid I must overrule it. That was fast. Even though we are short on hands to identify the victim right now, it's only a matter of time until we figure it out. In that case, I shall take that load off your shoulders at once. Regarding the identity of the identified body, one person comes to mind. Really? Then tell us. Very well. It's not just the sculptures that have made a comeback from the incident 18 years ago. The body in the fountain is... Isaac Dover. Gotta be. It's likely that the identity of the body is the victim of the murder that occurred here 18 years ago. Isaac Dover. Eh? It's Isaac's body? Hey, who's that? I never heard of him. Mr. Isaac Dover, a truly great sculptor, but he was better known as Pierre Hoget. The sculptures on display here in the museum are all his creations. So in other words, that sculptor was the best. Somehow I feel a strong kinship to him. And he was a victim in the IS-7 incident. She knew about the IS-7 incident. Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident occurred 18 years ago. And what's more, the police reported the removal of the body. That's what on the record, but I wonder if that's really is the truth. What are you saying? The defense attorney in the IS-7 incident claimed that the body was never found, not that the prosecution would ever admit to such a thing. Hello? Really? Is something wrong, Sebastian? No, it's just they said that they know who the victim is. It's just as the prosecutor says, it's Dover. No, it can't be. It would seem my father's suspicions were correct. What is it, Judge Courtney? Have you finally realized that I'm much more helpful than Mr. The Best? Hey, are you trying to steal the best position for yourself? I'm doing no such thing. I just want to know the truth. And for that to happen, we need to cooperate, no? The truth is none of your concern.
Objection.
I don't think that's true, Courtney Pye. You again. Uncle Ray assisted the defense attorney involved in the I-7 incident. The one who claimed that Mr. Dover's body was never found. The prosecution denied it at the time, but now the body has been discovered here. In other words, the I-7 investigation was unjust. And isn't it at the duty of the pig to investigate corrupt prosecutors? Then wouldn't you want to cooperate with those who were involved in the case? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Now that I think about it, Judge Courtney knew about the I-7 incident. So it seems she really is here because of that pig. Even if you're related to the incident, I don't see how Prosecutor Edgeworth is. He is the son of the attorney in that case, and a prosecutor taught by Von Karma himself. What's more, he was in the audience at the IS-7 trial. I'm sure there are many points he can enlighten us on. Very well, I will allow you to cooperate. However, your investigation must not hinder the other investigators. The Winter Palace is currently being investigated, but the Fountain Palace is open to you. It's my Courtney Pye. Now we're talking. As thanks, I will allow you to have a hug with Uncle Ray. Overruled. If I feel your cooperation isn't needed, I will have to ask you to leave. Understood. Isn't that great, Miles? Now we can start investigating. You really helped us there. Uncle Ray did it all for himself. Alright, Uncle Ray's going to investigate too, so let me know if you figured something out. Got it. Right then. Okay, let's begin the investigation. Okay, let's do this. We still don't know where Mr. Dover's body and the Normalium were hidden. We don't have enough information to go on. You're right, our first priority is the Normalium. Well, Normalium is used in washing detergents, paints, and the like. If you recall, it's red liquid with a minty aroma. Minty aroma! Well then, let's get looking for that Normalium. Minty aroma. What do we have here? The service card, Miss Hall has prepared her tea set. According to the pamphlet, the museum is also famous for its tea. Yes, it certainly had a flavorful, rich taste. It seems this tea set was also made by Mr. Dover. Oh, so the tea set was made by the victim. Let's take a closer look. How about this? There's a container with the Clayton Ceylon tea leaves in it. To prevent the exposure to sunlight and moisture, the container is however tight and made of tin. This should help preserve the quality of the tea leaves. So this tea set was made by Isaac Dover. Fancy stuff, huh? Okay, I say this tea set is worth thousands of dollars. What? Thousands of dollars? Please be careful with it. Eh, this T-set is such a treasure. Please don't look so excited. If I recall correctly, Miss Hall was a huge fan of Mr. Dover. Hey, Etchy! What is it? Be careful with that teapot. Why must I be warned by him of all people? Madame and Messieurs? The world's most expensive tea set is for $36 million? Jesus! 36 millions, man! Imagine for a tea set. What the fuck? Would you care for some tea? Miss Hall? Katie. No, I'm fine, thanks. Kay and Etchy, you guys can have some. Well, since you asked, we might as well take a short break. Suddenly, 36 goddamn millions. Thanks for the tea. Wow, it's so tasty. What kind of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? Ceylon tea, known for the citrus aroma. However, is this the same tea you served as us this morning? Yes, that's right. Is it not to your liking? No, it's not that. The tea I had this morning had a slight different aroma. How strange. It is the same clay Ceylon tea I served this morning. There shouldn't be anything different about it. And the most expensive tea is worth $1.2 million per kilogram. Sheesh. What's wrong with you, Etchy? Quit nitpicking about the tea Katie so kindly prepared for you. Larry, what are you getting so upset about? I'm not upset, you're just being a rude jerk. And I told you to call me Laurice. Jeez, I'm not gonna talk to you anymore. It's like arguing with a child. Laurice, I wonder what's wrong. I guess I'll become a tea seller. I'd like to ask him that later myself. It's recorded as a national treasure. Ooh. And I also need to speak with Miss Hall. I don't have any evidence that shows she's the culprit, but I dare say she's the one who set up the poison gas trap. Miss Hall, where have you been until now? I was showing the remaining guests out and handing out complimentary gifts as an apology. Did you require my service? Yes, there are a few things I want to ask you about. My suspicions are correct. She's the one who set up the poison gas trap. Where exactly did you prepare the melted sculptures from 18 years ago? My, so you know about what happened 18 years ago. It's because 18 years ago I photographed Monsieur Dover's sculptures. Using the photos as a base, I managed to create replicas. The Zodiac sculptures had been unfinished work, so I wanted to complete it somehow. Because I am the one who accidentally melted Monsieur Dover's sculptures. Could you tell me why the Autumn Palace resembles the Winter Palace so much? Well, my apologies, did they really look so alike? I think I may have gotten some of the decorations mixed up. She's obviously lying. But I haven't gathered any evidence to prove that yet. No evidence? What the hell? There's something here. This smell and this color? Don't tell me this is a poodle of tea. Hell, there's a piece of powder in the middle of it. Hey, pH! pH, huh? Interesting. Well, what broke? I think I recognize the design. I should probably show this to that man and see what he has to say. Don't tell me... Larry? Larry, tell me what you are hiding. You two stop playing each other like that. I'm not glaring, okay? I'm using my artist's perspective. Edge is the one who's glaring. Then if you know what's good for you, you will tell me what you're hiding right now. No, wait, dude, I say that I'm not talking to you anymore. Aren't you talking to me right now? From now on, I'm definitely not talking to you anymore. I'm not going to get anywhere like this. Looks like I'll have to force it out of him. It's gotta be this. Ready, take a look at this. What's that? Larry, I've got a feeling that what you're hiding is related to the tea in this pottery shard. A Romani Conti 1945 was sold for 558,000. Damn, well, if you're not going to talk to me, I can always hand this to Shard over to Judge Courtney. Wait, I'm trying to keep a clean image for Justy. I don't want her to see how I have dirtied myself. I can't imagine what part of you can be considered clean, but if you don't want her to declare you guilty, I suggest you speak truthfully now. I got it, I'll tell you. Hiding something? Larry, it's time you confess to what you've done. You'll be so cruel to your best friend. The same way you can be so dishonest to your best friend. But you can stop glaring at me. I promise to tell her the truth this time for sure. A pizza double Pizza Luis 13 and created by the master pizza chef Renato. Renato Viola is currently the most expensive pizza in the world. For 12,000, Viola will personally come to your home along with a chef and sommelier to prepare. For a pizza, 12. Okay, no. 12K, man. No. The boss strikes again. Why am I not surprised? Oh boy, you're really done it this time, Larry. What should I do, Echi? There's a golden picture for 70,000. No. I can't even hate me. Crying to me about it won't help solve anything. First, you should apologize to Miss Hall. Is that so? My tiny part was... Katie, I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll draw as many portraits of you as you like. Please, kindly raise your head, Monsieur. It is I who should apologize. You notice the broken shards. It's dangerous, so I'll tidy up the broken pieces. Allow me to take this piece from you as well. Wasn't this tea set one of Isaac Dover's work? I heard that it was very important to you. Yes, but there's no use crying over spilled tea. Besides, I still have another one of those teapots left. She got attached to Dover's work as she used to be. Katie, you're so kind. Oh, that other teapot you were talking about, is it the one on the card? Yes. Truth is, when I was trying to hide the broken shard, I looked under that card and found that teapot that looked exactly the same, so I switched them. You switched them? Really? Yeah, everything's cool now. I took great care to make sure no one would break that teapot. You don't brag about it when you were the one who broke it in the first place. Ooh, I'm sorry. I don't mind. Thank you for your consideration. Katie's a really nice lady, isn't she? You should reflect on how you cause trouble for people like her. Okay, when I'm making pick as an artist, I'll donate paintings. In fact, I will welcome you as my own personal model. I think it'd be better if you just stopped causing trouble. I hope you haven't done anything else. I just stood around and sketching up beauties. Sketching beauties? If you're interested, I can let you take a peek. I guess even Mr. Edgeworth is interested in beauties. It's not like that. I just thought it might be another one of his strange paintings. How dare you? I'm very confident in my work this time. Oh, I wanna see it too. Oh, I'm glad you're so honest about it, Kay. But get ready, so come check it out later. I guess I'll have Tim show it to me later. It's a lamp worth of $12.8 million. Just why there's such an expensive lamp, man. Well, that sketch you mentioned just now, what? If you wanted to see my to be honest from about it from the start, look, here it is. Hey, what is this? I already told you it's a sketch of beauties. But just to be clear, the beauties only refers to Justin Katie's. Oh, that other lady, plump lady, has nothing to do with that. Then why did you throw her on the same page? Well, I was taking a break from my still life painting when those beauties caught my eye. I guess I just threw them on the same page without thinking. So you're saying that the pictures on this page were each drawn separately? There's a collective game worth $1 million. Sheesh! Huh? Oh yeah, I may have to draw on them at a different times. Oh wait, there's a drawing of beautiful little Miss K on another page. Oh, beautiful, huh? Thanks. Larry, you drew this exactly as you saw it, correct? Well, yeah. Even I can draw what I can see. I recreate the scene perfectly, even the delicate shades. Delicate shades, huh? I don't want to admit it, but this picture might be of help to the investigation. The contents of this sketch and the service card in the Fantasio. Seems there's a contradiction between the two. There's chocolate there. I need to expose this contradiction using my powers of deduction. I'm gonna borrow this sketch for a while. Sure, I could even sign for it for you if you like. I think I'll pass. $1 million goddamn dollars for games. Let's see, I got so many now, right? Different tea aroma and a pot. Yeah, it's gonna be the one. Maybe the reason why the Ceylon tea smelled different was because the pots had been switched. Yeah, really? The taste of the tea itself did not actually change after all. Let's go ask Miss Hall about it in more detail. Miss Hall, was the reason why the Ceylon tea smelled different because the pots were switched? Yes, that's certainly possible. It had a fresh minty aroma, not like that of a yuwa tea. Ah, I remember now. I prepared some mint tea yesterday. I'm sure that the aroma just happened to remain in the teapot. Is that really all there is to it? Is that really all there is to it? A minty aroma was mainly from the pot Larry had replaced. Miss Hall said the aroma was left over from the mint tea she prepared yesterday. Indeed, she seemed less surprised to find out that Larry broke the teapot. I'm more surprised by the fact that the pots had been switched. That's right. Normally it would have been the reverse. A broken teapot is much more shocking. She was probably trying to hide this teapot. Hide the pot? One of the characteristics of Normalium is a minty aroma. There's a possibility that she was hiding Normalium inside the teapot. What? Inside the pot? It is only a possibility for now, but it's one worth investigating. The best. I assume you haven't found the Normalium yet? Huh? Oh. I've had the entire art museum search, but I haven't received any reports yet. What about you? Don't you have any ideas? Only one. I knew it. Nobody but me would be able to find it. Wait, what? You have an idea where it is? Indeed. Then tell me. It may have been in this teapot Miss Hall has used. Oh, this teapot is pretty nice. It would make the perfect present for the best prosecutor. It's not a present. It's an important piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence. Then I guess I'll have forensics take a look at it. Monsieur Edgeworth, is there something wrong with the teapot I used? This teapot has a minty aroma to it. It's the same aroma as one of the two chemicals used to create the poison gas. Monsieur Edgeworth, sure you don't mean you suspect me of having set off the poison gas? I do. Setting up the poison gas trap in the Autumn Palace would have required some preparation. As the curator of this museum, you are the only one who could have prepared it in advance. I wonder about that. Preparations for the opening of the museum took about a week. I received help from both outsiders and Madame Delicia. I think there are people besides me who are also suspicious. Of course, Delicia is also under scrutiny. Furthermore, I don't even know how to create something like a poison gas. Zero form editions? What about those editions? Are those the collectors worth of 1 million? Have you found Normalium in my teapot? I could have prepared the poison gas, yes. Well then, I look forward to hearing the analysis results of the teapot. Her excuse is that she doesn't know how to prepare the poison gas. I must find a way to shadow that excuse. Okay, let's see here. That. And then the picture. Eureka! Larry, there's something I want to ask you about your sketch. Huh? You want a lecture on sketching from the famed Professor Loris, do ya? No, I just need to ask you something. The tablecloth in your sketch, are you sure it was light blue? Yeah, my eyes never failed me, but the one on the service card is white, isn't it? Dude, you're always so busy thinking with just your head, but you miss the obvious. What's with that look on your face? Let's shoot that painting. I was using the card with the T-set on it, remember? Because I was tidying up the broken pottery shards. That's not something to be proud of. And right then, Katie came out of the Winter Palace. Dude, the man got a galactic fight, spy training, and rescue hostage situation supercar Lamborghini. Mix all in this. Toyota Prius. Doesn't say anything to me. I had to hurry and hide the broken teapot so that she would notice. Like a real car? But how is that a collective game? Did you just say Miss Hall came out of the Winter Palace? That's right, but this time she was pushing another service card. And the table card was light blue, just like how I drew it. What did she do with that service R? It's me, she went into a summer palace with, so I don't know. When she came out, she was pushing the lift trolley. They mad at all this. When I called out to her, she was so surprised that she just left it there. She's so cute when she's shy. Second service card. A lift trolley. Maybe there were 2 T-sets along with the 2 service cards. We'll have to verify with Miss Hall. It appears that the body has already been recovered by the police. Why was the body of the victim from 18 years ago found floating in the fountain? I mean, wouldn't the body have gone all goopy after 18 years? I don't know if I would call it goopy. It certainly would have required a special method to preserve the body. Yeah, one of such a method even exists. Hello, Mr. Forensic Guy. Any new information? Yes. Normally, human fatality have been detected in the fountain water. They must flow through the stream from the Autumn Palace to the fountain. Aside from the check chemicals, we also found the high levels of sugar. We're working hard on investigating it. Sugar in the fountain water? What could have caused that? This is Edgeworth. It's Gumshoe, sir. Did something happen? Actually, right now all the investigators but me have left the Winter Palace. We can finally tell you what we have found. It's not good for detectives to be leaking out information about the investigation, but the resourcefulness has saved me many times these past few days. All the sculptures in the Winter Palace have melted. There's still some liquid left in the cases, but there's less in the Gemini case than in the Taurus case. There's still a liquid in the glass cases? Yes, sir. We just investigated the light blue liquid a moment ago. We only detected sugar in the Taurus case. But for some reason in the Gemini case we detected 3 different substances. They consisted of sugar, salt, and blood. Blood and salt were detected in the Gemini case. Wonder whose blood it could have been. I've asked forensics to look into it, sir. Right, I'll leave it to you, detective. That reminds me, the forensics investigating the fountain patient contacted me. Seems that sugar found in the fountain must match that found in the light blue liquid. Oh, that sounds like a valuable information. Is that all the new information you have for me? Now that you mention it, we found a rainbow light device in there too. The device was used to disguise the Autumn Palace. Seems the device that was used in the I-7 incident is also connected to this one. I should listen to what Alicia has to say about that. I have to go back to investigating now, sir. get the results of the blood test, I'll let you know right away. Yes, thank you, detective. Was that Gami calling? That sure was a long call. But thanks to him, we now have an important piece of information. In order to break Miss Hollis's alibi, I need to talk to everyone involved in the I-7 incident. Let's talk to... Alicia, would you be willing to aid in the investigation? Yes, see, of course. Anything from Miley and Kayfabe, I'll listen to whatever you have to say. I was wondering if you could stop calling me Miley. Stop calling me Kayfabe. Fi. It's out of the question. I can just change the name I already decided on. Even if we ask her, she won't listen to what we have to say at all. Do you know anything about the decorations that are used in this museum? Specifically the fluorescent cloths and a special device called a rainbow light device? Yes, see, of course I do. Because they are presents that I gave to Katie as an apology for breaking their rules 18 years ago. Give her 4 new rock salt emblems and the 4 fluorescent cloths I used in the contest. Wow, that sounds nice. Fluorescent cloths and rock salt lamps. Seems like only us girls can understand how wonderful they are. It's a cool thing to say, Miss Delicious. I like them too, you know. Phew, that was back when Ray was still a cute little boy. Back when Mr. Shields was a cute little boy? I can't even imagine it. Are they the same decorations you saw 18 years ago? Probably. The rock salt lamp, the cloth, and the rainbow light device. They all seem the same. 4 fluorescent cloths were used in the Autumn Palace, but I have the feeling I saw one more of the same cloth. Oh, in the back! Show Dilicha and have her confirm my suspicions. Isn't there a dirty crack in your crack that looks similar to this? Fuck, I'm not going to give any information to someone who calls it dirty rack. Then, would it be better if I call it a flash cloth? Wrong again? It's a Florence cloth? Oopsie, that was supposed to be a secret. Please tell me all you know about this fluorescent cloth. I'd like to ask you something since you are a pharmacist. Exactly how would one gain the knowledge required to set up poison gas? That's basic knowledge for any pharmacist acquainted with the Megatoxin X. It even says on the warning label, danger, do not mix with normalium. Then, is there another way for someone who isn't a pharmacist to obtain that information? Well, it might be possible if they say in the Angel's recipe. The recipe book that was the grand prize of the contest 18 years ago. Since it also contains the recipe to prepare Megatoxin X. Oh! Well, does this mean that you have also seen the contents of the Angel's recipe? Yes, see, that's not given, of course. The pharmaceutical company I work for is the Master Group. It's the company that makes the Cold Killer X medicine. Cold Killer X, the cold medicine that promises to kill colds good. When Jeffy got declared guilty, the company took back the recipe book. However, only a small group of elite pharmacists have been allowed to see it though. So this woman is also a part of the small group of elite pharmacists. Well. Please tell me the reason why you hit this cloth. I guess I have no choice since the cat's out of the bag. Over this cloth, following the mountain. And right after that, I was called to the Autumn Palace. Your cat is so cute, kawaii desu ka? Kawaii desu ka? So that's the moment Larry captured in his so-called sketch of beauties. At first, I thought one of the fluorescent cloths I had given Katie had flushed away. But didn't you only give 4 fluorescent cloths as a present to this museum? There are 4 fluorescent cloths covering the sculptures in the Autumn Palace, right? So that's when I realized that this was the cloth that went missing 18 years ago. The poison gas broke out because someone had stolen my Megatoxin X. So I thought the fluorescent cloth had also been used for the crime. I was afraid I'd be suspected, so I didn't say anything about it to anyone. I see. But I sure feel a lot better after talking about it. Stress isn't good for you, figure. 18 years ago, the cloth that was wrapped around the body went missing. Who would have thought it would turn up in the fountain along with the body? Miles, how's the investigation going? Well, little by little, I'm getting to see the entire truth behind the case. Oh, that's good to hear. Uncle Ray had better not fall behind either. About the two cases? This case seems to be a lot in common with the case 18 years ago. I agree. The melted ice in the Winter Palace and the body of the victim from 18 years ago. I wonder why nobody ever noticed the body was missing after all this time. The only family Mr. Dover had was a young son, his son, and Mr. Gustavia's son, who attended the same elementary school. After the case, they both went missing. What? And they haven't been found yet? Haven't heard any news about Mr. Gustavia's son being found. As for Mr. Dover's son, he was found and his inheritance was delivered to him. Because of that, Mr. Dover never had a proper funeral. That way, they were able to make it look like the body had been in police custody. The autopsy report had also been forged, so nobody but the defense ever found out. One karma. You would go that far. Mr. Shields, could you tell me what kind of person Miss Hall is? Miles, don't tell me. You're also interested in Katie. No. Well, all joking aside, all Uncle Ray can say is, the Kate I know is a truly admirable woman. For 18 years, she has always wanted to remain here and wait for Master's return. However, she was driven out of the mansion by Master's relatives. What? She was driven out of the mansion? That's because Kate isn't related by blood to Mr. Master. With no family and her job taken from her, she could only live on with the song and dance that Mr. Master had taught her. Well, she's now retired as a world-famous actress though. Why did she retire? Because she had already saved up enough money to buy this mansion. Seems she even got back the angel's recipe. Oh! Well. This mansion where she lived with Mr. Master had been everything to her. She probably just wanted to take back everything that she lost. Seems that Mr. Shields has sympathizes with Miss Hall. And you could also say that her actions have taken away everything Mr. Master had. Okay, we got some logic again, right? Probably this and this, right? The method used to set off the poison gas is explained in the Angel's recipe. And the current owner of the Angel's recipe is Miss Hall. Oh, so that means... Indeed, it means that it is possible that she knew how to set off the poison gas. With this, we can expose her lies for what they are. Okay. Oh yeah, I don't think I haven't checked the... Oh! This lift trolley had just been left here. I wonder if it was used recently to carry something heavy. The surface on the platform appears to be wet. I remember seeing this lift trolley someplace before. You mean during the I-7 incident? Ah, that's right. I remember now. It was in Dover's room. Hey, if I remember correctly, it was used to transport the ice sculptures. The lift trolley has a feature that allows you to adjust the height and angle of the platform. With just one of these, a single person could move the sculptures all by themselves. Well. Wow, how convenient. 112. Why is there a lift trolley here? I guess that's something we'll need to think about. Yes. could be related to the case. Two service cards. Is it true you keep two service cards on the premises? Yes. Is there something wrong? I was looking at one of the sketches from that so-called artist and I noticed that he had drawn the table cards light blue. Light blue? Are you sure you weren't mistaken, Monsieur? I only ever use table cards that are pure white. That's true, the tablecloth here doesn't have a single spot on it. Yes, that's because I always change them immediately whenever they get dirty. Did I really get the color wrong then? What were you doing when this sketch was drawn? At that time, I was just doing my job as usual. Then, could you tell me exactly what that work entails? What were you doing when you were drawing in the sketch? From the looks of the drawing, it doesn't seem like you were transporting the tea set. She was transporting the sculptures. This was when I was delivering chocolates to all people in the investigation. Oh, how nice chocolates. I wish I could have some. I could got some too. There are still a few left, so please eat these then. I made them myself, though it's possible they might not suit your taste. Woohoo! Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Perhaps it's because she had them in her pocket, but it looks like they melted a bit. Okay, it melted a bit. The sweet goodness. I'll be right back. Bathroom break. I'm happy to hear you say that. These chocolates are a little misshapen, but I'm glad to get some sugar into my system. Although they're a little too sweet for my taste. Oh, complete! Now all that's left is to wait for the results of the teapot. To be continued. A report? You haven't detected traces of the normalium from the teapot? You can't be serious. Just like Mr. Edgeworth said. Darn it. Did Mr. Edgeworth take the title of the best from me again? Is he the best? It seems like you have an obsession about being the best. When you are on a case, winning and losing is of no importance. What are you saying? Obviously, it's best to be best at everything. If you can't understand that, then you have no business being a prosecutor. What? Please stop harassing Sebastian. Sebastian, a person of your caliber has no need to listen to such things. Justine. Yeah, you're right. Please leave this to me. Why don't you go check on the victim's condition? Yeah, that's a great idea. I'll be right back then. Alright, then I'll be waiting. Judge Courtney is much more troublesome than Mr. The Best. Well then, Miss Creator, can you tell us why Normali was discovered in the teapot? I was not aware that it contains such a chemical. I suppose it may have been an ingredient from the detergent I had used. So you're saying that you did not put it in there deliberately? No, of course not. There's no way for me to have known how to create the poison gas. Liar. Despite being a former actress, it seems you are not very good at lying. What do you mean? The angel's recipe is in your possession, and the method to create the poison gas is contained inside that recipe book. So you must have known how to create it. I'm surprised you knew about that. Miss Creator, is this true? It's true that information about the poison gas is contained in one of the recipes. However, just because I saw it does not mean that I was responsible for the crime. Could you tell me what set off the poison gas? It was caused by the victim hitting the lid of the glass case with a burner. See? He locked himself in that room of his own will and then set off the poison gas. Wouldn't that suggest suicide? Does she intend to deny it until the bitter end? Furthermore, I wouldn't have been able to obtain a chemical like Megatoxin X. That may be true, but you could have stolen it from someone else. It reminds me, I met up with Katie a week ago and that night was when I realized that my Megatoxin X was gone. Katie, you could have. Madame Delisha always carried her medicine bag around with her. You never could have stolen it. That's right. I don't have any proof that she was the one who stole it. Katie, can't you tell us what you're hiding? I know you're not the kind of person who would hurt someone without a reason. Monsieur's shields. You doubt me as well? Setting a trap on one of the gallery's exhibits and then disguising their rooms? I just think it would have been impossible for anyone but the curator. That's not true. There are no guards or security cameras at this gallery. If any ill-intentioned person wanted to sneak into a gallery, it would have been an easy task for them. Then, is it like an all-you-can-steal buffet in here? You have to be careful. You never know when a creative could appear. Doesn't sound like a joke when Kay says it. Actually, Monsieur Gustavia apparently entered the gallery before it opened. Well, I'm beat. Looks like Uncle Ray can't do anything but to break down Kate's iron guard. This might be a good time to use the technique your old man taught me. Technique? My father you taught you? This case is deeply connected to the one from 18 years ago. If you just pursue the present case, it may seem like there's a lot we don't understand. But if you try turning things around, there might be a hint in the case from the past. Thinking the other way around. My father do that too? For example, just consider the relationship between the past case and Kate. This hall melted Mr. Dolwer's share-based sculpture 18 years ago. And today, Mr. Dolwer's works are on display in this gallery. It can't be. She... I see. Now I know what to ask her. That's good to hear. In that case, Uncle Ray will just watch over you and as you do your work. Miss Catherine Hall. 18 years ago, it seems that you melted Mr. Dolwer's share-based sculptures. Yes, I was young and inexperienced, and I did something inexcusable. However, isn't that why you were able to open the Zodiac Art Gallery? I don't know what you mean. I don't understand either. Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you seek her testimony? Yes, I would like her to tell me about the Zodiac Art Gallery. I would like to know the reason you decided to open a gallery for Mr. Dolwer's artwork. If you insist that this is related to a case at hand, I will allow it. Miss Curator, your testimony if you please. Very well. If that will clear your suspicions about me. Now then, please testify about the Zodiac Art Gallery. Eighty years after Monsieur Master was arrested, I was finally able to buy back this mansion. Then in order to maintain it, I decided to manage it as an art gallery. I collected a Pierre Holgate's works from all over the world. After all, it was my dream to open a Zodiac Art Gallery. It's wonderful that your dream has come true. What do you think, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I don't believe there was anything strange about her testimony. Judge Courtney, I believe in the courtroom, it is standard to cross-examine the witness. Won't you agree it's a little too early to say that there are no contradiction? Speak like a defense attorney. Very well. Proceed as you please. Okay, let's see here. So to manage it as an art gallery. I collected. Did you collect them all though? Pierre Hoget. That's Mr. Dober's allies, correct? Yes, it's the name he used when he worked as a sculptor in France. About collecting his works. How did you prepare the Taurus and Gemini sculptures? I heard that Mr. Dober passed away before he completed those two sculptures. I had the sculptures in the Winter Palace specially made based on the photos I took. Oh, could you tell us about that in more detail? After all, it was my dream to accompany the Zodiac Art Gallery. I prepared replicas of the sculptures in the Winter Palace based on the photos I took. Winter Palace? Oh no! No, that. I didn't mean like that. Oh no, no. These are the photos I took. What's this again? It's okay, yeah. Did you really think that your excuses would continue to hold up? No matter how much you lie, you can't deny the composition of the sculptures. From the analysis results, it's quite clear that the sculptures in the Winter Palace are the serpent sculptures Mr. Dober created. Oi, Miley, as a pharmacist, it's my turn to shine. What we call shirker actually comes in many different varieties and tastes. Even if the sculptures were replicas, it's nearly impossible to replicate the composition. I see, thank you for the explanation. Though I don't recall asking for one. That, Miss Hall, means you could have melted the sherbet sculptures back then. You stole them and preserved them for 18 years. What? She preserved the sherbet for 18 whole years? If you freeze it properly, there's nothing possible. Silence, please. Miss Curator, what do you have to say? I can't believe you have already uncovered so much. So you're admitting that you stole the sherbet sculptures? No, I cannot admit to such a thing. There isn't any proof that I stole them, after all. Also, I could have stolen the sculptures 18 years ago. I don't think they would have been easy to steal without the police noticing. Is that so? I don't know what you did 18 years ago. As such, how can I judge how difficult it would have been to steal them? It looks like you won't give up so easily. I don't intend to giving up until I learn the truth. I understand. Then I shall tell you what I did 18 years ago. On the day of the incident, I was waiting in the main building until the judging. During the judging at Monsieur Master's request, I went to change the refilm in the camera. But before I could deliver the camera to him, I discovered Monsieur Dober's body. After Monsieur Gregory arrived, I prepared tea for everyone involved in the investigation. Tea? It was it then that I witnessed Monsieur Constevia enter into Monsieur Dober's room. Alright, let's see. And that was everything I had done on that day. I don't think there's anything suspicious about my actions. There was. It's not your decision to make. Stitchworth, there are any contradictions in her testimony. For now, I should just prove that she stole the sculptures. But when could Miss Hall have stolen them? If I can answer that, then her crimes should come to light. She easily could have stolen the time when, where was it?
Hold it!
Did you also do so in the same manner as today? Yes, I poured the tea for everyone working on the investigation. Now that you mention it, Uncle Ray also got some tea from you that day. Kay was pushing her service car back and forth from the patio to the main building. I see. Did anything seem strange to you then? Well, I remember your old man singing parades of her sealant tea. He also said something about how the saucer was chilled. The saucer was chilled. Could Miss Hall have stolen the sculptures then? She stole them then, yeah. This was when you stole the sherbet sculptures. I'm sorry, but Monsieur Shields and company were at the fountain page at the entire time. You're saying that I stole them in broad daylight? That's precisely what I'm saying. This is where she hid the sculptures to steal them right under their noses. It's right in there. Neither my father nor Mr. Shields realized the sculpture was right in front of them. What you were pushing around was no ordinary service card. It was the sculpture itself. But surely that would still be impossible. She placed the sculptures on the service card. People would not notice immediately. I never said she used the service card to move the sculptures. What? What do you mean? Then what did she use to move the sculptures around? This is what Miss Hall used to transport the sculptures.
Take that.
This is the lift trolley Mr. Dover used 18 years ago to move his sherbet sculptures. Seems this same lift trolley lies here in the fountain patio. That's because it was originally prepared for the contest in the first place? Are you saying she used the lift trolley to move the sculptures? Yes. The sculptures were placed under this lift trolley and then covered with a tablecloth. It could be disguised as a service card and moved without arousing suspicion. How could that be? So the saucers were chilled because they were sitting on the ice sculptures. Kate? What's the meaning of this? What were you thinking? That was truly impressive. You certainly are, Monsieur Gregory's son. After 18 years, it's hard to imagine any proof that I stole the sculptures remain. But I knew it was only a matter of time until I was suspected. Miss Curator, does this mean you admit to stealing the sculptures? Yes, I admit it. 18 years ago, I stole the sherbet sculptures from Monsieur Dover's room. Just as Monsieur Edgeworth says, I disguised the lift trolley as a service card, and I served the tea as I made my way back and forth. That wasn't all. I also took the ice block with all the star clusters on it. An ice block with star clusters on it? That seems familiar. Giant block of ice is being displayed here. It appears to be quite heavy. No, the inside must be hollow. The Winter Palace is a reproduction of Mr. Dover's room from 18 years ago. Because they had melted, my father never got the chance to see them. But those blocks of ice were also originally from Dover's sherbet salon. 2 sculptures and the 2 blocks of ice, I took everything I could. And then I placed empty glasses cases in Monsieur Dover's room. The sculptures were all encased in glass to preserve their fine details. But the ice blocks were being displayed as they were. As per the rules, we prepared the glass cases for Miss Dover. So it would have been easy for her to prepare the glass cases. In Monsieur Dover's room, there were some sculptures that were still unfinished. I thought if I melted them, it would look like the ones I stole had melted too. So everything you see in the Winter Palace are all original works from 18 years ago. Miss Hall, it didn't take much to get her to confess. Then she must know. She knows it isn't enough to try her in court. That is all I have to say. But even though I admitted to stealing the sculptures, you can't arrest me for it. What? What do you mean by that? Heavens, you're assisting an investigation without knowing this much? Perhaps you should read this book concerning the Statute of Limitations. Statute of Limitations? Okay, that's a proof. Put simply, what do we have here? Murder, 15 years, and theft, 7 years. If the suspect flees to or lives in the foreign country, the time limit is on hold until the suspect returns. If possible, accomplices are on trial. The countdown is stopped until the verdict is reached, then received. If charges are pressed to demand of compensation, the statute is frozen for the length of that procedure. Put simply, it's the time frame in which a suspect that can be taken to court. You can see it on this page. The statute of limitations for murder is 15 years, and for the theft, it's 7 years. Ah, that's right. Miss Hall's theft was 18 years ago. According to the statutes, you cannot be arrested for stealing the sculptures. So that's how it is. Stealing evidence from a crime scene is an unforgivable offense. However, for this crime, at least we have no right to pass judgment. It appears that Prosecutor Edgeworth's tepid reasoning has all been for naught. I wonder about that. I deduce Miss Hall had the action simply to expose a different crime. If she only took the sculptures, we wouldn't have found the body from 18 years ago. Are you saying that I hit Monsieur Dover's body? That's correct. But how can someone hide a body for 18 years? I would imagine it would be very difficult under normal circumstances. So you're saying that the circumstances weren't normal? Are you claiming that you know where the body was hidden? When you consider Miss Hall's actions, the answer becomes obvious. 18 years ago, Miss Hall stole something more than just servant sculptures. You're so confident, I would like to hear your answer. Where did Miss Hall hide the body? It's obvious when you think about it.
Take that!
This is the photograph of the Mr. Dover's sculptures. Yes, and perhaps you have noticed that the victim's body can be seen in this picture. I do not see it. Please point it out clearly. Where in this picture can one see the body of the victim? It's time to expose the location of the body in this photograph.
Take that!
The Gemini sculpture? Yes, while it may look like the Gemini sculpture at first glance. In reality, this is none other than the Isaac Dover himself. That's what there was plotted. This ice sculpture was the victim's body, but all I can see from this picture is an ice sculpture statue. That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to conceal it. Conceal it? Which piece of evidence did Miss Hall use to conceal the body? The cloth? This is the cloth that was covering the sculptures in the Autumn Palace. This cloth manipulates light, which with it, it's entirely possible to make something look like ice. Isn't that right, Delicia? Yes, see. When it glows red, it's like a raging inferno. When it glows blue, you can almost feel the glittering cool eyes. That cloth will only emit light when it is attached to a special device. Judge Courtney, look closely at the picture one more time. Beneath the Gemini case lies a box-shaped object attached to the pedestal. This is a rainbow light device. Detective Gumshoe reported on one in the Winter Palace. This is the device that went missing 18 years ago. Originally, it would have been attached to a cloth inside the glass case. Naturally, Mr. Howell took the device with her when she moved the sculptures. By using the rainbow light device to make the fluorescent cloth glow, Mr. Dover's body was made to look like an ice sculpture. That's ridiculous! So then when Uncle Ray took the photo of the Winter Palace. That's right, the body had been in front of us all along, disguised as Gemini. However, the body and the fluorescent cloth were both discovered in the fountain. If the ice sculpture was the body, we would have found it in the Winter Palace. If we had found it there, her truth would have been revealed immediately. Miss Hall moved the body out of the Winter Palace to prevent us from discovering it. Absurd, you say she threw the body into a fountain without any of us noticing? No, Judge Courtney. There was no need for that. She simply used the same method as before, remember the lift trolley? She moved the body to some other room and then dumped it in the stream to a fountain. Naturally, the frozen body will have shrunk to the bottom of the fountain. That's why the cloud floated up first and was found by Delicia. And eventually, the body thawed out and floated to the surface. Monsieur Edgeworth, you truly have a gift for deductive reasoning. However, do you have any proof that I moved the body? If you cannot prove that, then there's no way I can accept what you are saying. Isn't there anyone who saw Miss Hall move the body? Yes, I believe such a person exists. The answer lies in the evidence that person gave me, and that piece of evidence will reveal the truth of Miss Hall's actions. Mr. Edgeworth, are you able to prove the crime of Miss Curator? Certainly, I have evidence that will show exactly what she did. Then it's time we see you answer. Which piece of evidence reveals Mr. Curator's action?
Take that!
Another sketch? That's right. Oh, it appears I have been drawn in this one. This is a sketch Larry drew of the woman at the fountain patio. I would like to direct your attention to the service card on the left side of the sketch. Service card? What about it? Don't you see? What transpired 18 years ago has happened again? Miss Hall is moving the body in the sketch. No. Please wait. I don't see Monsieur Dover's body anywhere in that drawing. All I did was hand out chocolates to everyone. The key detail in the sketch is the color of the tablecloth. Up until now, I thought Larry had just made a mistake. The tablecloth, it's light blue. It may be light blue in the sketch, but no blue tablecloths exist in this mansion. Perhaps it's light blue because the body was hidden, still glowing underneath the tablecloth. What? What? The lift trolley is rectangular in the sketch. If she just placed the body in the lift trolley, we would notice it immediately. There were 2 blocks of ice in the Winter Palace that are completely hollowed out. If she put the body inside the block of ice, it would have looked like a service card. That's... Miss Hall, you put the body in the block of ice and used the lift trolley to move it, didn't you? I never imagined you would be able to deduce so much from just a single sketch. But what if it was just a mistake like you said before? It doesn't prove anything. I agree that alone the sketch is worthless. Once you remove the body, the service card would revert back to a lift trolley. That's why the lift trolley was left behind in the fountain patio. And without the service card, there would be no place for you to put your chocolates. The chocolates I gave everyone. Until then, the chocolates had sat on top of the service cards. I gave them away. But when you gave them to us, you took them from your pocket. Now that you mention it, they were a bit melted. But they were still really sweet and tasty. So why was it necessary to put them into your pocket halfway through? That's because once the body was disposed of, you no longer had the service card. Hold it right there. If she put the chocolates in her pocket and left the lift trolley in the patio, then where did the tablecloth go? If she had been forced to put the chocolate in her pocket, she wouldn't have had time to dispose of the tablecloth. Professor Edgeworth, can you answer that for me? The tablecloth wasn't hidden. It's right in front of us. To clarify, the tablecloth used to hide the body, where is it now? Miss Hall has it with her. Isn't it obvious? Miss Hall is carrying it with her out in the open. Out in the open? You mean... Miss Hall? You are wearing the tablecloth around your waist. The block of ice was not encased in a glass case. In other words, the tablecloth was in direct contact with the block of ice. If we have it examined, we will undoubtedly find traces of serpent on it. Miss Hall, you will turn your tablecloth over to police at once. There's no need to examine the tablecloth. It's just as you say. I stole the poison from Madame Delicia and I moved the body. I have done the terrible things. Madame Delicia, I am so sorry. 1 week ago, I took your Mechatoxin X bottle. I slipped it into that man's pocket to make it look like suicide. If they suspected it was murder, the evidence would point to Madame Delicia. Katie? Kate, what were you thinking? Weren't we always trying to save Mr. Master together? I could not let myself be arrested. Not until I had proven Monsieur Master's innocent. From the very beginning, I had planned to turn myself in once everything was over. But I suppose it is too late to say that now. Kate, why? Why would you go this far? Even for Monsieur Shield, I've caused nothing but trouble. For the past 18 years, I have been a criminal. The I-7 incident, don't tell me that you were the true culprit. My greatest crime was stealing the Sherbet sculptures for my own selfish interests. When Monsieur Dauber died, they were no longer just ordinary sculptures. They had become the final works of the sculpture Monsieur Master so deeply loved. But if they melted before Monsieur Master returned, with that in mind, I couldn't let anyone touch them, not even the police. Even though I knew it was wrong, I moved them to the mansion's freezer. However, I only wanted to preserve Monsieur Dauber's art. I didn't know his body was eating among them. So she stole the sculptures without noticing the body. Monsieur Master would never take another person's life. But because of me, the body was vanished. Monsieur Master was found guilty. That kind man, he treated someone like me as a family. He meant more to me than anyone else. And yet... Kate. When Monsieur Master was found guilty, I was chased out of this mansion. I was finally able to reclaim the mansion just a few days ago, but... when I saw the sculptures still sleeping away in the freezer, I realized that I was the one who hit Monsieur Dauber's body. However, the statute of limitation had already expired. Therefore, I could think of no other way to atone for my sins. It appears I have misunderstood her. It seems she caused this entire incident in order to save Mr. Master. What you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth? There is one thing that has been bothering me this whole time. Well, Miss Hall planned a murder with such an uncertain method like a poison gas, and the reason she disguised the Autumn Palace to look like the Winter Palace was to make those involved in the incident 18 years ago confuse the two rooms. I wonder what Kate was trying to accomplish. She was trying to prove Mr. Master's innocent. In that case, Miss Hall's true objective was to find the true culprit, obviously. Perhaps she was trying to find the true culprit. Miss Hall, were you trying to prove Mr. Master's innocence? You wanted to reveal the true culprit and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Was that not your true goal? By displaying those sculptures, you attract those involved in the past incident. Only two people would know where the body was hidden. You and the true culprit. The true culprit would have panicked knowing that the body would be displayed publicly. Yes, and if the culprit really showed up, there's a risk they erase their tracks. The worst case scenario, they might have even stolen the body. So how could she protect this evidence without simultaneously luring the culprit? I see, that's why she made the Autumn Palace look like the Winter Palace. Oh, I think I know who it is then. Yes, and then Miss Hall, you must have thought whoever opens the Pisces case believing it to be the Gemini case must be the true culprit of the I-7 incident. What? What that means? That person is the true culprit? Please wait a moment, Prosecutor Edgeworth. You realize what you are saying? You intend to accuse that person of being the culprit behind the I-7 incident? Miss Hall was trying to trap the true culprit. If so, wouldn't the person who fell for the trap be the true culprit? However, I have no evidence to back up my claims. If I make a formal accusation without any proof, it will not end well. Should I announce the true killer of Isaac Dauber? Make an accusation. What I should do is reveal the truth. In that case, there is only no need to hesitate. No need to hesitate, man. We know who it is. Yes, that's correct, Judge Courtney. I indict this person as the true culprit behind the I-7 incident. Dane Gustavia is the man. Dane Gustavia, who fell victim to the poison gas, is the true culprit of the I-7 incident. Gusties! Mr. Gustavia. Miss Hall, didn't you believe that if you opened this gallery, the true culprit would come? That's why you set up the poison gas trap, is it not? You truly have a gifted mind, just like your father. Because as you say, Monsieur Edgeworth. Think before. Now, would you please tell us the whole truth? Yes, I have nothing more to hide. I will tell you everything. I set a trap in the gallery to find the true culprit. With the gallery open, I left only the Atom Palace unlocked. At opening time, when I went around to unlock each room, discovered that the Atom Palace had been locked from the inside. I knew that the true culprit was on the other side of the door. My hand was trembling. All that was left was for the trapdoor to its work. When I heard Monsieur Gustavia was exposed to the poison gas, I realized he was the culprit. And I thought that if the police discovered Monsieur Dover's body, it would prove Monsieur Master's innocence. Why didn't you ever come talk to me? There might have been another way. I know that you did everything you could for me over the past 18 years. However, all of this had been brought on by my own crime. That's why I wanted to save Monsieur Masters as soon as possible. Kate. Not only that, the police hid the fact that the body went missing 18 years ago. Even if I report the body, there was a chance that the truth would be hidden again. That's why I caused the incident at the museum's opening, with as many witnesses as possible. I'm sorry. Gregory, Mr. Master, and even you, I couldn't protect anyone. Mr. Shields, you must be tough on him as well. The one who should be apologizing is me. Monsieur Edgeworth, Monsieur Shields, I'm terribly sorry. I should accept whatever punishment I am given. However, I must ask of you, please clear Monsieur Master's name. The truth that was hidden from 18 years was revealed in an unexpected manner. However, to think that the things would end this way, to be continued. Hew. Miss Hall, have you composed yourself? Yes, what you did, no matter the reason, was unforgivable. Yes, I know. However, you committed this crime in order to prove Mr. Master's innocence. The true culprit is someone else. We have a duty to reinstigate. Okay, no false evidence from the AI's event remains in this official case files. Moreover, there's no evidence to lend credence to Miss Hall's testimony. We should first arrest Miss Hall as the culprit behind today's incident. We cannot be certain that all the case files are accurate. After all, the prosecutor in the case has a history of forging evidence. Are you suggesting that the Peak overlooked such a prosecutor? That's none of my concern. The truth is that the evidence was falsified. And the fact that Dover's body from 18 years ago was just discovered proves it. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you can see remnants of Prosecutor Von Karma within you. What did you say? You tried to deceive the Pig and fabricate the truth. Let me inform you of my, or rather, the Pig's logic. Bruh, alright. I acknowledge that Prosecutor Von Karma fabricated the information about the body. However, he successfully convicted Mr. Master as accomplice. Believed that the true culprit was Miss Corrader herself. She even attempted to murder Mr. Gustavia today in order to pin the blame on him. No, that's... Fuck this bitch too, man. Is that really what the pig believes? Man, so stupid this. Yes, every word I utter is for the sake of law and order. Yeah, my ass. Seems she intends to hide the truth for the sake of the pig. At this rate, neither Mr. Master nor Miss Hall will be saved. She's such a man. Hate when, government workers working for government. They're so scammy, man. So scummy. Okay, let me see. Let me try to press first. She wanted to pin the crime on somebody. Why choose Mr. Gustavia? Perhaps Mr. Gustavia suspected Miss Hall was the criminal, as he attempted to confirm whether or not the Gemini sculpture was genuine. He was caught in a trap meant to silence him forever. Can you prove that theory? Mr. Gustavia is currently teetering on the brink of death. There's probably no way to prove it unless he regains consciousness. In other words, there is nothing we can do for now. That can't be true. There must still be something we can do. You still don't get it, do you? Allow me to give you a clear explanation. We already have ample evidence. Okay. There's no need to investigate any further. Aye. Where is it?
Objection!
There's still one piece of evidence from the I-7 incident that remains unsettled. Take a look at this. This is the forensic results from the Gemini sculpture that melted in the Winter Palace. According to the results of the analysis, traces of someone's blood were found. Who does this blood belong to? Until we know the answer, this case is still open. There was blood mixed in with the remains of the Gemini sculpture. I heard nothing of this from Sebastian. This was a report from Detective Gumshoe. I had planned to tell Mr. DeBest myself. So even though you had no investigative authority, you still did as you please. I should report everything that transpired today to the pig. I will not avert my eyes from the truth, nor shall I overlook the mistakes of the past. If you wish to report my actions to the pig, be my guest. But in exchange, I want you to let me investigate this case to the very end. It is not my place to do such things. Must ask that you check with the Sebastian regarding this matter. Hey, good news, you guys. Thanks to our early detection, Mr. Gustavia's life was saved. Mr. Gustavia? So, he's alive. Would you be the ones who saved my life? Hey, Mr. Gustavia. You are... Sir Assistant, are you not? You have grown so big this time. This one is your assistant then. No, I'm... He's an assistant candidate, McGregor's Edgeworth's son. I am Miles Edgeworth, a prosecutor. What a twist of fate. I'm your debt. It is thanks to you that I have completely recovered. There's no need for thanks. Since you are alive, we can reach the truth behind the incident 18 years ago. What do you speak of? While you were unconscious, the truth has started to come to light. You may be Isaac Dover's murderer. What? Really? Miss Hall was looking for the criminal behind the events of the 18 years ago. That's why she set up the poison gas in the case. Mr. Gustavia, the events of the incident 18 years ago. Tell us what really happened. So you wish to remain silent? Nah, I think he's just meditating. You can sleep at standing up? What a useful skill to have. Meditation is different from sleeping, though. Mr. Gustavia, please tell us what you did 18 years ago. I'm the criminal because I fell for the trap? That's not a very funny story. A funny joke? I'm a victim, not a culprit. Mr. Gustavia, it has not yet been made clear whether or not you are the criminal. It's only their baseless speculation. Don't concern yourself with the rule of a prosecutor without jurisdiction. At least there's one person here who understands. My name is Justin Courtney. I'm judge. If you would like, I would be happy to assist you. Let's show Prosecutor Edgeworth the truth 18 years ago. Understood. I should prove my innocence to you, Sir Prosecutor.
Objection!
Judge Courtney, is that your answer? You intend to bury the truth of the IC-7 incident before it can be brought to light? I merely believe in the judgment of the goddess of law. Ultimately, those who render judgment are only human. As long as humans control the law, there's no guarantee that every verdict is correct. If you are going to help conceal the truth, I will not hold back. I'm looking forward to it. Lady Justine, what should I do now? You are being suspected because you set off the poison gas. Can you tell us the reason why you opened the Piscus case? Understood. I came to see the Sir Dover's works from 18 years ago. However, I accidentally entered the museum at half hour before it opened. This hall, there was nobody at the entrance, correct? Since I thought the criminal from the 18 years ago might be coming, I had no security guards in place. I didn't even lock the doors. I was very busy with opening preparations, so there was nobody on the first floor. In addition, I locked every palace door aside from the autumn one. I see. This must have been done in order to lure the criminal into the autumn palace. Which is why he ended up entering the autumn palace. It's only suspicious that he snuck into the museum in the first place. The gallery should remain silent. Unless you have evidence that can prove his testimony false, I will not allow any objections. Gallery? This isn't even a courtroom. Now then, why did you open the Piscus case? I wish to view Sir Dover's handiwork up close, the genuine sculpture. No, it was actually the Piscus, wasn't it? The lid had been frozen shut, so I borrowed the burners to open it. But as soon as I opened the lid, poison gas began pouring out. That's quite a convenient testimony. Sounds like a total lie, doesn't it? There are parts of Mr. Gustavi's testimony that I have issues with as well. However, there is no evidence to disprove it. Will it not make sense for the suspicions to fall on Lady Catherine before myself? She may have intended to release the poison gas haphazardly.
Objection!
Kate turned on the sprinkler as soon as this gas was released. She was specifically targeting the person who triggered the trap. Mr. Gustavia, you were here, only target. You are willing to accept the words of this criminal as the truth? Miss Hall must atone for her crimes. However, the same can be said for the criminal from 18 years ago. Sir Prosecutor, it seems you wish to suspect me to the bitter end. However, I had no reason to murder Sir Dover. If there's no evidence to suggest that I killed him, you cannot suspect me. Edgeworth, can't you prove that Mr. Gustavia is the criminal? All we know for sure is that Mr. Gustavia fell victim to the poison gas. No matter how strange his behavior was, it won't prove he committed the murder. But that's... Mr. Shields, is there nothing we can do? Well, if there isn't any evidence, we should try to organizing the facts. Mr. Gustavia was the one who killed Mr. Dover. There must have been a motive. Motive? Mr. Gustavia himself is denying that such a motive exists. It's not easy to take another person's life. 18 years ago, you old men also discussed the motive with Prosecutor Von Karma. The relationship had turned sour. You couldn't talk with Mr. Gustavia at 18 years ago, but this time things are different. We connect everything we have learned so far, the truth might be revealed. Yes, I suppose so. Since I must re-examine the information from 18 years ago, I must recall all the details that have remained unexplained. The glove finger marks. The lesion did not leave the pigments on the frame. If they were left by Mr. Gustavia, he may have been trying to weave the angel's recipe. Remaining film. Information my father collected 18 years ago was certainly not for naught. If there's no evidence, then I shall use logic to reveal the truth. Okay, motive for murder, and this for sure. Mr. Gustavia, you collaborate with the victim, is Isaac Dover, to create your desserts, didn't you? Oh, seems you know about my secret. Mr. Shields told me about it. Mr. Dover handled the design while you were in the charge of the taste. Is that correct? Back then, my training had been insufficient. Seems you worked together through the semi-finals, but not during the finals. Why is that? We both wish to compete in the finals against its Sir Master on our own merits.
Objection!
You must have also helped with Isaac Dover's dessert even during the finals. What makes you able to declare something like that? Didn't you tell Prosecutor Von Karma about it yourself 18 years ago? That you cooperated until the day before the day finals.
Objection!
Objection! Why did Isaac Dover not help you in return? If there's a reason why your partnership with Isaac Dover broke down, that would be a motive for murder. That could be a possibility. However, Sir Dover and I ended our partnership peacefully. Peaceful breakup. That's hard to imagine. Not to mention, it's absolutely absurd to think I killed Sir Dover in Sir Master's room. I could have killed Sir Dover, but Sir Master was also there making his desserts. In other words, there's no way I could have committed the murder. That's not true. If there was a moment when Mr. Master was absent from the room, I could prove that it was possible for Mr. Gustavi to commit the murder. Maybe this and this? If he had photographed the contents of the angel's recipe, he wouldn't need to steal it. Perhaps Mr. Gustavi used Mr. Master's camera to take the pictures. If he had stolen the actual recipe book, the police would have found out. I see, pictures, eh? The problem is the time at which he entered Mr. Master's room. Mr. Gustavia could have moved around freely during the afternoon tea, right? Because it seems both him and Miss Dover did not participate in the afternoon tea. If I remember correctly, the only time we can prove that Dover was still alive is... After the contest began, Isaac Dover was locked up in his room. If we assume he was killed at some point before Delicia snuck into his room, then there's a high chance that he was killed before the afternoon tea was over. Isaac Dover was alive up until the afternoon tea began, ergo that is the only time when Gustavi could have killed Dover. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you satisfied? Sorry, but I am far from satisfied. Because I am finally starting to see the truth behind this case. You're saying you have found some evidence to show us that truth? No, there's no need to present any evidence, since we can just have Mr. Gustavia tell us the truth. Ah, so this is where you'll use that, right? Indeed. Mr. Gustavia, there's one thing I want you to tell me. I said, Mr. Gustavia, there's one thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the finals of the contest, you made your research on your own. I wanted to compete for the title of the world's greatest pastry chef on my own merits. If that was truly the case, you would have competed on your own merits from the start. I want you to tell me why it was necessary for you to cooperate with Isaac Dover. Dover? Okay. Chess time! During the contest 18 years ago, Mr. Gustavia collaborated with Mr. Dover. I wonder what made them decide to cooperate in the first place. That's why I need to draw out from him, but... Okay. It seems he pretends to be meditate when things aren't going his way. First, I'll ask about why he collaborated with Mr. Dover. The truth has been hidden for 18 years. That ends today. Why did you decide to collaborate with Isaac Dover? Sir Dover and I were already acquaintances even before the contest began. Since he was interested in the contest, we simply decided to enter together. Joining forces with a sculptor, you weren't confident in your own abilities. You know nothing about me. You want to make great works together. Maybe wait and see? Sir Dover's son and my own attended the same elementary school. We all got along well from the start. Really? So were you going to share the title of the world's greatest pastry chef together? Wake up! Oh! As expected, he pretends to meditate when things aren't going his way. Mr. Dover was a sculptor. I doubt he had an interest in the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. In that case, where did his true goal lie? Indeed, my goal was the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. However, Sir Dover's goal was the grand prize, the Angel's recipe. I see, you cooperate because your interests were aligned. But there must have been a reason why your partnership soured. Sir Prosecutor, I am the victim of the poisoning. If you were going to suspect me in this manner, perhaps I'd better return to the infirmary. Wait a moment. In that case, you should end things soon. I am not a patient man. Seems he's trying to leave. I can't let that happen. He's still hiding something. Next, I should ask him about his true goal. True goal? Need to keep the pressure on him while being cautious of the time. Oh, she's going fast. What the fuck? Didn't you have another goal besides the title? The title alone doesn't seem to have much value. How dare the likes of you insult the title of a confectionery artist? My only goal was the title itself. I had no interest in anything else. My dream was to become the world's greatest pastry chef. Wait and see. 18 years ago, I was lacking design sense. However, things are different now. Oh, are you saying you have improved at your craft? Exactly, for I have trained at the Republic of Zhenfa. Wait again? Yes. At the time, I also studied Mr. Master's work. Mr. Master's work? I would often watch his show with my son. So you were studying Mr. Master's work to improve your own skills. If you had his recipes, perhaps it would have been easier for you to become the world's greatest. Perhaps. To a pastry chef, Sir Master's recipes were worth their weight in gold. If becoming the world's greatest pastry chef was your goal, you should have also been interested in their grand prize, the Angel's recipe. The recipes of the world's greatest pastry chef? I would be lying if I said that I wasn't interested. However, I wouldn't think that simply being interested would be a problem. I wonder about that. The Angel's recipe's true nature was not for making desserts, but cures. And all of the contest participants should have been aware of that. Looks like I'm getting close. He isn't meditating anymore. Now to slowly but surely drive him into a corner. Next, I'll ask what he planned to use the recipe book for. Did you intend to make the research with it? Did you intend to win the Angel's recipe and use it to make desserts? Of course, if I obtained the Angel's recipe, I was going to use it in my training. Here the Angel's recipe was worth a lot of money. I don't know the exact details, but that recipe book was much too valuable to be sold. You seem to know a lot about the book? You seem to know quite a lot about the Angel's recipe. Yeah, it was explained to all the contest participants at the beginning of the contest. In that case, you must know about the recipe book's true nature. That it was another recipe book for research at all. Impressive, Sir Prosecutor. So you know the true nature of the Angel's recipe. The Angel's recipe, some have called it the ultimate recipe book. It contained formulas for new medicines that were not yet on the market. You knew the recipes were actually formulas for the new medicines. This could be a useful clue. The Angel's recipe, did you know its true value? Silly question, it contains Sir Master's best dessert recipes. Any pastry chef worth their salt would want it. Looks like that clue will come in handy. You know what the recipes actually are, man. You may have studied designs in Zhengfa. However, your skills in lying could use more work. You just said earlier that the Angel's recipe contained formulas for medicines. You were interested in the dessert. You wanted the medicine formulas. Did you need a new medicine? Now, why would a pastry chef such as yourself be so interested in the medicine? Perhaps what you were really after was the information about the new medicine. I underestimated you, Sir Prosecutor. Yes. My goal was more than just the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. At the time, my son was ill. I needed the recipe for the medicine. Your son was ill? Tell me more about that. To protect my son's honor, I can say no more. Judging by the worried look on his face, I must have struck on a nerve. Next, I need him to tell me more about his son's illness. This is it. This will be my final move of the game. What was your son like? What kind of person was your son? My boy, he loved the desserts I made. Did you enter the contest solely for your son? Sir Prosecutor, you could never understand the feelings that father has for his son. I wanted nothing more than to cure my boy's illness. I doubt that. Until the semi-finals, my son would allow us drop by the contest venue to play. Is that so? Wouldn't he get in your way? I doubt you had time to care for your son while you were challenging Mr. Master. That may be so, but I wanted to grant my son's wish. He said he always wanted to be the first to eat my desserts. Your son sounds pretty healthy to me. About your son, if he was so sick, wouldn't it be difficult for him to come and play with you? My son's illness wasn't life-threatening. That might be serve as a clue. The recipe book have the only cure? Did the Angel's recipe have the only cure? Yes, though the medicine is being sold everywhere now. At the time, the recipe book was my one and only option. That's why I continued making my desserts without joining the others for tea time. So you were interested in what Mr. Master was making. You sure seem confident in your chances of winning. I couldn't be bothered but to pay attention to the others, the contestants' desserts. You just said earlier that you were studying Mr. Master's works. In addition, if your goal was to win the contest in order to get the medicine formula, you must have been curious about the other contestants' interests as well. That's right, man. There was the time to sample the others' desserts during the contest, but none of their entries had any flavor. So I didn't want to eat any of it. Oh no, he's got the... I suspect I may have been a bit nervous as well. So everything he ate is flavorless. He's got that... This could be a useful clue. What was the name of your son's illness? Sir Prosecutor, how insensitive of you. My son was seriously ill. I will not be discussing this with the likes of you. Looks like that clue will come in handy. You told me your son's illness was not life-threatening. Is there really a need to be so secretive about it? Was enough to keep him from living a normal life. That must have been difficult for your son. I tried everything I could to cure his illness. It wasn't fair for the poor boy. He could never taste the desserts he loved so much. Is it a taste disorder? This recipe contains a cure for a certain illness. A remedy that could also cure Mr. Master's taste disorder. What? He had it too? He had it too, I see. So your son suffers from a taste disorder. I didn't think you'd figure it out so quickly. In order to cure your son's taste disorder, you needed the recipe book. Isn't that your true goal? It is as you say. Based on how he has acted up until now, it appears he is still hiding something. Looks like that clue will come in handy. Being unable to taste anything regardless of what you eat, it's just a bitter illness. At least a very bad illness, you know. Now, if you have a COVID, some of the symptoms could be, taste buds. You lose your taste buds with COVID too. I never had it before though, but that reminds me. Didn't you say something similar earlier? None of their entries had any flavor, so I didn't feel like eating any of it. Isn't it? Perhaps your son wasn't the only one who suffered from a taste disorder. It's hard to imagine being a successful pastry chef without a sense of taste. Perhaps what you really wanted was to cure yourself. That's completely ludicrous. 18 years ago, I made those desserts all by myself. Didn't you cooperate with Mr. Dover, huh? Seems you have caught yourself in a contradiction. Didn't you cooperate with the Isaac Dover in the contest? You can hardly say you made the desserts all by yourself. You must take great pride in your abilities as a pastry chef. But to betray your pride and cooperate with another contestant, you did it all to cure your own disease. Well done, Sir Prosecutor. Just as you say, the one with the taste disorder is not my son. It is I. No one knew. I've kept it a secret for 18 years. Doesn't matter how long that secret is kept. If you lie before me, I will expose it. Dane, Gustavia, and Isaac Dover were both trying to obtain the recipe for their new medicines. Gustavia had to cure his condition, and Dover most likely to sell the recipe book for money. For this reason, they entered the contest as a collaborative effort. And with that, checkmate. Checkmate! I have never taught this to anyone. Well done. As you say, I developed a taste disorder 18 years ago. Taste disorder? It was a severe disorder. I was unable to discern any flavor at all. It's the one illness a pastry chef dreads above all. Those symptoms sound a bit different from Mr. Master's taste disorder. Mr. Master's condition is known as the hypogeusia. It simply causes a decreased sensitivity to certain specific flavors. I'm sure it has caused Mr. Master much pain too. After all, no medication was available to cure it 18 years ago. In order to cure your taste disorder, you would need Mr. Master's Angel's recipe. That's why you entered the contest, am I correct? It was one of my goals, but I still had my sights set on the title of World's Greatest. When it comes to making desserts, I won't lose to anyone. Even without the ability to taste, I still have the utmost confidence in my flavors. Oh, so I presume you also prepared your desserts in the finals with the intent to win. That goes without saying. According to what Mr. Shields told us earlier, the evaluation of the Mr. Gustavius entry was... to my liking. Seems the desserts you made for the finals was not rated highly in regards to the flavor. Huh? Mr. Gustavia, you will tell us anything about how you made your desserts during the finals. Very well. Seems I must teach you upstairs a lesson. Sir Dover and I cooperated until the finals. I handled the flavor, he was in charge of the design. However, for the finals, I wanted to challenge Sir Master with my own skills. I helped Mr. Dover make his entry, but I made my completely on my own. If the flavor of my entry wasn't good enough, my own lack of training was to blame. Was it though? How about that, Mr. Sir Prosecutor? This is the truth of 18 years ago. Can't find any contradictions in his testimony. Well, of course he isn't going to fess up that easily. This guy's been on the run for 18 years after all. Guess we'll just have to keep on pressing him until he breaks, eh? Yes. You try to press the... If it's not the correct one, then I'm gonna press them all. Where is it?
Hold it.
Up until the finals, I heard that you received high praises. High praise for the flavor of your dessert. Was there some sort of accident during the finals? Nothing of the sort. I simply was unable to taste my work due to my taste disorder. My intuition must have been off, that's all. Then was your intuition fine while making Mr. Dolber's entry? How could there be such a huge difference between the finals and the previous day? We are not getting anywhere at this rate. Should I change the topic? As for the semi-final? So you're sure there wasn't anything different between the semi-finals and the finals? Yes, that's right. Aside from not comparing with the story, the finals weren't much different from the semi-finals. Alright, gotta do something here, right? Got a new thing. All of the Gustavi's son always came to visit up until the finals.
Objection.
There was another difference between the semi-finals and finals. This photo depicts your son. You know he came to visit you up until the finals. That is correct. What does that have to do with anything? Your son was who always came to see you through the semi-finals. Was not present for the finals. And then it was only in the finals that your flavor just judged poorly. I don't believe this to be a mere coincidence. Oh, I think I know. Your son's visits must have been very important to you, were they not? Father can work miracles when his son is watching. With my son cheering me on, I was able to make the most delicious desserts. Mr. Gustavius sure sounds like a good father, doesn't he? What he's saying is the whole truth, one could say so. Just hearing his son's cheers wouldn't be enough to change the taste of his desserts. A confectioner confident in his sense of taste develops a taste disorder. It would have been difficult for him to maintain the taste of his desserts. Your son came to cheer you on? Was that really all he did? You seem very doubtful, Sir Prosecutor. In that case, I'll turn this around and ask you. What else could my elementary school son have done besides cheer me on? He tasted your desserts! I'm sure your elementary school son would have remembered the taste of your desserts. Of course, my son always loved my desserts. In that case, he wouldn't have been able to taste. He would have been able to taste the dessert in your place. What did you say? Earlier, you told us that you have a taste disorder. No one else knew about your taste disorder. Mr. Dolber had found out he would have ended your partnership. After all, you were in charge of the flavor. Your son didn't just cheer you on. He also helped you determine if your desserts had tasted correct. Ah, I see. Mr. Dolber's dessert was made the day before, so it still tasted good. What you are saying is quite amusing, Sir Prosecutor. You said that my elementary school son assisted me as a taste tester. You are insulting my pride. Your pride? It's true, I had no sense of design 18 years ago. However, I won't lose to anyone when it comes to flavor. You claim I would cast aside my pride and rely on my son? Don't get carried away with your foolish conjecture. You upstart! In that case, I'm sure your son can confirm if my theory is mere conjecture. Unfortunately for you, I no longer have a son. What? After my taste disorder was occurred, I went to train in Shingfa immediately. During that time, I severed all ties with my son. What? Don't tell me. You would even abandon your own son? That's not all. Even to today, the whereabouts of his sons are still unknown. The police have been searching him, but they haven't been able to find any traces of him. If you wish to confirm your theory, I welcome you to try. These searches are the only things that are important to me. After regaining my sense of taste, my son no longer mattered. Order in the court. Mr. Mr. Gustavia's actions are certainly inhuman. However, we are not here to judge whether or not he's a good father. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I believe this is your loss. Still, there's no evidence left from 18 years ago that could prove your theories. Mr. Edgeworth, is there nothing we can do? At this rate, we'll never find out the truth. Detective Gumshoe, where are those results? Wonder whose blood it could have been. Ask Terrence to look into it, sir. I entrusted Detective Gumshoe with the last piece of evidence. If only I knew who that blood belonged to. Miles, there's still one thing that's bothering us, Gallery. Was Mr. Gustavus only reason for coming to the art gallery to check on the body? If he only wanted to confirm the body's presence, he wouldn't have needed to open the case. That's right. Is there a way we can prove it this? There is one way. We just need that evidence from Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth? What are you talking about? Mr. Edgeworth! Sorry to keep you waiting, sir! Just the person I was talking about. Detective Gumshoe, I trust you have the test results. Oh, of course, sir. I just got the report back from the lab. Detective, please be silent. So, this is the evidence that Prosecutor Edgeworth was talking about. Huh? Hey, what's this? This is the first I heard of it. This was a request from me. I asked him to investigate a certain piece of evidence. Why? Why is everyone always helping you out? I'm the one in charge of the crime scene. It's the best? I apologize for taking matters into my own hands, but how about we hear his report first? Sure. Detective Gumshoe, what were the results? Here's the report, sir. The traces of blood found in the Gemini sculpture belong to the victim of the poison gas, dying Gustavia. What are you saying? Good work, Detective Gumshoe. As I thought, my theory was correct. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? Me too would like an explanation. What on earth does this blood prove? This blood is something the culprit of the I-7 incident tried to conceal. It can't be. That's... His blood was found inside the glass case of the Gemini sculpture. In other words, your blood was found alongside Mr. Delver's body. Why would Mr. Gustavus' blood be in a place like that? If you intend to remain silent, then I'll reveal the truth myself. Which case, aside from the blood, we also found traces of salt and sugar. Salt and blood. And only one of Mr. Delver's sherbet desserts tasted salty. Come think of it, I remember Miss Delicious saying the same thing 18 years ago. Bum 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 bum. Ding, ding, ding. Exactly. For some reason, salt has been mixed into the lard. No other trace of salt were found in Delver's room. In that case, please explain. Where did the salt detected in the lard come from? It's gonna be rock salt lamp. This is the rock salt lamp used as the murder weapon in the I-7 incident. I believe part of this rock salt lamp was mixed in with the sherbet from the liar. At the time of the murder, there was 2 rock salt lamps in Mr. Master's room. One of those lamps took Mr. Dover's life. You know that Mr. Dover's blood was left behind on this murderous lamp. However, there were no traces of anyone's blood found at this crime scene in Mr. Master's room, because the killer disposed of the dessert with the traces of blood in the streams of water, right? No other traces of salt were found in Mr. Dover's room. Speaking of which, weren't the 2 rock salt lamps found in Miss Delicious' room also broken? It looks like both the lamps in the pillar are broken. Both of the light bulbs are broken. We never did figure out why the other rock salt lamp was broken. Maybe Mr. Gustavia's blood was on the other lamp. If your blood was found on the lamp at the crime scene, you would have been suspected. As the culprit, you would have needed to conceal all traces of your blood from the police. Don't tell me he concealed it into a sherbet, liar. Exactly. Rock Salt Lamb and his blood were mixed into the sherbet liar and hidden inside the glass case. Unlike the fountain's water, the sherbet desserts would not be analyzed right away. Perhaps he had planned to dispose of the sherbet when the opportunity presented itself. But then, the reason Mr. Gustave came to this gallery 18 years ago, the body and the evidence pointing to the killer were both stolen. I mean, the killer could not have anticipated that. There was no way of knowing when the body and evidence would be discovered. So he planned to destroy the evidence before the Zodiac Art Gallery's grand opening. Hey, Gustavia, isn't it about time you confessed? You are the true culprit of the I-7 incident. Monsieur Gustavia, you are the reason Monsieur Master is... Mr. Gustavia. Could be. After all this time, my crime is finally brought to light. The prosecutors and defense attorneys 18 years ago never even came close. Bravo, bravo, well done, Sir Prosecutor. So you admit that you killed Mr. Dover? It is true. I killed Isaac Dover. But he had only himself to blame. What do you mean? Dover and I worked together in order to win this contest. No matter who won, we agreed that we'd share the angel's recipe. But on the day of the finals, he stabbed me in the back. Sir Dover, this is what we agreed to. I'm sorry, Gustavia. The deal is off. What? I made you search for you. I'm the reason you got this far. And what of it? Can you prove that you assisted me in any way? Dover, you were planning to betray me all along? Because of Dover's treachery, I was forced to make my finals entry on my own. Just as Sir Prosecutor said, my son assisted me every day until the finals. What about your pride as a confectionery artist? A proud chef loses the ability to taste his own creations. It's a feeling upstart like you would never understand. Mastering the art of dessert making is my reason for being. Is my reason for being. It is my one and only pride. Committing murder for the sake of pride. That's not a feeling I will never understand. Saying nothing of abandoning your own son, such a thought disgusts me. Before you judge me, first understand what happened 18 years ago. The day of the finals, my son never came to assist me. Thinking back on it now, I suppose Dover had a hand in that as well. Huh? What exactly happened to your son? I do not know, but it no longer matters ever since that day. My son meant nothing to me. From what I hear, he's still missing. That's awful. Giving up on him like that. Without your son, you had no chance of winning, correct? Yes, and since I was guaranteed to lose, I needed to fail safe. During the afternoon tea time, I made my way to Sir Master's room. Just needed to take a photo of the cure to my taste disorder. Would have all worked out. Only Dover hadn't interfered. Ah, Gustavia. Trying to steal a picture of my prize, are you? That hardly seems sporting. You... Cure for taste disorders? Oh, you have a taste disorder, don't you? Ah, this rich, a pastry chef who can taste? Dover, you... Gah, puny worm. You're in no position to oppose me. Why, you... When I attempted to hit Dover, he struck me and sent me flying. I crashed into one of the rock salt lamps, and that was when I made blood stain on it. So Mr. Dover wasn't the first one to be injured. To conceal my blood, I shaved away part of the rock salt lamp and mixed it into a sherbet. After that, it became a part of the lyric sculpture. So that's how you try to erase your traces from the crime scene. Dover tried to blackmail me by using his knowledge of my taste disorder. If I didn't want it to become public, I was to pay him a large sum. So, that's the reason why you killed Isaac Dover? Exactly. What reason do I have to let those who obstruct me live? He was the one who drew first blood. I simply gave him his just desserts. And that was his motive. I carried the rock salt lamp that bore my blood into Dover's room. Then I came up with a hiding place where it would not be easily found. Get it. That room contained plenty of the tools for sculpting sherbet. Your deduction is spot on, Sir Attorney. It was the ideal place to shave away the rock salt. I then proceeded to coat the surface of the sherbet layer with vast amounts of salty mixture. Why? Why did you try to pin the crime on Monsieur Master? You are wrong to blame me for that, Lady Catherine. If not for your unnecessary meddling, Sir Master would have never have been a suspect. Why do you think I hid the murder weapon and Florence in the closet in Lady Delicious' room? There's only one reason why you placed the murder weapon in someone else's room. You want to pin the crime on Delicia. Me? Yes, that is correct. Gusty, why? Why me? As one who sought to be the world's best confectioner, I greatly respect Sir Master. It was never my intention to cast suspicion on him, but an insolent woman who dared to sully the contest with a fake dessert, I had no problem letting someone like you take the blame for the crime. That makes me sad. If you hadn't snacked on other people's desserts, the body would never have been found. It was when Sir Master would be judging Lady Delicious' room. That's when I finally saw an opportunity to freeze the body, but before I could move the body, Lady Catherine had already discovered it. Why? You need to freeze Monsieur Dover's body. Why indeed? Monsieur Edgeworth, please tell us, why would Monsieur Castoria have needed to freeze the body? To throw off the time of death, I think. Mr. Gustavi intended to freeze the body in order to throw off the time of death. If the time of death had coincided with the tea party, Mr. Gustavia would have been suspected. That is correct. Preparations were necessary to freeze the body while I was preparing in Dover's room. I placed the body in a treasure chest in the Sir Master's room. I could think of no better hiding place at that time. Thanks to that gluttonous pharmacist, the lid of the chest broke. But why not just disguise him as an ice art sculpture? Once the body was discovered, there would be no time to throw off the time of death. To buy time, you need to hide someplace else. How horrid. How could you hide Monsieur Bauer's body within one of his own works? It all would have worked out if the body hadn't been discovered while it was in Sir Master's room. If everything had gone according to plan, Sir Master would never have been arrested. So, because I discovered the body, it's my fault Monsieur Master was... Kate, don't take his words to heart. Even suspicions had been falling on Mr. Master, Mr. Delicious would have taken the fall. No matter who he targeted, the one at fault here is Mr. Gustavi himself. The detective in charge of the initial investigation was also at Dunes. I think that he never reported the missing body to the prosecutor. Prosecutor Von Carmen indicted Mr. Masters without knowing the body had vanished. I see, that would explain why he looked so flustered at the crime scene. Although, it's something that would stand out if you read the official documents. Could someone have intentionally distorted the information? At any rate, Von Karma found out about the missing body after he may have made his indictment. And if he had let one person be acquitted, he'd have a stain on his much prided perfect record. That's why he concealed the fact that the body was hidden, and he had Mr. Master declared guilty. What are you saying? For 18 years, that man has taken the blame for your crimes. Don't you feel anything at all? I don't care what you say. What a monster. I'm arresting him right here, right now, sir. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that will be impossible. So you figured it out? That's correct. You have no right to sentence me. What? But the culprit is standing right in front of us. Allow me to tell you the reason why you can't arrest me. The statute of limitations, right? The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years, is it not? In other words, it's impossible for you to arrest me. I will confess my crime because the statute of limitations has expired. The statute of limitations for murder is 15 years? Edgeworth, is there nothing we can do? As long as the statute of limitations remains, arresting him is impossible. No way. My sincere apologies, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Neither Mr. Gustavia's testimony nor your logic can be taken as official legal proof. The verdict of the trial 18 years ago cannot be overturned. What about the fact that Mr. Dover's body was hidden? Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gustavia, this should at least earn Mr. Masters a retrial. Really? I wonder about that. Returning a verdict of the goddess of law is much harder than you think. Is the pig trying to justify the verdict from 18 years ago? How unfortunate, Sir Prosecutor. Is there nothing I can do? Is there no way to continue pursuing Mr. Gustavia? Well, fuck. It's possible that some of your actions 18 years ago were not affected by the statue. It's been so long, I've got nothing left to hide. Ask me anything you like. Very well. Could you explain to me what you did during these past 18 years? Certainly. After the contest, the medicine from the recipe book allowed me to fully cure my taste disorder. I immediately headed to Shengfa to join my design skills. He wasn't seen ever since that case because he was in a foreign country. He did, and I'm certain that I went abroad to train. About 1 year after that case, right before Mr. Master's final trial began, thanks to my training, I am now a confectioner unparalleled in both taste and design. You should not be proud of a position of earned through the sacrifice of others. You can't bake a cake without breaking a few eggs. Sacrifices were necessary for my goal. It's horrible. Say what you will, the fact still remains that you cannot arrest me. I have to get more information out of Mr. Gustavia. Is there anything of note in his recent testimony? Could you please add the details of the budget training thing for the testimony? Certainly. Afterward, I trained in Shengfa for to become the world's best confectioner. Wait, does this work on This has been released to all living in the foreign country. The time limit is on hold until the Hey!
Objection!
You fucking idiot. One of the conditions regarding the statute of limitation for murder is as follows. If the suspect flees to a foreign country, the time limit is on hold until the suspect returns. So the statute of limitations was suspended while you were overseas. That's right. The statute of limitations stopped while you were training in Shengfa. Indeed, it is possible that the statute of limitations has not expired yet. Mr. Gustavia, please tell us how long have you stayed in Shengfa? It would be exactly 3 years. 3 years? Wait. Let's calmly think that this is over. The case occurred 18 years ago. The statute of limitation is 15 years and he was away for 3. Exactly 18 years. I'm sure of it. Is that right? We did it. The statute of limitations hasn't expired yet. Exactly 18 years, you say? How amusing. So he realized. What? Why are you laughing? The statute of limitations still applies? Okay, it's frustrating, but the case occurred in December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, the case occurred in 18 years and 4 months ago. No! What a done! His stay abroad wasn't quite enough. We were just a few months short. Not enough! That! Like I said, it's impossible for you to arrest me. He must have known all along about this when he confessed to his crime. Prosecutor Edgeworth, it really is a shame. If it was just 1 year earlier, then statute of limitations would not have run out. Those who undermine the goddess of the law verdicts must bear the burden for their crimes. It seems you were simply incapable. This can't be the end. So, Monsieur Gustavia really is beyond the law's reach. Kate, what are you thinking?
Objection!
If you're thinking of taking matters into your own hands, I implore you to reconsider. There still might be a way to bring this man to justice. What? Miles, remember the facts of the case 18 years ago? Just as you were mistaken earlier, it seems Mr. Gustavia has also overlooked one key detail. Overlooked? He wasn't present during Mr. Master's final trial, so he doesn't know the outcome of the trial. There may yet be a way for you to arrest him. Miles, look over that book on the statute of limitation again. 70 years ago, Master was falsely undeclared guilty for a serious crime. Thanks to that verdict, we aren't out of ammunition just yet. Mr. Shield, you don't mean... Those who undermine the goddess of law's verdict must bear the burden of their crimes. I'm Mr. Master's attorney. I cannot use his suffering as a weapon in a good conscience. For that reason, I leave the rest up to you. The trial my father won karma battled over. Can I use that to arrest Mr. Gustavia? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes! Objection. My father won karma. Their paths diverge. One revealed the truth, the other concealed it. The path that I choose is the one that reveals the truth. See no further reason to prolong this trial. I hereby find Dan's Gustavia not guilty. Overruled. Gustavia, he'll stand in court for his crimes. Do you mean to say you have found a way to go arrest Mr. Gustavia? Exactly. I'll show Judge Kearney the evidence that will shadow the statute of limitations. It's gonna be this then. Where is it? Where's the case file I had? This one. Yeah.
Take that.
The I-7 in the case file. Which page are you referring to? Let me see again. The statute limits ran out December 24, 3 years ago. Wait, which one was the fake one again? Gregory Edgeworth, where's the one Karma one? Okay, there you are. Suspect data page. At the trial, Jeffrey Master was found guilty of being an accomplice of the murder. And it took 1 year to arrive at this verdict. Alright, that is indeed true. This book lists conditions in which the statute of limitations can be put on hold. The first, as I have said earlier, is if the suspect flees to a foreign country. But there's one more. Possible accomplices are on trial. The countdown is stopped until the verdict is reached. What are you saying? Mr. Master was found to be an accomplice? That's right. Mr. Master was sentenced to after you had left for your trip to Shengfa. He was found guilty, not of being the true culprit. Of not being the culprit, but of being an accomplice. But it seems you didn't know that. That's absurd! Sir Master never committed any crime to begin with. You should certainly know this. Of course we do. That is why we are going to free him. To that end, we will shadow the one remaining obstacle in our way. The statute of limitations. You fled to Shengfa for 3 years. Jeffrey Master was being tried as an accomplice for 1 year. Put it all together, we see that the total time limit for this case is 19 years. In other words, the statute of limitations is not over for you yet. The goddess of law is unerring in her judgment. However, it seems that the prosecutor at the time was not. I cannot believe it, but it seems like the case will have to be reopened. This is absurd. You cannot arrest me.
Objection.
For the last 18 years, innocent man has suffered greatly in your stead. Mr. Gustavia, it's now time for you to atone for your crimes. I had finally earned my place as the greatest confectioner in the world. To achieve that goal, I cast everything aside, even my own son. What a shame. You can't run from your crimes any longer. What the? Okay. Okay, Gustavia has been taken into custody, sir. Yeah. So you're up next, right? Yes, I understand. Kate? Everyone, I am truly sorry for all the trouble I've caused, and thank you very much for catching Monsieur Gustavia. What you did cannot be overlooked. Even if the crimes you committed were in the response to a past injustice, as a prosecutor, I am terribly sorry for what happened. No, I'm only getting what I deserve, since I was the cause of all this. Kate, will you have me as your attorney? I'm not quite the same as useless kid I was 18 years ago. I won't let them find you guilty. Oh, Monsieur Shields. Yes, thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt. It's time to go. Yes, alright. Justice is served! Yes! Finally! Oh my god, 6 hours fucking trial, episode. Judge Courtney, I can't help but feel that you have been dishonest with me. Dishonest? Whatever do you mean? You said that the verdict could not be overturned, but that was not the case. A reinvestigation and the retrial were obviously required as soon as the missing body was found. I have no need to answer you. Seems she doesn't intend to ever give me an answer. Prosecutor Edgeworth, the pig has you in its sights. They will receive a report on everything you did here today. And you will most likely be required to appear before them. Bring it on, I say. Now then, I shall take my leave. Hold on. Mr. Edgeworth caught the real bad guy. Didn't he do his job as a prosecutor? No matter how things turn out, I will never regret what I did here today. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, Prosecutor Edgeworth. What is it? Why are you always sticking your nose into cases that you're not even involved with? But it is to reveal the truth, not only as a prosecutor, it's just who I am. I don't get it. As long as you continue to think that being the best is all that matters, I doubt you ever will. Well, I don't get that either. I'm going home. What was that all about? There's much he still needs to learn. Miley... What is it? I knew Craig's son could do it. I think I might be falling for you. Thanks for helping Jeffy. Well, Yo, Edgy, great job at solving the cat case. Well, I was busy drawing, so I really didn't catch all of it. Huh, where did Katie Justin run off to? Clarice, you really weren't paying much attention at all, were you? Well, I hate to admit it, but Larry's doodles actually helped us out a few times. Should say something nice to him. Don't glare at me like that. I'm sorry. It was not my intent to glare at you. That tender Edgeworth glare. Just like your old man. Oh, is that so? Well then, Uncle Ray's gonna go pay Mr. Master a visit. You guys wanna tag along? I'd be happy to accompany you. Oh, me too. So this Jeffrey Master, what's he like? Oh, he's a really nice and gentle guy. He's still doing his best to make people happy. He actually cooks dessert for the inmates. Nowadays, all the prisoners and guards look forward to the snack time at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock? Wow, that's nice. I want to eat his desserts too. These chocolate cakes we saw in the prison the other day, was the one who made it. Oh, Gummy, why are you here? I heard everybody was coming to visit, so I escorted Mr. Master myself. Hello, one and all. I'm Jeffrey Master. Prosecutor Mollis Edgeworth, at your service. I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday. Oh, it is a pleasure to meet you all. Mr. Master, Mollis is your old defense attorney's son. You mean Mr. Gregory's? Your father has done so much for me. And yet, I betrayed his good faith that I made the false confession. I heard the details from Mr. Shields. Mr. Master, I came here today to tell you everything we have learned about 18 years ago. 18 years ago? Kate committed a crime for my sake? Why would she do such a thing? Miss Hall has been trying to prove your innocence for the past 18 years. She was willing to do whatever it took to save you. Kate, she shouldn't have gone through so much trouble for an old man who let her down. Mr. Master, I don't think you realize just how much Miss Hall cares for you. I have something here that clearly proves the two of you share an unbreakable bond. An unbreakable bond? Prove the bond between Jeffrey Master and Catherine Hall. This should give Mr. Master some peace of mind. What do I have? Oh, chocolate! Chocolate, probably. These chocolates? Did Kate make them? She did. They're really sweet and tasty. She's been taking these chocolates for the past 18 years, so that she could give them to you whenever you return. Kate. I'm sure they are very, very sweet. Yes, they truly are. Unfortunately, I cannot give them to you now, but I can hand them over later in Secret Pal. It's against the rules, but right now I don't have the authority to stop him. Oh, thank you very much. Say, you reminded me of an old friend. Do you know of a Detective Bat? Of course I do. Detective Bat is my #1 role model, pal. How uncanny. Takapara fate. Mr. Master, it's looking like we'll be able to get you out of soon. I can only apologize that it took 18 years to do so. Raymond, I'm the one who should be apologizing. No, that's not it. What I really should be saying is, thank you, Mr. Master. It's my turn to wait for Kate. I'll make her favorite sweets every day until she returns. Please look after her, Raymond. You got it. The AS7 incident, the case I inherited from my father. After 18 long years, it's finally coming to a close. Miles, thanks for today. I'm sorry for leaving that final decision to you. No, I made the decision of my own free will. Eh? Why are you talking so? What are you talking about? To arrest Gustavia, we had no choice but to use Mr. Master's false charge. Which I was originally supposed to protect him from. The attorney inside of me simply could not do it. That's how it was. But after this, Uncle Ray is going to try to clear away that false charge as well. Yes, I understand. What? But if they find out about the false charge, they won't be able to arrest Mr. Gustavia, right? That's true. There is a contradiction in the law. The way the law is right now, it isn't always completely right. Contradiction in the law. Well, who knows what'll happen? The law evolves and grows, just like all of us do. Just like Uncle Ray and Miles have grown up, you know? People and the law all grow. Miles, to fight crime as a prosecutor or to save people as a defense attorney, one you think carefully about how you want to live your life from now on. I will. Well, if you ask Uncle Ray, you'll always be welcome to down at the office. Alrighty then, looks like it's time for Uncle Ray to get going. Next time I see you, I'll be sure to thank you again. Really though, thanks for today. Shields seem to be in a bit of a hurry. Indeed, I should be the one thanking him. I was able to face my father's glass case because of him. Does Miles did Miles do some defense attorney in one of the AA games? He did! He did. He did. I think it was when Phoenix was, you know, appointed as a suspect. I think. Unless I remember wrong. When I was young, I wanted to become a great defense attorney like my father. However, under prosecutor Von Karma, I learned the best of prosecutor. Thanks to a certain friend, I was able to discover my own path in life. Was it Maya? I don't remember, but I do remember. However, right now, there are forces trying to take me off the prosecutor's path. Maybe now is the perfect time to think about. It's the last case of AT&T. Gregory, I'm sorry that it took so long. It may have taken 18 years. But finally, we have proven Mr. Master's innocence. Miles, your son, help me with that. The way he fought for the truth. He was just like you, Gregory. I'm still not the kind of attorney you were. But I will forever carry on. The convictions I inherit from you. And if I can... Hey! Together with him. No, you won't, though. No, you won't together with him. He's gonna become a chief prosecutor to fight a crime as a prosecutor or to save people as a defense attorney. The path I choose is... the end. Oh, we did it! That's the inherent turnabout done. The forgotten turnabout. I am done, though. I am so done, guys. I am done. I wish you all a happy Saturday. Happy weekends, my friends. Catch you all tomorrow for episode 4, The Forgotten Turnabout. See you all. Sucker!